you can stop it, whatever, or just leave leave the sponsors on behind us if you can. Can you do that or not? If you can't, that's okay. Hello, hello, and welcome to Meharry's first speakers conference. Okay, we're going to turn the music off. Because you wouldn't want any distractions from me, of course. So welcome you all here to the Meharry Speakers Conference, first annual Speakers Conference. And we're really glad you're here. People will be straggling in as per Meharry protocol as the talk moves on. Let's see. First of all, thank you for so many thank yous. First of all, for all of our speakers who have made a great effort to come from all over the world, from as far as England and New York and Chicago and LA. So, man, we can't thank them enough for the time and the effort that they put into getting here and the belief in what we're all doing together. So thanks to them. Our sponsors, of course, Meharry and NovaCon from Switzerland, they're a big sponsor. Street Solid is also a big sponsor, our street organization here in Los Angeles and in Nashville, and the Nashville Predators, who have also helped to sponsor the conference. So big thanks to all of them as well. Let's see, again, thanks to all of our guys on the streets who are doing the actual work that's really important for us to get done. Homeboy Industries, Cred in Chicago, Street Solid, Bishop Campbell and his gang program here, Clemmy Greenlee and her group of Nashville peacekeepers of mothers who have been affected by gun violence and so forth. There's a million organizations across the country doing similar work. So thanks to them. To our team, of course, and I'm sure I'll miss someone when I mention our team, and so apologies for that, but that's a good thing about having a team, because you can blame it on the team rather than yourself for mispronunciations and so forth. So our team, man, we couldn't have done anything without them. Terry Cody, Crystal Miller, Alicia Snorton, Mandy Vincent, all of our tech guys, Des Perry and Donnie over there, that really bring things to life for us. Our team, Leslie Turner, Lance, and Patrick Doyle, who did all our web stuff, big thanks to them. Couldn't have done it without them as well. And all of my personal heroes working with Street Solid, Ron Johnson, Tay McGee, Jaffe Judah, and Joe Harris, and others. So big thanks to everybody else that's contributed that I've missed. The idea of this conference started from working with young men that were involved with justice issues. And we were working with them one-on-one, and we would make an impact sometimes, sometimes no. And it was both frustrating and rewarding work at the same time. But as we were working on them one-on-one, we were really on a cycle that we couldn't really escape. We would help one, and then another one would come, and would help a group, and then another group would come. And we didn't really see the water that we were all swimming in. And so this conference was about seeing the water that we're all swimming in, and getting a better view from better minds with better and different perspectives on how we could change the environment that so affects us and so affects the guys that we were working with on so many different levels. And so that was the idea behind the conference. It's hard really to put an emotional impact on a conference like this on statistics and PowerPoints and stuff, but that's what we hope to do, is put an emotional impact on things and hopefully move us to action. When you're working with a young man with just dead eyes and lost that twinkle of youth, it's hard not to feel the urgency. I mean, these are talented guys, murderers all the way down, smart and talented guys, and you can really feel the urgency. So hopefully we'll at least expose and excite and educate and move you to some action with the urgency that we need to address these issues. So without further ado, and only a couple of minutes late, as we are likely to do, I'd like to bring up our first guest, and I'm going to apologize. All of our speakers are so fantastic that if I really did them credit and read their whole small bios, we'd be here all day just reading bios. So the first speaker is Daniel Sharfstein, from a professor of law at Vanderbilt University, and he's going to speak to us on the invisible laws that affect us, the laws that we can't see that affect us and create the environment. Is he here? Oh, there he is. Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Vince. And I also want to thank Mandy Vincent for her work in including me in this wonderful conference and making today possible. How are we all doing this morning? Bright and early. I teach at Vanderbilt Law School, and I recently had the occasion to do some research in the papers of a prominent alum named Cecil Sims. Sims graduated first in the Vanderbilt Law class of 1914, and he founded Nashville's white shoe law firm, Bass, Berry & Sims. He advised governors through the middle decades of the 20th century. He was a member of just about every board you could serve on in Nashville. He was the kind of guy who received every Christmas dozens of fruitcakes from his many admirers. He often spoke to third-year law students at Vanderbilt before their graduation, and he liked to talk about how lawyers should aspire to be, in his words, architects in public affairs. Now, when I read that, it immediately rang a bell. It's not unlike something the legendary civil rights lawyer Charles Hamilton Houston used to tell his students at Howard Law School. He said they should think of themselves as social engineers. The difference is, Cecil Sims was no civil rights lawyer. Among the many other things he was doing, he spent the better part of 2 decades designing ways for southern states and school districts to resist and evade desegregation. In the late 1940s, when the Supreme Court struck down segregated public graduate education, Sims parlayed his seat on Meharry Medical College's Board of Trustees to propose the Meharry Plan, by which southern states would purchase Meharry Medical College, make it a separate but equal regional public medical school, and then route all of UNC and University of Tennessee and Georgia, et cetera's black medical applicants here. And the plan, as he drafted it, was very intricately structured, and it actually never mentioned race. And he got the Southern governor's approval, but it died actually in part because of opposition from Meharry's faculty, students, and alumni. That experience stayed with Cecil Sims, And several years later, following Brown versus Board of Education, 1954, Sims went around the South telling school administrators and really anyone else who would listen that massive resistance was unnecessary. In his view, Brown versus Board of Education didn't require much beyond colorblindness in official policies. Sims became a guiding force in what was known as the Nashville Plan, which nominally desegregated 1 grade a year, starting with kindergarten in 1956 and ending with 12th grade in 1968. And because parents could easily request transfers for their for their children, the schools remained almost entirely segregated during that decade plus. Also at the same time, Sims was a major force behind the merger of Nashville and Davidson County. The creation of metro government almost exactly 60 years ago was motivated by all kinds of policy rationales, but it functioned to dilute the black vote from 40% in the city of Nashville to 20% in Metro Nashville, Davidson County. And the campaign in favor flagged the prospect of Nashville having a black mayor someday soon unless the merger went through. And the effect of the merger, among other things, is it put Nashville's black community in the back seat through decades of city-county policymaking. Sims knew that the law can create rules and governing designs that can outlive overtly racist policy. Right? Inequality can operate at levels that are unseen, right? That are naturalized. But it's not natural. Right? It's built. It's infrastructural. Sims designed these structures with the schools. He pushed for a gradual change, lots of discretionary transfers, colorblind neutrality, a shift to suburban power. And those structures survived the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which basically spelled the end of Jim Crow legislation. And his position even came to define the middle ground, the picture of moderation, when compared to cruder modes of massive resistance, no matter that the end goals were mostly the same. With Sims' designs, there was no need for racists in order for racism to persist. Sims had many models, many antecedents for this kind of infrastructural lawyering. When we talk about, we could talk about legal infrastructures of inequality. And when we talk about that, we're talking about multiple complexes of laws. When I was thinking about what to talk about today in terms of the invisible laws that affect our lives and promote inequality today, I had countless options. Right? We could talk about criminal law and mass incarceration, sentencing disparities, laws that give tremendous discretion to police and prosecutors and judges and wind up being applied unequally, legal doctrines like qualified immunity that shield police and prosecutors from accountability, neutral rules about fines and fees that shackle poor defendants in debt, right, and inexorably lead to additional jail time and even more debt. We could talk about access to civil justice and the procedural hurdles that courts have imposed for bringing lawsuits relating to civil rights, employment discrimination, consumer justice, environmental justice, and more. Right? Requirements about who has standing to sue. Right? What kinds of information have to be included in a complaint? Right? These kinds of neutral, innocuous, often invisible rules. And more than anything, those kinds of hurdles increase the costs of bringing lawsuits and puts the civil justice system out of reach for poor people. We could talk about bankruptcy law, how we regulate the relationship between debtors and creditors, how vulnerable people get trapped in debt and then find it incredibly difficult to navigate a system that's supposed to afford them relief and a fresh start. right? And often our bankruptcy system, that it means when we talk about vulnerable people, we mean sick people, right? Because as a country, we've essentially made a policy choice to bankrupt the sick, right? And our racial health disparities deepen our wealth disparities. We could talk about public benefits law, right? Commonly known as poverty law, which over the course of the pandemic, right, revealed to millions of Americans what the chronically poor have had to live with, right? Welfare systems, unemployment systems that are incompetent by design. We could talk about elections law, right? Redistricting, felon disenfranchisement, and all kinds of seemingly neutral rules that from the start of the Jim Crow era have functioned to screen out black voters, right? That includes registration requirements, ID laws. I mean, the Jim Crow era actually switching to the secret ballot, right, became a key mechanism for rigging elections, right? The maintenance, meaning the periodic purging of voter rolls, rules that restrict early voting, right, or what can happen on voting lines like we see in Georgia, right? State legislatures controlling the appointments of county registrars and local election commissioners so that the statewide majority political party can control how cities vote, right? It's kind of a structural rule, but it has a real impact in who can vote and how voting works, right? These are all neutral rules, but when voting becomes harder, poor people are the first ones screened out of the electorate. We could talk about corporations law, right, and how the court's overriding emphasis on maximizing shareholder value has affected workers and affected communities. We could talk about immigration law, how we regulate the border, how that relates to labor. We could talk about federal Indian law, something I teach at Vanderbilt, and the split of power among federal, state, and tribal authorities. This split is mostly done through dry and technical jurisdictional rules, but these rules have had the effect of plundering tribal landholding, manufacturing generations of poverty, and among other things, creating an epidemic of violence against indigenous women. Now, fortunately for all of us, I don't have all day to discuss the many inequalities produced by law. So in the remaining time we have together, I'll focus on one thing that's at the heart of my teaching, which is property. I'll start in the present, and then I'll move back in time. And my hope is that we can reveal some structures that are not always visible to us. Now, property is a big deal here in Nashville, right? It's a big civil rights issue as housing becomes increasingly unaffordable, right? And every neighborhood in the whole city is gentrifying at once. A lot of inequality, right, is bound up in issues of property and the laws that govern it. So property law is at root the body of law that determines who owns what and what it means to own something. It's intimately connected to individual dreams and aspirations, but it's also about how communities form and are sustained, how neighbors get along and what happens when they don't, and in what circumstances government can enact regulations that may affect how people use and value their property. Property rights are a core component of our democracy. Thomas Jefferson spoke of the republic of yeoman farmers, right, small freeholders, as the ideal of an independent and responsible polity. In so many ways, property sets the groundwork for who belongs and who does not, right? Who has a voice and who does not, who gets to prosper, whose children get to prosper, and who does not. Property law, it's at the root of who gets to live in a neighborhood with tall trees and clean air that's cooler in the summer, right? And who lives in sweltering, treeless neighborhoods surrounded by smoke-spewing factories and crisscrossed by oil and gas pipelines. Our racial wealth gap is in part a reflection of who owns property and who does not. Right? According to a recent Brookings Institution report, home ownership rates are right around 45% for Black Americans, and white home ownership is above 75%. We don't have to look that far back to explain this 30% differential. Housing remains profoundly segregated today in 2022, which means, among other things, that the baseline for schools is profoundly segregated without aggressive government intervention. And that's become less and less possible thanks to the Supreme Court, which has demanded colorblindness essentially in public school districting. Continuing housing segregation makes it easier for Black homeowners to be systematically over-assessed for property tax. The scholar Bernadette Atuahene has done revelatory work on overtaxation in Detroit, which is made all the worse by aggressive tax foreclosure practices by Wayne County, and then appeals processes that are all but impossible to navigate. Housing segregation made it easy for banks to steer Black homeowners to subprime mortgages in the years leading up to 2008. And housing segregation means that when Black people sell their homes, realtors systematically underestimate their worth, right? Something that made national headlines this past fall when Nathan Connolly, a Johns Hopkins professor, and his wife, Shani Mott, got a lowball appraisal on their home that affected their ability to refinance when the interest rates were at rock bottom during the pandemic. You know, when Doctors Connolly and Mott took down all their family photos and had a white colleague show a new appraiser around the house, the value of their house miraculously went from $472,000 to $750,000. Right? Housing segregation has made it harder to achieve the American dream, and for those who do manage to buy in, housing segregation makes the American dream worth less. And you know, I have to mention one more thing when we talk about property today. Over the last 100 years, Black rural land ownership has declined about 90%, in large part due to something kind of under the radar, which is that Black landowners have seldom had wills. Right? When they die, their land is split among all their heirs in an ownership arrangement known as a tenancy in common. And the legal rules relating to tenancies in common allow anyone with an ownership interest to petition for a court-ordered sale of the property. So over the course of generations, land ownership may split 50 or 100 different ways, and all it takes is maybe a single person, right, who is maybe thousands of miles away to ask to cash out, right? And it means all it takes for a developer is to find one of those persons and make a deal with them to ask to cash out. And once that petition is made, yeah, the process starts for the property to get sold. And when property ownership is unstable in that way, you can't get a home equity loan and fix up the property, right? So the homes and the land suffer from a lack of investment and their values are depressed. And when a court orders a sale, it's not the same thing as an open market sale. That's, you know, time to get the highest price. Instead, there are often very few bidders, right? A very inside group of people who make very low bids that get accepted at these sales. So these lands don't help Black landowners generate wealth, and their sales amount to very little. And this problem of heirs property, it's prevalent in rural areas, but we certainly see situations in rapidly gentrifying areas like North Nashville, where parents built the house, but now it's owned by all the kids. One may live in the house, the rest may be relieved that someone's there to take care of the upkeep, and that's all well and good until real estate values skyrocket, right? And once you reach a threshold where each sibling can come away with a big fat round number, it's very, very easy for the non-resident siblings to force a sale, right? So invisible rules about co-tenancies are engines for black land loss and gentrification. So how do we get to this grim present? What created the ground rules? If we go back a little further into the 20th century, we can root housing segregation in, among other things, racially restrictive covenants and mortgage discrimination. So before the 20th century, housing in lots of cities around the South were not exactly segregated. So block by block, black and white families often lived in proximity. Could look at maps at places like Washington, D.C. or Birmingham, Alabama, and you might find in any given block white families living along the street while black families lived in the alleys that ran through the center of blocks. So they're not living exactly together, but they're not wildly distant, right? They're not physically apart. And new suburbs and progressive era social policy created segregated neighborhoods in the decades spanning the end of the 19th and start of the 20th centuries. And while the Supreme Court struck down a World War I era Louisville ordinance that kind of resembled South African apartheid, specifying who could live where, builders and developers turned to racially restrictive deed covenants to control who could buy into a neighborhood. The courts came to accept these deed restrictions as a purely private agreement that was outside the scope of legal review. And that's a key move, a neutral move that allowed housing segregation to take root and thrive. So cities were segregating before the Great Migration, when some 6 million African Americans left the South for the North, the West, the Midwest. And once the Great Migration was underway in earnest between World War I and World War II, black aspiring landowners found themselves competing for minuscule supply in red line neighborhoods where, thanks to New Deal policy, banks refused to issue mortgages. And as a result, black home buyers paid outrageous sums, right? There was demand, but very little supply. And instead of mortgages, they had to use exploitative installment sale contracts where the seller retains the title to the house, and if you miss one payment, right, the seller just keeps the house and you lose all the equity that you put into it. The historian Beryl Satter has really brilliantly depicted the effects of all of this in Chicago. And among the effects are just the density of black neighborhoods and the decline in housing stock in black neighborhoods. To pay the outrageously high installments, there was no choice but to pack houses with tenants, and those high installment fees siphoned millions of dollars that otherwise would have been invested into homes and neighborhoods and families. Now, in 1948, 6 years before Brown, the Supreme Court invalidated racially restrictive covenants in a case called Shelley versus Kramer. And the court, 6 years before Brown, this was the case that the court and the NAACP both thought would spell the death of Jim Crow. Really the death of housing segregation. But housing segregation persists, right? Decades beyond Shelley versus Kramer, decades beyond the 1968 Fair Housing Act. And why is there housing segregation in the absence of racially restrictive covenants? Entire metropolitan areas, cities and suburbs, were built around racial segregation. See, for example, Atlanta, right? And whole economic ecosystems developed out of this segregation, from the realtors to the landlords. And the explicit legally sanctioned racism can go away, but the incentives to maintain the status quo are ever present, right? The cultural habits and norms of white people fleeing black neighbors don't go away. Fair housing investigators keep finding realtors who steer black buyers and steer white buyers to different neighborhoods. Mortgage practices, from appraisals to credit terms, maintain racial inequality. Even today, people at the bottom of the market for homes are stuck financing with installment contracts with very few of the usual protections that the law guarantees to mortgagors. It can be hard to see the structural racism of the housing market, but it twists and exploits the dream of property, and it makes the American dream a dream deferred. So we started at the present. We went back into the 20th century to consider racially restrictive covenants and mortgage inequality. If we go back a little more, what do we find? Now, my research focuses largely on the 19th century and the Civil War and its aftermath, and there we see government policy creating inequality without ever saying so. At the close of the Civil War, there were about 4 million freed people, people who had been held as slaves and were now citizens, right? They had liberated themselves, they had fought for their freedom. But what did citizenship mean? When writing about the war's immediate aftermath, the historian Leon Litwack described the key question of the moment as, how free is free? We had legal categories: free, equal, citizen, but there's nothing that really defined them. Not the Emancipation Proclamation. The Emancipation Proclamation just said people were forever free. Not the 13th Amendment, right? Not the 14th Amendment. So much of the substance of black citizenship depended on what the freed people claimed for themselves. Thank you. But our rights, the scope of citizenship, right, the substance of citizenship, also depend crucially on the capacity of government. Emancipation was accompanied by the creation of the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, right, also known as the Freedmen's Bureau. The first big federal social welfare agency in American history. The Bureau built hospitals and asylums and orphanages, entire court systems, some of the first public school systems in the South. The Bureau was tasked with making citizenship meaningful for freed people. And as part of that mission, the Bureau was initially authorized to redistribute hundreds of thousands of acres of confiscated rebel land. And after the war ended, it tried to do just that with a policy that sought to continue and expand on a wartime order by General Sherman that we know as 40 Acres and a Mule. Now, in 40 Acres and a Mule, we see an attempt to root black citizenship in property rights. And what do I mean by that? Right? With a small plot of land to farm, black families could have the ability to feed and support themselves. Right? They could withdraw from the labor market and not have to keep negotiating or depend on former slave owners. Or they'd be able to kind of leverage their multiple options because they had the possibility of withdrawing from the labor market and just demand more money for their labor. Black property owners would have the right to keep outsiders off their land. They'd have a right to exclude. And they'd have the right to use their land the way they saw fit, including having space for political organizing. They'd be able to finance or sell their land and invest the proceeds. And they'd have the right to pass their land on to the next generation. Right? Property was this basis to survive and thrive as new citizens. But in the summer of 1865, President Andrew Johnson insisted on giving the land back to the title owners. And the head of the Freedmen's Bureau, Oliver Otis Howard, the namesake of Howard University, was not a nimble enough administrator to resist the president, say by seeking allies in a much more sympathetic Congress. Right? And even land that black freeholders had been farming since early in the war, the South Carolina Sea Islands, there's an area in Mississippi called Davis Bend. Even these lands were returned to the former rebel plantation owners. On President Johnson's insistence, black citizenship would not be rooted in property rights, right? Instead, it would be rooted in contract rights, right? This feels invisible, right? Or at least buried. But by design, the freed people were established as a landless hireling class, right? They were endowed only in their ability to sell their labor. And they were left at the mercy of local labor markets and the boom and bust cycles of international commodity markets, and they were forced to work for former slaveholders. Of the few who were able to acquire property, many were singled out pretty easily, murdered, terrorized, forced to flee. And then, as political science professor Carrie Russell has studied, they formally lost their land through seemingly neutral processes like adverse possession and tax sales. This history is distant, but it's enormously consequential. Without knowing it, we live with the consequences every day. One of the key determinants of wealth for African Americans is whether an ancestor owned land 100 years ago. And if not, or if so, there's not much of a wealth gap. And if not, the gap is enormous. Without a basis in property, the structure of citizenship assures a widespread poverty that only a few can escape. When you don't have property in the first place, it's all the harder to acquire it. Politics and the economy in the South, and then the North too, developed around African Americans being landless, easily exploited workers. People profited from it and then had vested interests in keeping it that way. And maybe a more abstract lesson from this. Perhaps one of the hardest legal forces to discern is the connection between our stated rights under law and the capacity and willingness of government to make our rights meaningful. And when government is uninterested in enforcing or otherwise enabling our claims, or when government's actively working against our interests, which is certainly something we know well in North Nashville, when we think about the history of freeway building, it's hard to say that we're free or that we're equal, regardless of what the 13th or 14th Amendments guarantee. All right, I'll wrap up with one final perspective from legal history. There are all kinds of deep structural rules that promote inequality. And throughout history, African American legal thinkers, whether they're lawyers like Charles Hamilton Houston or Thurgood Marshall, or lay people like Ida B. Wells, they understood that connection between law and inequality. And at the same time, they understood something else, that in all kinds of ways, law could be a pathway to equality. The first free people of color in colonial North America were constantly going to the courthouse to record their deeds and to file lawsuits over their property and contract rights. Getting inside the property regime created incredible possibilities for social mobility and uplift across generations. The first black lawyers in mid-19th century America found that admission to the bar meant admission to what the pioneering lawyer John Mercer Langston called the aristocracy of eloquence. They understood that courtrooms could be places not just where race didn't matter or where black and white professionals could work together, but where the assumptions underlying race could be revealed again and again and again for the lie that they were. Similarly, Black litigants and witnesses found spaces and platforms where they could speak truth to power and reach national audiences. And you can see this in cases where Black abolitionists are testifying about why they violated the Fugitive Slave Act and liberated people from slave catchers. And you can see this in the Nashville sit-in trials, where people like Diane Nash could stand and speak directly to the nation. When Charles Hamilton Houston talked about social engineering, he initially wasn't referring to civil rights lawyering. Interestingly, the historian Kenneth Mack discovered that Houston was actually talking about business lawyers who'd be engaged in nation building. Lawyers who could guide Black individuals and families and businesses to make the most out of their property and contract rights. The law doesn't have to create injustice, right? We can devise and insist on new infrastructures that foster freedom and equality. And our struggle is to reveal how law and legal rules operate and demand something different. All right, thank you very much. On to the next speaker.
Thanks so much. Yeah. Man, it's so great to have that kind of talent in the room and that kind of historical perspective on laws. It certainly opened my eyes to a lot of things, so thank you very much. A couple of housekeeping things while we adjust the stage a little bit. Make sure that everyone takes a look in their pamphlets, their programs. There's an evaluation form there that would like you to fill out at some point towards the end of the day. And on that, there is, at the end of that, there is kind of a call to action to see if anyone here would like to be involved in any working groups on some of the issues. So take a look at that. Other housekeeping things, bathrooms are off to the left. Phones off, except for us who made the mistake in the back of letting our phones ring. So we set a good example there. And I think that's about all that we have on the housekeeping issues. I'd like to welcome our next speaker, who it's really impossible to describe how honored we feel that he's here and how talented he's been over the long term. Our next speaker came to my attention years ago when he wrote a book called The Price of Inequality. That's a fantastic read from an economic point of view and takes a look at economics and inequality through that lens. But our next speaker is Professor Joseph Stiglitz, Nobel Prize winner and professor from Columbia University. And we'd like to welcome him to the stage.
Being kind to me, allowing me to sit down. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me. And is the sound okay? Yeah. And I think you've had a fantastic introduction to the issue of the invisible rules that help shape the inequality in our society. I think I just want to echo a couple of the phrases that he used, because I think they really talk a lot about what is going on. He talked about the architecture. We don't think of the architecture of buildings, but we don't think of the architecture of our legal system and the way our whole society functions. And it's sort of what we sometimes call the soft infrastructure of our society. We all know about the hard infrastructure, the roads. I'll come back and talk about that. But there's a soft infrastructure, the legal system, and it really does shape our entire society and shapes the inequalities that we face. Economists focus on one aspect of that or see it through a particular lens, which is transaction costs. Some things are easy, some things are difficult. And you can make any action have the de facto effect of discrimination by making things difficult for certain groups of people. Obvious example, when I was in the Clinton administration, we wanted to have a motor voter registration. When you go to register to vote, to register to drive, you could at the same time register to vote. The idea was very simple. Let's lower the transaction costs. In many parts of the country, everybody wants to drive. That's part of growing up. And part of growing up should be register to vote. Not surprisingly, those who did not want to make it easy for people to vote opposed it. No good reason other than they wanted to discriminate. And so it was they would say, oh, it's neutral. It's not neutral. The same thing if when you vote, you have to show a voter registration, a car driver's license, because poor people are less likely to have a car, less likely to have a driver's license. It makes it greater hassle for them to vote. So there are a whole set of subtle things in our society that are transaction costs that are, and again, to echo a word, seemingly neutral, but they're not neutral. And they're not neutral by design. And there was another expression I think that he used that I thought was very powerful. He talked about public services that are incompetent by design. Now you say, well, who wants to be incompetent? What they really want to do is increase the transaction costs to make it more difficult for some groups to get services. And so by little changes in these transaction costs, sometimes fees that make it less accessible, you de facto accomplish discrimination. So these are the sort of hidden ways in our society, invisible, that inequalities get created and perpetuated. So what I want to do is both to talk about these from the perspective of economists, but I also want to set the whole issue in a broader framework. So before getting into that, I want to raise 6 points that most of you, I'm sure, know, but I think it's important to lay these out. The first is that America's inequality is high, very high. It's the highest among the advanced industrial countries. There are a few poor countries that strive to have as much inequality as the United States. They have to work at it. But we are the most unequal of any advanced countries. And that inequality is growing and is constantly getting attention from all over the world. I mean, we like attention for all our good things, but we're getting attention for some of our bad things, and one of the bad things are inequality. So just yesterday in the Financial Times, there's a little graph on the front page describing American inequality. And these are the kind of things that appear all over the world and give us a certain reputation. The numbers are quite striking. The poorest half of Americans, 150 million people, held roughly 4% of the national wealth in 1989. You know, that is an amazing statistic, that the bottom 150 million had just 4% of the wealth. In 1989, that was pretty terrible. But by 2019, the bottom 50% held just 2%. It was reduced, in fact, by half. So we are getting a lot of attention as a nation, but not one that we would like to have. Now our inequality is greater than it was in what was called the Gilded Age at the end of the 19th century. The second point is there has been a global growth in inequality, and particularly in the last 3 years in the presence of the pandemic. America has grown more unequal than others. Again, we surpassed others, but this is a global problem, and I think we have to understand that some of the same forces are at play in the other countries that are at play here, but we do it better. We do it more. And there are again, statistics coming out about how during the pandemic, inequality was created at an amazing pace. A new billionaire has been created every 26 hours since the pandemic began. And today, just another statistic, these are really phenomenal, these are global. The world's 10 richest men have doubled their fortunes, while over 160 million people are projected to have been pushed into poverty. Now, the third point is that inequality has many dimensions. As economists, we talk about income and wealth, but income and wealth are related to a whole set of other inequalities. We're here at a medical college. Inequalities of health are actually greater than the inequalities in income and in many ways wealth. There are inequalities in opportunity. In the previous talk, there were mention of the American dream. I wrote in my book, The Price of Inequality, that the American dream was really a myth. Some people do make it from the bottom to the top. And you see that, read about that in the newspapers. But what do newspapers write about? Do they write about things that happen every day? No, they write about things that are really, really unusual. So that's why it's in the newspapers. But because you read it, you think it's happening all the time. The way social scientists look at these questions, economists, is what is the probability? What are the life prospects? And the probability of a young American from a poor family making it to the top, or even from the middle making it to the top, or the poor making it to the middle, those prospects are poorer in the United States than in almost any other advanced country. To put it another way, the life prospects of a young American are more dependent on the income and education of his parents than in almost any other advanced country. So we continue to talk about, and I hope we continue to aspire to be the American dream, but if you look at the data, it's not part of our reality. And of course, it's important to understand why that's the case. The inequalities in health are perhaps the ones that are the most invidious, the ones that should make us most upset, because they entail, you might say, the very right to life. You know, what's a more fundamental right than the right to live? But we have, again, among the advanced countries, the most inequality in that basic right. So the way you could measure that, talk about, is inequalities in life expectancies. And we've seen that aspect of inequality very dramatically during the pandemic. It is the poor that have been most adversely affected. One way I put it sometimes is that COVID-19 was not an equal opportunity virus. It went after people who were sicker, had poorer health conditions. And in America, we had more people as a percentage in that poor health condition than in other countries. And it's one of the reasons why more than 1 million Americans have died, a higher incidence than in almost any other country. And you contrast that with other democracies like New Zealand, where the death rate, disease rate, was very low. So COVID-19 exposed these inequalities in health, but it also, of course, exacerbated them. So today, those inequalities are even greater. The data that has recently come out on life expectancy disparities in the United States are just very dramatic. The average life expectancy in the United States has been going down. It's not, and that was true before 2019. One of my good friends, two of my good friends wrote a book called Deaths of Despair, and detailing how life expectancy in particularly those parts of the United States that have been exposed to deindustrialization have gone down. It's not because the weather is bad and we're dying from something or the weather. It's not because we're not intrinsically healthy. We have the best medical schools in the country. And this is one of them. We have the knowledge. We have better knowledge. We do the research of the frontier. We were among those who discovered, invented the mRNA vaccines. Why is it? It's, you might say, the hidden or not hidden inequality in access to health care. And so the average is much lower, of life expectancy is much lower in the United States than in a country like Japan, but the dispersion is also much higher in the United States. And you can see it across income levels, but you can see it also across ethnic groups. The worst is Native Americans. That was referred to a little bit in the previous talk. The life expectancy of Native Americans today is lower than the average life expectancy in any country in the Western Hemisphere other than Haiti. We don't think of ourselves as competing with Haiti. But for Native Americans, we are. And we should be embarrassed by that. Oxfam wrote a very, I encourage you to look at it, a very, very powerful report that just came out called Inequality Kills. And they describe the various ways in which inequality is associated with low life expectancy, the various ways that inequality kills. And let me just mention some statistics from that report because I think it highlights the problem. They say that inequality contributes to the death of at least one person every 4 seconds. They go on and describe lots of the other aspects of inequality. The one is inequality of income is a stronger indicator of whether you will die from COVID-19 than age. So we talk about older people like me having a higher probability of dying. What they really should be saying is poverty, inequality is a thing you ought to be dealing with. You can't stop people getting older. That just happens. We wish it didn't, but that goes on. But we can do something about inequality, and I'll try to come back to that later on. The fourth point really echoes the previous talk, which is inequality is affected by all of the myriad of decisions that we as a society make. The rules that govern our economy, our expenditures, our taxes, our legal frameworks, and not only do they create inequality, they help perpetuate inequality. So the way I put it as an economist is that markets don't exist in a vacuum. Sometimes people think markets just come down from God and there we have it. But we had a brilliant discussion just a few minutes ago about a basic part of economics is property. We all talk about property, but we often talk about it as if the laws governing property were immutable, but they're not. There are many different ways we can have legal systems, and we just heard how the legal system for property affected inequality, racial inequality, and I'll refer to, if I have time, some other aspects of details about how our legal system sets the rules of the game of the economy, and those rules of the game of the economy determine inequality. So bankruptcy law, intellectual property law, corporate governance law, you think of these as abstract, boring topics that you only have to do if you go become a lawyer, and most of us have chosen not to do that. But actually, they're very exciting if you see them as the ways we structure our society, the social infrastructure, and that drive inequality. And, we can look at other countries and see the extremes of how they shape society and inequality. But much of what we do, American-style inequality, racism, is done very subtly. And that's why we have to root it out, because it is largely invisible. So to give you one example of what was done in another country that was related to property, in South Africa, where we all know how they had apartheid and terrible discrimination, they just passed a law that, this was way back, they passed a law in the era of apartheid that the blacks could not engage in agriculture. Well, that took away a source of income. What was the purpose of that? It was to force them into mining. They wanted cheap labor for mining. So if you restrict what they could do in one area, you increase what they do in another. They didn't call it slavery, you just took away all their opportunities other than to work for low wages in the mines. So that's that was a pretty visible way of creating inequality, although they would say, well, you just passed a law. But in our society, we have much more invisible ways that have much the same effect. So a lot of what I'm going to be talking about is trying to give examples of the visible and invisible ways in which we, not thinking about it, in seemingly neutral ways, help create inequality, including racial inequality. The fifth point I want to make is very much related. Inequality is a choice. We can have, societies differ markedly. I said U.S. has more inequality than other countries. Other countries have made other choices. Norway had good fortune of having a lot of natural resource revenue. So did the United States. What did Norway do? They invested a lot of that natural resource revenue to create gender equality. The Prime Minister of Norway said, we today get more money out of our investments in women than we get out of oil. It was an economic decision, but it would transform their society. So they made different kinds of decisions, subtle, multiplicity of decisions that wound up in creating a much more equal society than we have. We had a lot of natural resources. We decided to spend them in other ways and to create more inequality, partly to do with the property laws that were referred to. And the final point I want to make is the one that was just mentioned before. I wrote a book called Price of Inequality, and I wrote it, one of the main themes of this is that we pay a very high price for inequality, that it is a price we pay in terms of economics. It used to be economists said you could have less inequality, but you'll have less growth. And the point of my book, which is now viewed as, at the time was radical, but now even the IMF, which is not a left-wing institution, has said they agree with me, that the evidence is overwhelming that societies with less inequality perform better economically. But we pay a price for inequality also in terms of a divided society. It affects how individuals behave, both at the bottom, where they feel like the system is rigged, they don't have the opportunity, but also at the top, because people feel an entitlement. So it really affects behavior of everybody in our society. But it also affects our politics, and I don't have to tell you how divided societies and a sense of lack of opportunity can give rise to provide a fertile field for demagogues. And you see that not only in the United States, but you see that in other countries. So those are some of the preliminary remarks about the setting of inequality in the United States. I jokingly say, America does things bigger and better than other countries, and one of the things that we do bigger and better than other countries is inequality. And we've become, people who want to understand inequality come to the United States because we are, I would put it, pathological. And we're here at a medical school, and in medical schools, you'll learn a lot about how the human body works from pathology. You'll learn a lot about the way things ought to go by looking at what happens when they don't go the right way. You learn a lot about normal by looking at disease. And unfortunately, we've become a place where people come to study a pathology called exorbitant inequality. So now I'm going to spend a little time talking about some of the invisible and some of the visible ways in which we've created inequality. I'll begin by talking about some very visible ways, but remarkably persistent ways that we have created inequality that have not gotten the attention perhaps they should. One of the striking things that got worse in 2017 was that we have lower taxes on capital gains, on wealth, than we do on income derived from working. So a coupon clipper who does nothing but inherit money and clips coupon of a bond pays a lower tax than somebody like a plumber who works hard for a living. Is there any justification of that? No. Well, why do we do it then? Well, we all know why. We have a political system where the voice of wealth is heard more strongly than the voice of ordinary people. But if those with wealth are taxed at a lower rate than those without wealth, what happens? It should be obvious. Wealth accumulates. The wealthier have more income, and so they can get more income. They save more. And it just gets bigger and bigger. So we have a system in our tax system that is designed to create more wealth inequality. And doesn't have any counterbalancing benefit in terms of higher economic growth. And the latter is, of course, part of the ideology that it will lead to more economic growth. I don't know how many of you followed what happened in the UK in the last few weeks, where the new government, which is an extreme ideology in the midst of the current crises that we're all facing, decided to lower the top tax rate on the wealthiest individuals. And that was a case where even the market said, "You are crazy." And the pound plummeted, and within a couple of weeks, she had to fire her finance minister and reverse course. But that is, when we did it in 2017, we got away with it. And as a prelude to one of the reasons why we've had increasing inequality. But while that's visible, there are many invisible ways in which our tax system creates more inequality. A little thing like how many auditors we have. If you don't audit complex tax returns, you get cheating. And we just had a fight in the US Congress, something unbelievable in my mind. I don't want to sound partisan, but the Republicans said we should not spend money on enforcing the laws we pass. You know, you pass a law and then you say, "Oh, we won't enforce it." And that, what is that? That's a recipe to tell people, don't worry, you don't have to pay your taxes if you have complex taxes. If you have a simple tax, if you work for a living, you get a W-2, the government can monitor you almost at no cost, and you'll get if you don't pay your taxes, you'll get a bill. But if you have a complex tax, you need an auditor, and the view was, let's not hire any auditors. And if they know you're not going to be audited, you know, you can cheat on the margin. And that is an invisible way. A fight about how many auditors is a fight about an invisible way of creating inequality. A recent book by Emmanuel Zayas and Gabriel Zuckerman has documented that those at the top pay a lower rate than those down below. And the interesting thing in America is that even many of the responsible people at the top think it's wrong. They're not going to voluntarily pay, but Warren Buffett, one of America's richest people, says it is wrong that he is paying a lower tax rate than his secretary. And what was interesting is when he did that calculation, he was calculating what his taxes were on his realized income. And that means what his realized income is his pay plus dividends plus realized capital gains, what he sold his shares. But most of his shares he doesn't sell. And if he looked at his total income, including his unrealized capital gains, his tax rate is minuscule. So he didn't talk about that, but the real tax rate he's paying is really very low. So that's a less visible thing that it took a lot of research by these two economists at Berkeley to find out how little the very top pay. And it is less than those down below. But an even less discussed aspect of how we create inequality is a topic that doesn't usually come up in these kinds of discussions. It's monetary policy. Again, you know, except for economists, a pretty boring topic. The interest rates, you know, you can read it in the Financial Times. Are the interest rates going to go up and down, and what is that going to do to stock prices? But we know the relationship. So back in 2008, we had a financial crisis caused by the banks. And we then bailed out the banks. And there was beautiful rhetoric about how we needed to do it to preserve the economy. But there were different ways you could have done it. You could have done it by making the shareholders and the bondholders of the banks who had caused the crisis accountable for what they had done. And that was what Norway did. They had had a banking crisis a few years earlier, and the shareholders and the bondholders paid the price. The government effectively nationalized the banks and then sold them back. But, you know, they very quickly recovered, more quickly than the U.S. did. But when some of us said that that's what you should do, you should follow that model, that make those who have caused the crisis accountable, President Obama said something that was correct, but I wish it weren't. He said, that's not the American way. And he meant it in a different way. He said, oh, we're not like those Scandinavian countries. But he was right. It was not the American way. We always do bail out the billionaires and the rich. And he should have been embarrassed about that. So that's one example. But because we didn't have enough fiscal policy, we could have saved the homeowners. There were ways we could have done it. We could have had a different kind of bankruptcy law. I tried to advocate for a different kind of bankruptcy law that would have enabled the homeowners to keep their homes. And there was legislation in Congress to do that, but the president did not support that. Why? Because the banks didn't like it, for obvious reasons. So we could have done that. We could have done more fiscal policy. We didn't do that. So we put the burden on monetary policy. That is to say, lower interest rates in the hope that that would stimulate the economy. It didn't work very effectively, and that's why we had a downturn that, in some ways, we didn't really recover for 5-6 years. But there was something else about those low interest rates that are part of the invisible part of inequality. Low interest rates meant that equity values of stocks went way up because they were more attractive. Who owns equity? The rich. Overwhelmingly, the top 1% owns the vast, vast majority of the stocks. So when monetary policy went down, lowered interest rates, it created and enhanced enormously wealth inequality in the United States. When you talk to, and I ask, you know, people like Ben Bernanke, who was head of the central bank, don't you feel uneasy, or also ask Janet Yellen, don't you feel uneasy about creating so much inequality? They get very angry. They say, oh no, that's not our job. Or, you know, they don't want to talk about it. But it is an invisible way in which we create inequality by something that was an instrument that could have been done different ways, but was done in a particular way. Oh, I see, 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. I didn't realize that. I don't have a clock, so thank you. So I'll go a little bit faster. Perhaps the most obvious open and hidden way that we affect inequality is through inequalities in governance. You know, the old style economics talked about economics is about how things get produced, what gets produced, and who gets it. But the most important question is who decides those questions. That's called governance. And so the most important part of economics is politics. How do we make those decisions? And who's at the table? And the question, so here economics borders into politics. Now I mentioned before, rules matter, and how are rules set? They're set politically. All those laws, property laws, they're set in a political process. And so if voice is not heard, you're not going to get rules that work. So who's on the Federal Reserve Board making the decisions? Overwhelmingly people from financial markets. How do they see the world? They see the world differently from somebody who's concerned about their job. We're seeing that right now as they raise their interest rates to levels that will create a recession, an unnecessary recession. But governance matters, and the people on the Federal Reserve Board reflect the interest and mindset of Wall Street. And this is a really important point that economists have only slowly grasped, that our views of the world differ greatly and are affected by those around us and by what happens. It's called behavioral economics. It's not, everybody has not come into the world with fixed mindsets and unaltered by what goes on. And so who's at the table matters a lot. I was in Washington on Thursday at the big IMF World Bank meetings, and one topic is the international rules for taxation. And originally, these were being discussed in the OECD, which is a club of the advanced countries, and then they moved to the IMF, and they call it the inclusive framework for discussion of tax reform. Everybody was brought into the room, but only a few people were given a microphone. So you look at what they decided in this so-called inclusive framework, it was what the corporations wanted. And why was that? Because the corporations have a lot of influence on the big countries. And the big countries were the only countries that had microphones. And so what came out of that is you had an inclusive framework that was not inclusive. And so I think we have to think a lot about who gets, how we determine voice. And that's what voting is about in many ways. And some of the things we talked about on the hidden, invisible ways in which we try to distort who gets a seat at the table that I mentioned before. Well, I can go through a lot. I want to go just mention very, very quickly a couple things that some of which are obvious, but one that may not be so obvious. The rule, how we structure our education system, our healthcare systems are very important. Who has access to education, good education, and who has access to health, good health, makes a big difference for inequalities in health and education, and therefore in income and wealth, opportunity. And our system creates unnecessarily lots of inequalities in these dimensions. And different societies have made different choices and wound up with different levels of inequality. So let me just give you a couple examples of the more or less invisible rules. We are one of the countries where education at the elementary and secondary level of public education is financed locally. But that means that the quality of schools depends on the wealth of the local community, the income of the local community. So if you're born in a poor community, you get a poor education, and that perpetuates inequality. That's just one example. You know, there are lots of efforts to create more equal finance. France has a national system where everybody, per capita expenditure, you know, across the country is equal. You still don't get equality. There's still differences in the quality of teachers. It's hard to get full equality, but we have a system that has this invisible framework that creates more inequality than is necessary. One of the reasons this is important is America tries to pride itself in a meritocracy, that the people at the top are the ones who are the most able. But the ability to get to those positions depends on what kind of elementary and secondary school. So our most selective schools, the fraction of the students from the bottom is very low. And they say, we're making a big effort, we're open. We have needs-blind admissions. Yeah, needs-blind admissions is fine, but you have to have students who have the ability who do well on this test. And to do that, they have to have a good elementary education. So we have a meritocracy that is perpetuating inequality. The health inequalities should be obvious, that we have a system. We as a country have not recognized the basic right of access to health care as a basic human right. It was part of the Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 that we signed on to, but we've never honored. And all the other advanced countries have recognized this as a basic right. And so that is one of the reasons that we have more health inequality. We don't have a system that provides equality of access to health care. I want to talk just for a minute about one of the more obscure aspects of the invisible framework, and that's intellectual property. People don't think of intellectual property unless you're in this field. You may not even think about it. But intellectual property rules, if you want to think about what has created been the most invidious aspect of our invisible framework, creating global inequality in the last 3 years, it's our intellectual property framework. Why? Well, we, the government in the United States, financed the development of the mRNA vaccine platform. That great scientific achievement, and we should celebrate it, that we very quickly identified the pathogen that gave rise to COVID-19, and we developed an mRNA vaccine that was enormously successful. But then what happened? We said we privatized that knowledge. And we, through intellectual property, said, in effect, that Pfizer and Moderna could create a monopoly over that vaccine and stop anybody else who independently discovered how to do that based on publicly available research to stop them from producing it. And we couldn't produce enough. So what happened? Everybody in the United States, Canada, Europe, who wanted a vaccine could get access to multiple shots. But we created vaccine apartheid. If you lived in Africa, if you lived in a poor country, you didn't get access to it. And the interesting thing is, this is a different area than inequality. It created an enormous inequality in access to these vaccines. It also created an enormous amount of resentment to the United States and the West. China and Russia were not only providing vaccines, they were also teaching countries how to produce them. Because in the end, we're going to have another pandemic, and it's very important that Africa be able to produce its own vaccines. We stopped them from doing it. They helped them. Now, we're fighting a war against Russia and Russian aggression, and I think it's one of the wars that we have to fight. But one of the surprising things is the lack of support in developing countries, emerging markets in Africa, Latin America. And one of the reasons is they've just seen how selfish we were during a time of enormous stress, where we got 8, 9 times the number of doses that we needed, and they got nothing. We let them die in order to maximize the profits of Pfizer and Moderna, something that was, I think, morally reprehensible. So my time is up, and what I would have said in the last 5 minutes, I'll just give the bullet points, is I hope I've convinced you, A, that there's a big cost to what we're doing and this inequality. We have this enormous inequality, that this is a matter of choice. Much of what is going on is invisible, it's pervasive, it's little things. It is, we have to constantly, everything we do, we have to think through that lens of what effect it has on inequality, because everything almost has that effect, and it really makes us rethink basically every aspect of our economic and legal framework, bankruptcy law, intellectual property law, and so forth. There's a broader agenda that I've tried to lay out in my more recent book called People, Power, and Profits, Progressive Capitalism, that there are alternative frameworks that are, I think, significant reforms over the existing system, but which would create more equality. We're never going to eliminate inequality, but we could have a society in which most citizens are better off, and we have more social cohesion, less inequality. And so, I want to end on an optimistic note. All of this is not inevitable, and there are a whole host of things that we could do that would create a society with greater equality.
Man, oh man, there's a lot to think about and a lot to unpack there, and I'm just so honored to get the insight of Dr. Stiglitz. I'm going to introduce Dr. Ghosh, an economist from Tennessee State, and he's going to come up and conduct a Q&A with Dr. Stiglitz. And there are cards on all of your tables there, so if you have any questions, write them down on those cards. And some of our guys from Street Solid are here, and they're going to pick up those cards and bring them up to us as we talk. But man, so many things to think about. I love Dr. Stiglitz talking about the American way and how there can be a different way. And I had the privilege of living in Sweden for a few years and did see a different way. So that really struck home to me as well. And for a socialized country, that we think about as evil, man, they are leading in every field. You name the field, medicine, engineering, economics, they have leaders in every field. And I think it's largely due to this small population, 8 million people at the time I was there, but due to the structures that they set up. So without further ado, let me bring up Dr. Ghosh and thank him very much for being there and conducting this Q&A for us. And I'm going to...
Good morning, and thank you very much, Dr. Meharry. What a wonderful presentation by one of the most celebrated economists that I looked up to when I was in graduate school 40 years ago, Dr. Joseph Stiglitz. Give a big hand to Dr. Stiglitz, please. I'm not too far from here, Tennessee State University. I'm there for the last 22 years. Prior to that, I was a professor at New Mexico State, and we moved here to Nashville, beautiful city, growing about 22 years. And my wife and I both are professors at Tennessee State University. Invisible. I teach income inequality to my undergraduate class and also bring that up in my MBA courses sometimes, looking after your book and other things. And here is a challenge that I face every day before we take some questions. Dr. Stiglitz mentioned that the inequality is pervasive invisibly in healthcare, in education. Let me say a few points about education that I see the vagaries of inequality. Our students at Tennessee State University, HBCU, as you know very well, come from lower socioeconomic status, typically. And there is wealth gap, as we all understand. But the education gap is so important. In economics, we teach differently, graphically and mathematically. Without math, it's very difficult to sort of drive home certain points. And unfortunately, one day I was talking to some colleagues that some of these kids even don't know how to write an equation, algebraic equation, let alone calculus. So we discussed at great length that what do you do? Even some graphs, if it is little cluttered graphs, multiple graphs in one picture, one graph, very hard for them to interpret. So we go and look at the curriculum of schools and how they are doing it. So there is a big gap in some schools in terms of teaching. Some of the students, there is so overwhelming tendency to just get them pass. So one of my students, who was an African American, he said, Dr. Ghosh, why are you lacking in this area, in math? And it's always an overemphasis from the administrators on professors like me to get them to mediocrity, not meritocracy. Mediocrity, get them through, pass. So what is happening, we are creating perpetually a gap in education, hence their ability to come to the top. So unfortunate. At TSU, we get companies coming in here like Deloitte, Amazon is not, everybody who lives here in Nashville, you see Amazon is coming big way, Oracle is coming. And we are putting our students there, placing our students, right? But at what level? What level? Facebook has hired last year the highest paid techie from India, from IIT. You know the compensation package was $300,000 because they're equipped to do those codes much efficiently, better than anybody could learn, even at Stanford. Okay, I'm originally from India, came here 42 years ago. My family is raised, my children are born, and all that. But it bothers me a lot that why are you losing and creating a gap in education? Basic education, fundamental. South Korea, China, Japan, most of the European countries are way far, as you know, in science and math. Okay? Rules are there. Public schools cannot discriminate, right? Of course, there is a little bit of discrimination still because of the jurisdiction where you live and you have to go to those schools, etc., right? Hume Fogg can only accommodate so many people. Hume Fogg is a magnet school, Dr. Stiglitz here, okay? But the kids that go to Parcone, which is next to TSU, do not get the same education. And so there's a perpetual gap we're creating. And these are invisible laws. I can go on forever because this is my most favorite topic and I teach them. So how do we eliminate that? Well, like you said, through a process. We have a legislative process. I tell every day my students, look, guys, it's up to you. Every day I tell students, it is up to you folks. Come November, in less than 4 weeks, we have election coming in. I might be sounding political, but that's so be it. Okay? Come few more weeks, there's an election coming. Everybody should exercise their adult franchise and select the proper people so that we can change our policies. Who makes the decision? Corporate culture has taken over. And only thing, I teach MBA courses. I'm part of the problem. And that's why I don't like economics, these traditional economics anymore. I tell that without any hindrance. Corporate culture, we teach maximize profit, maximize profit, maximize profit, maximize profit. Whose profit is this? Who are the shareholders? If you come from Memphis, from a poor community, you are not a shareholder of Facebook. So when Facebook maximizes its profits, showing the 10K in quarterly earning, their pocketbooks are not. So wealth gap is created. That's all for my introduction. I'll take some questions, and if you please recognize yourself, stand up or raise your hand. I'll read the question for Dr. Stiglitz. What is the economic cost in dollar to inequality? Okay.
Oh.
Unfortunately, there are so many questions, and we don't have that much time. We'll take like 5 or 6 questions. So that's the first question.
Okay, well, when he's talking about why does the inequality have such an economic cost, there are several reasons, and given the limited time, I can't go into it. One of the most obvious is that one of the aspects of inequality that I talked about was inequality of economic opportunity and inequality of health. And what does that mean? That means large fractions of the population are not able to live up to their potential. What does that mean? You're wasting your most valuable resource, your human resource. Mm-hmm. So that by itself should be an explanation of why economies that have more inequality don't perform well. Just if you have discrimination, ethnic discrimination or racial discrimination or gender discrimination, you're depriving a majority of your population of the ability to live up to their potential. How could a country that is denying a majority of their citizens living up to potential ever perform as well as one that lets everybody live up to their potential?
There's a hand raised over there, so if you could come to the microphone, please.
I just wanted to follow up on that briefly, the rest of my question, which is, has that been quantified in real dollars, and would that be something that we could share with the politicians to actually get into their skulls, like this is what the cost is?
There have been studies that have looked at the overall macro performance, but those they haven't done it from the bottom up in the way I just described. What would have happened? There are some that are focused on gender inequality, and I think there are some that on racial inequality. I can't now tell you what they are, but there probably are some. The ones that the OECD and the IMF look at is at the macro level. Mm-hmm. And the fact is that the evidence is sufficiently strong that the IMF puts it at the core of a lot of their macro advice. In other words, they tell countries, one of the things you have to work on is reducing your inequality, because if you don't do that, you won't perform as well. One of the reasons, another reason besides the one I give, is the link that I mentioned very briefly between politics and economics. High levels of inequality are correlated with political instability, and that makes a bad economic environment for investors. And so when you talk about growth, you talk about sustainable growth, and by sustainable you mean not only environmentally sustainable, but politically and socially sustainable.
Next question is not on inequality, but related to a macroeconomic question, Dr. Stiglitz. Increasing interest rate will push us into a recession. What will uncontrolled inflation do to economy?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think we have uncontrolled inflation. So my shtick is the following, that the inflation we have today is not caused by excesses of demand and excesses of spending in the recovery, the ARA Act, but it's caused by supply-side disturbances. The market was not as resilient as we had hoped. The pandemic and now the war have exposed a lot of deficiencies in the way the market works, just like the 2008 crisis exposed many deficiencies. The markets were short-sighted and did not invest in resiliency. What do we mean by resilience? The ability to respond to a shock. We've had increases in market concentration that have made us less resilient. For instance, the shortage of baby formula is something that you would have expected in the Soviet Union, but not in a well-functioning market economy. And what caused that? One company produced 50% of the baby formula. That's not a characteristic of a dynamic, competitive economy where you have many producers. So the underlying sources of inflation are things like the increase in car prices because of a shortage of chips. They forgot to order chips. Little mistake, but that had big consequences. The inability to reallocate chips, which is another failure of the market. High oil prices, food prices, partly related to climate change, and energy prices to the war. Some of those are being resolved, like the chip shortage leading to car prices. I've been told, I spent a weekend with the head of VW, fair degree of confidence that that will be resolved and the price of cars will come down and the price of used cars. It's not like we forgot how to produce cars. It's not like we don't have factories. That will come down. We have a temporary shortage of oil. Energy prices are very high. In the medium term and maybe in the short term, the price of energy is going to be set by renewables because we can produce as much renewables as we want. And what is that price? Much, much lower than we have today. So those prices are going to be coming down, not going up. They're not going to soar. We're not going to have. So my view is that this is a inflation caused by supply shortages, market power, everything on the supply side, and not by demand. And raising interest rates is a broad instrument that will reduce demand, which will have, raising interest rates does not create more food, does not create more oil, more gas, lower electricity, create more cars. It doesn't do anything for the underlying problems, and it makes them worse. Because where there is a shortage, you want more investment, and this makes that investment more costly. So it's perverse. It's making the problems worse. Right. And it will eventually, look at, if they cause a recession, a deep recession, it will dampen price, but the cure is worse than the disease. And there are better ways of addressing it. For instance, if we have a labor supply shortage, why don't we have childcare like every other advanced country does? And that allows more women to enter the labor force. Or open up the window on immigration. Give citizenship to the dreamers. I mean, there's so many things we could do to increase the labor supply, if that's the problem. But, so fiscal policy directed at the source of the shortages is going to be far more effective than in raising interest rates, which affect the demand, which is not the source of the problem.
Less than 5 minutes we have. So I'll take
sorry, I
only,
talked too
I
long.
took, that's fine. Two questions. Back to inequality. Could changes in inheritance laws help correct our inequality?
Yes, I mean,
Inheritance
I think, you know, 1 year under Bush, we actually eliminated the inheritance laws. It was really peculiar. And I worry slightly as an incentive device. It's a little perverse because if people murdered their parents in that particular year, they would get a greater inheritance. It didn't happen. I haven't seen any statistics, and that just shows that people are not as incentive-based as economists believe. But anyway, inheritance taxes are a major way in which you have intergenerational perpetuation of inequality, unambiguously. And, you know, about half of the wealth at the top is inherited.
And this is the last question. Can you talk about the relationship between right-wing populism and inequality? Right-wing populism and inequality.
I think, you know, it's not the only source of the rise of populism. That one of the countries that was most successful in the transition from communism to a market economy is Poland, and Poland has a lot of populism. So, you know, the lesson of that is it's not the only factor, but I think it's unambiguous that, the way I put it in my talk, was that inequality creates a fertile field for populism. It creates a sense of the system is rigged, the system, you know, and that's the word that he used. And when you say rigged, it is another way of saying we created an infrastructure that perpetuates inequality and doesn't give opportunity. The irony is that populists like Trump wind up passing laws making inequality even greater. I mentioned the 2017 tax law, the most important law that he passed, actually lowered the taxes on the very rich and increased the taxes on the middle and the bottom. And that's making inequality greater. So the irony is that while inequality often leads to this kind of populism, the populism is often allied with groups that are not in the interest of those who are supporting them, and they wind up passing laws that exacerbate that inequality. The same thing in the UK. The Conservatives have gotten a lot of support from groups in the north of England that are deindustrialized, they're alienated. And what was the first thing that she did when she got elected? She lowered the tax rates on the very rich. So you scratch your head and you say, how is that? And they have consistently over the last 10 years lowered the support for the National Health Service. The National Health Service is one of the things that has reduced inequality in access to health care in Britain. But if you lower support for the National Health Service, it forces everybody into the private sector where you have more health inequality. So the irony is that while inequality supports populism, the form of populism that we're seeing in the UK, the US, and many other countries exacerbates inequality.
Well, sorry, I couldn't address all the questions, but I told Dr.
Yeah.
that we'll take 5 or 6 questions, so that's right.
Yeah, we could keep them up here on stage all day. I mean, really fascinating, insightful stuff. So can't thank him enough for that. Let's take a 10-minute coffee break, and we'll convene at 10:10. part of this conference, which is seeing the invisible laws and policies that create illness, inequality, disenfranchisement, and discontent. We're finished, we're finished the first part of the conference, which is seeing the invisible. The next part of the conference deals with the effects of the invisible. What are the effects of these invisible policies? And as important, as exciting as it is to hear the statistics and the numbers and what we can do, it's more emotionally impacting to hear voices that are really affected by these invisible laws and policies. And for that, the next panel will be members from Homeboy Industries, Miguel Lugo and Lily, and we have members of the CRED group from Chicago, Dr. Donald Tyler and Leo Smith, and we have two members of Street Solid with us, Ron Johnson and Benjamin Beitol, and this panel will be moderated by Tay McGee. So if I could bring you guys all up to the stage right now, I will hand off the microphone and step aside.
How everybody doing? Give a little seconds for my guests to come up here. So we're gonna put our guests, give them a little time to get up here. While they doing that, my name is Tay McGee again. I'm one of the founders for Street Solid. I know our guests today have been talking about a lot of the data, percentages, trying to create an illustration of how some of these invisible systems can be detriments, can be a detriment. I know these systems are called invisible, but they are very powerful, very much damaging, and they have visible things they can generate. They create visible poverty, visible stress, visible mental illness, and so on. So some of my guests, they have been impacted by some of these invisible systems directly or indirectly. And since we've been able to share a lot of the data, now we're going to hear some of the actual testimonies and experiences of our guests and how these invisible systems impact them and impede on their lifestyles. I'm going to let my guests say their names and their occupations. You want to start with Ron Johnson? I think I need to share this mic with you, brother, bro.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ron Johnson, and I am one of the co-founders of Street Solid, working alongside Mr. Tay McGee and Vincent Meharry, and I'm also the community safety coordinator in the mayor's office here in Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm very excited about this conversation that we're having today, knowing without any doubt that we are all affected in some way, somehow, with the laws that we see and know, and those that are invisible, and looking forward to having that conversation.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Donald Tyler. I'm a clinical psychologist. I'm Director of Clinical Services for Chicago CRED. Glad to be here with you all this morning.
Morning, everyone. I'm Leo Smith. I'm the Director of Policy at Chicago CRED. CRED is a holistic effort to empower young adults to recover from the chronic exposure to gun violence in Chicago. Just want to really briefly say it's flattering to be on the stage with Homeboys and with Ron. When Arnie Duncan first set up CRED, Ron was talking to Arnie long before Dr. T and I were engaged. And when CRED looked at revamping its employment and training program, our whole team went out to Homeboys and learned an enormous amount from their team about it.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Benjamin Bechtel. I'm from Southwest Detroit. I've been down here in Nashville for about 2 years now. I'm a tattoo artist and a night shift lead at Vijon. We make a lot of the products you see at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, and I appreciate the time and the invite to come up here and talk to you guys about certain situations that I went through as a felon and maybe what we can do to help other felons and people moving forward. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lily Gonzalez, and I'm an alumni of Homeboy Industries. I went through the program myself, and I am currently in graduate school pursuing my master's degree at California State University Northridge, where I also run a program called Project Rebound, which supports people that are currently or previously incarcerated and want to connect to higher education. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miguel Lugo. I'm representing Homeboy Industries. I'm community relations at Homeboy Industries. That goes without saying. I was the head of security at Homeboy Industries, and I wanted to change the title of security because we don't watch people, we see people for the need of the people in the community. So we changed it to community relations. I'm formerly incarcerated. I'm an ex-lifer. At one time I had life in prison. I got the privilege to be able to come out and be in a panel like this because my experience has been what drives me to be able to do this work today. So thank you guys for having me here.
Miguel, I love how excited you get when you tell your story. I love it, man. So we're gonna jump straight into it. It was sometime when we doing work like this, we write out the questions, exactly what we want to say. But hearing some of our guest speakers, they have spoke about things that have really revealed these visuals of information and how they really bring impact to our community. And to have such wonderful guests as we have up here, I just want to ask, and whoever want to answer it, based off of some of the things, the information we have heard so far, what do you want the audience to know? How has some of these things impacted you directly? Anybody who want to answer it? We're gonna just pass the mic.
Pass the mic. Just listening to the information that was just shared, I want to say, for myself, I remember in the 80s being a football player and having that experience, but also growing up in what we were calling at that time Reaganomics. I don't know if you guys remember that, but there was a law that ended up being put on the books that was basically, from what I understand, deemed for the mafia bosses and what have you, and that conspiracy where it became, something that they used to go after mob bosses because they'd been having so many victories in the court when they would arrest some of those guys. But fortunately and unfortunately, I was one that was caught up in the 90s with that law and facing a conspiracy charge. And that is, I sat in front of a judge facing 40 years to life for conspiracy. And hearing what I've heard today truly has brought me to a place even deeper and understanding that, it still affects us, but the way it takes us down these roads is something else. And now I just realized that President Biden is going to allow some of those guys who I know who are still in prison right now for life for conspiracy to possess marijuana. And so I'm really excited about what's happening right there. I'll pass the mic.
So this morning was really inspiring to me and provided an opportunity to kind of reflect on how racism isn't just historic, but it's very much in the present day. Just yesterday, a young woman who's gone through our program and has been one of our superstars. She had previously been involved in a serious domestic violence situation and basically elected for the safety of her child to concede that the child would go into the child welfare system for what was represented to her as a very short period of time. And the agency that she was working with pretty much understood that she didn't need to do this. She went through the program to demonstrate that she didn't need this. She got into a much safer place in her own personal physical health and her just personal safety with what she was going through. And now she's faced with fighting to get her child back when the place that where the child's been placed, they agree, the organization agrees that she should return, but she's in a situation that is very much, the direct quote from the agency that we're working with on this said, "This is the most egregious form of institutional racism I've seen in all of our time working with our child welfare agency." And so I think it's really, really important to realize that the racism that is historic and has all kinds of antecedents that leads to intentional and unintentional outcomes, that the racism persists, but that you can call it out and you can work the system and you can have a positive outcome. As of this morning, she's going to be with grandma. It's not all the way to where her daughter should end up back with her, but it's an absolute start. So I really see the fact that we can call things out and be straightforward about what's going on more than ever before, but we also more than ever before have to be willing to do that.
You know, the only real question for me is, what are we going to do about this? Right? We're talking about inequality over centuries that's persistent and gotten worse. Now, I for one, I don't have a lot of faith that those who put this system in place and perpetuate it are going to change it. I don't have any faith in that. None. Now, I think we absolutely, people need to vote, people need to organize, people need to bring lawsuits, the gamut that's necessary to change the issue. I'm going to give my energy to empowering those who are impacted by these inequalities the most, empower them to do for themselves, for their families, and for their communities so that we're invulnerable to whatever they bring against us. That's where I devote my energy.
That's the power I was needing to see. Thank you so much for that, man. Vince asked me earlier, he said, "How you liking the conference so far?" I said, "I love it. So much information. The only problem is it's not a big audience here. There should be so many more people when these times that matter to show up and show how they really are part of making this change happen." I've been to so many different seminars, conferences, symposium, and it's always a topic, right? It's always what's going on, what's the facts, but what do we do, right? What's the first steps? What's the next steps? So it's pointless to go somewhere and ask what's going on, these are the problems, and then leaving with that information, but not knowing how do I get involved and really start making the process of change. So my question to my panel is, what is some of the first steps we can take to changing some of this narrative?
So I can tell you guys the stats that we've been taking in LA right now. In LA, we've been dealing with policy, like as a nonprofit, we can be in the forefront, but we're the ones, the grassroots community that are bringing the community to go vote. We're the ones that show up to city council. We're the ones that show up to the board of supervisors and tell them everything that's wrong that needs to get fixed. And a lot of people in our community don't believe I'm voting, unfortunately. I'm a Native American, and being a Native American, growing up in a Hispanic community, third generation gang member. My father, my grandma was from my gang. All that stuff that happened, a lot of, there's no faith in the justice system. And the thing is for us to be able to go back into our communities and tell our communities, come on, let's vote together. You don't have to vote on the same thing I'm voting, but I just need you to vote so they can see the power of the community, right? So SB 730 in California just passed. We took it to the governor, which it was to, after people been off of parole, off of probation, 4 years, automatically your record will get expunged, you know? And to take homies, brothers, African American, Hispanics, and all these communities that have been in turmoil for a long time that they have put us against each other, and to stand in the same ground together, it was just a lovely situation to be in Sacramento, to be in front of the same people that have written these laws to put us away and take all hope away. And I work for a priest, so I'm sorry, so I will bring up this. I work for a priest. It's all about hope and kinship and trying to figure out how we all going to live in this circle of understanding with each other, which race doesn't matter, right? Well, race does matter where we come from. Whether equality does matter. And as I heard the gentleman talking before me, I was like, man, I am a Native American. I am a low-income person. I'm like, he said, you know, all the points of who I am. Everything that they're telling me that I shouldn't be successful. And they keep ingraining this into our brain, right? They're saying, you shouldn't be successful. You shouldn't own a home. You shouldn't go to college. All that, the not, right? Like you shouldn't, this is not for you. This is not for you. And me, after getting out of prison, I decided to go buy a house in the same neighborhood where I grew up and where my little brother was killed. Because we fought for that, we were willing to die for it, but we never owned nothing there. And that's why I go back in my community and tell them, like, no, we need to take ownership of our community. Ownership of the community is not only running the streets, but owning in your community. That they cannot pull us out of our community. So that is a little bit that I just want to say, but I just want to say this. If you guys leave out of here with something as this, let's all work together. Because we need I need from the professors, from the doctors, to the homie just walking out of prison that's going to need the help. I'm a big therapist guy. I believe in therapy because I know what it's done for me. And I always push this, but we need everybody to work together. For a long time, it's separation and conquer. And here, he's just saying, like, I wish this would have been filled up with 100 people that could have took this back to their community, right? But we here, and this number matters. Every single body in this chair matters today because you decided to take the time to be here and to honor the change that we're trying to bring to our communities. You know, disparity is real. All this is real, or it's real for me. The lack of information that happened to be in my community, it was real. So now it's my duty to bring the information back to my community. It's my job. I'm taking this on my own, even if they don't pay me. We out there, and we will go out there and protest, and we will go out there and say this is wrong. We're looking for a change. We know we don't want to live like this no more. We want to live in a place of hope. And everybody that's here, I hope that we get to the place that we're at in every state that we're standing here. Thank you.
Don't you just love how excited and passionate he about when it comes to these type of topics, right? You can see the authenticity when that change happened, right? He shared a story with me. I would love for you to share that real quick about being in his community, his neighborhood, purchasing his first house, and then one of the little homies coming by and trying to do some graffiti in his neighborhood. Could you share that story real fast?
So I had just bought my house and I was trying to pull my fence up. And I seen a homie with a spray can about to hit it. Oh, you guys would call it like right on the wall, right? He was, and I run over there and I'm like, dog, you're about to bring my property value down. And he's like, what is that? I said, what if I need to sell my house because something big happens in my family that I need to sell it and it's not going to be worth the same price of the next block over? So he tells me, all right, so I'm going to go right 3 blocks down, not in your block. And I tell him, no, 3 blocks down, the other homie's mom lives there that's doing life in prison. But that's his mom's house. She's trying to support her son right now. And he's like, oh, so you don't want me to write it off? I said, I'm not saying that because I made them a promise that I wouldn't tell them what to do. I said, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this is where we live at. And then I went to the destruction part. I said, I was part of the destruction of this community, and I want to be part of the rebuilding of this community. So would you like to go to a Dodger game with me tomorrow? So you offer a solution to the problem. The problem is he has free time. You take away the free time. A lot of people come, we got a lot of problems, but if you have to come with the right solutions, they're going to work on the moment. Right there. The homies need a spot to go. Then, or a place to go, you guys will say, right? I'm trying to be as professional as I can be right here. You need a place to go to be able to have a safe place. A lot of my community, a lot of places in my community are not safe. So if you take a young brother or sister to a place where they're safe, and when they actually get to be exposed to something different, he turned around and told me, I've never been to a Dodger game. I'm like, how you going to live in LA and never been to a Dodger game? But the whole point is, now he knows how to get there. The whole point now, his mind has been open to take, like I call it a sea biscuit, wearing the blinders and just going forward. Like, and it's our job to expose our youth to the future that we're looking for, even if we don't get to live that future that we want today. Even if we still have to fight the system and everything that's been built against us, but today that little homie has a different outlook. And that's what we're looking for, because somebody gave me a different outlook. Somebody gave me hope. Somebody gave me a place to be. Somebody gave me a purpose. And I could go on and on about all this, but what I'm saying with this is, if we're looking for change, change happens right in front of you. I always tell my guys, I'm in charge of 25 people at Humble Industries, right? And I tell these guys this, your job is not to worry about the machine of homeboys. Don't worry about how they're getting the money. Don't worry about how any of that is happening. Your job is to see the person in front of you. Your job is to see the person in front of you and help the person in front of you. If they need a sandwich, you get them a sandwich. They need a coffee, you give them a coffee. They need substance abuse, you give them substance abuse. They need therapy, we get them into a therapist. And it's those moments that we create that builds relationship. Because then I could go to the same home and be like, homie, have you signed up for voting? What? Like, we could do that? Hell yeah, come on. Now we just open a voting place at Homeboys. But now with the elected officials have to show up to Homeboys and show face. And they look at the Homeboys now like, oh, we are part of your voting block. We will show up to vote. And Father Greg has been doing this for 34 years, so imagine the 34 years that we got of people that have been walking in through those doors for tattoo removal, for therapy, for different things. So they see the voting box that we got. And now that's becoming the powerhouse of that, of saying, oh man, like, hold on, this is not just gang members with tattoos, or people that were just in prison. These are people that got the right to vote. They're going to be the next people that go and elect me into power. So even if they go and lie, then we can still hold them accountable. Because then we get to ask them those questions, right? Like we get to ask them those questions, like my county supervisor. I asked her, what will you do for reentry when you get elected? When she got elected, and it was time to go to the board supervisors meeting, guess who was there? Miguel Lugo was there in the front. And they might not want to hear it, but I'm going to be there every time. And I'm going to show up with my homies. I'm going to show up with Black, Mexicans, Asians, and we're going to show up and we're going to show the powerhouse, because that's the only way we're going to create change. is by being there and being in relationship with our community. Our community is so big, but we get so much separation with each other because of gangs and different stuff, substance abuse, all the stuff that's going on. And I can tell you this because I got this going on in my own family as I'm talking to you right now. You know, I got substance abuse going on in my family. I got depression going on in my family. I got all this going on in my family that I have to go back now as a person that was formerly incarcerated, that now they're getting himself semi-together to go and be like, bro, why you want to continue hurting yourself? And that's when we build relationships. So I'm going to pass it on because I know we're in a time right here. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Miguel. Still with posing the same question. What would be some of the first steps we can take to really impact change and get rid of some of these invisible systems?
Thank you. I just want to talk briefly about, from a felon standpoint, you know, I went to Michigan Department of Corrections when I was 16, did 9 years, got out when I was 25. So coming home fresh, you know, they teach you, you know, do the right thing, rehabilitation, all those type of things, you know, so you get a job, you're on parole, you have to have a job. Then the next step is you want to move. You don't want to live, if you guys don't know, Detroit's one of the most violent cities in America right now, you know, and the side I'm from is known as the gang side. So, you know, I don't want to live in the same environment that I was incarcerated from. I want to do better. What stops you is landlords, apartments, so forth. They don't have to let you live there because you're a felon. They can deny you. So what happens? You're segregated to the community that you were incarcerated from. And then at that point, you know, like I say, your homeboys might be happy with you changing. They might support you, but guess what? The neighborhood over that you're beefing with, they don't care about that. So then, like I told Dr. Morelli before, the saying, you always have a choice, that's a fairy tale. You don't always have a choice. Because like I just said, your neighborhood, the people that you're cool with, they might be cool with you changing. But like I said, the next neighborhood over that you're at beef with or problems, war, whatever, they don't care. So guess what? You go to the gas station, they're happy to see you. In their mind, it is what it is, it's on. So at that point, what do? You can't move, you're a felon. So it's like a revolving door. Now you're just, you know, so I got out, I went so far as to be a supervisor with this company, and then here I was, RICO, Fed case. So recently, I say 2 years ago, got out of the feds early due to COVID. You know, I was blessed with, I believe it's the CARE Act, and I say about 6 months before I was released, my fiance and children moved down here to Nashville because this is where my mother-in-law had moved maybe 5 years prior. And me and my fiance had talked about it, and you know, it was time for change because like I said, I didn't want to go back home to the same thing. I'm on Wikipedia, if you look me up, you know, as a supposed gang leader. You know, that's what I was RICO'd for, gang leadership. And since being down here, I've went through CBT with Street Solid, completed that. I've also about to complete the RISE program, which is a blessing down here in Nashville, I say, for federal inmates that's coming home, you know, because they get to really show you what change you could do. And they not only show you, but they get people from the community in that will help you. You know, I'm still not on a lease where I live, because it's still a law, you know, where they can deny you for being a felon, you know, which sucks. But I think that would be like one of the invisible things that a lot of people don't know. So we come home, you want us to do good, but at the same time, we're segregated to the same environment that causes us to make these decisions. And like I want to stress, you don't always have a choice. That's a fairy tale that they try to teach you growing up. You don't always have a choice because other people don't give you that choice. And as far as, you know, like I think also with the homeboy, from what I know, because I'm originally from California. I moved to Detroit when I was 16. My mother and my father were both incarcerated in the CDC. You know, they both went to prison before. I don't know my biological father, you know, so, but I think one of the blessings with their organization is that they employ the felons coming home. And I think that's important because at the end of the day, I know we have some youth over here. They might listen to somebody that went to college, never grew up in that type of environment, but you're never gonna fully understand where we come from unless you grew up in these environments. You know, so I think that with them and with other organizations need to do is you need to employ more felons, you know, because example I give is I have a 13-year-old son that's deaf. He goes to TSD in Knoxville. And when we first came down here, he was in a public school. They had one deaf class, one, you know, like maybe a couple deaf students. The teacher went to college for ASL. Great teacher, nothing against her or anything, but at the same time, TSD is a blessing. Why? Because their teachers are deaf. Their principal is deaf. You understand someone more when you went through the same things that they went through. You know, so he's excelled, and we've seen in just 1 year the biggest change from him by being able to go to an environment, a school like that. And I think that's important because we need that change. The only way to change is to understand each other and what we go through. And also with companies, another issue I face is a lot of companies will sit here and they'll tell you, oh, we're felon friendly. Yeah, they're felon friendly in certain states, certain cities, you know. And a lot of those same companies down here that promote felon friendly, they're not so felon friendly down here. You know, they might be in California, you know. Well, I'm just saying, like example, you know, like they might be in certain cities where the environment is more felon friendly, but then those same companies that are down here, they're not. So it's kind of like your probation officer might give you a list, oh, these are the companies that are felon friendly, and you go and you don't get a job at any of them because the people down here are not felon friendly, or the people that's in the community where you want to go work are not felon friendly. And I think that's another invisible thing that, you know, should be addressed from the felony aspect. And as far as he asked about rehabilitation, I feel that starts with yourself. You know, I look at being a felon as no different as being an alcoholic or someone that's on drugs. You know, nobody can make you change but yourself. You gotta want to change. So no matter what class I took before or whoever talked to me before, I wasn't gonna change until I wanted to change. And then with habilitation, we need those things like make it a law where you can't deny me to live in this community because I'm a felon. You know, help me. You don't have to give me anything, but give me some type of, help me give true tools to where I can better myself. You know, I live right now in a townhouse right around the corner from MTSU. Love it. Not on a lease though. And I feel like that's a problem, you know, because it never really feels like home, you know, because it's not yours. And I think that's just, you know, a little quick, my story and what I went through, and what a lot of people might not know happens all the time, you know, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that story. Our panelists up here have amazing stories, amazing insight. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of amazing time. So I'm gonna pass the mic to Vince. Thank you so much. I got a hand raising back. Should I answer it or how should we do this? Corbett, what is it? You got it? Let me respond real quick. So we already was paying attention to that, Corbett. Thank you for bringing acknowledgement to it. That's what Vince and I was discussing. So because of time, we're going to bring Lily back on, but we do have to move to the next guest speakers because of time. But thank you for standing up for Corbett. That was real strength. Appreciate it. So I'm going to pass to Vince. Thank y'all so much.
Man, thank you all for the panelists. We're going to hear more from Cred and Leo and Donald when we talk about actual policy changes and changes that we need to make on a policy level and what these guys are doing in Chicago. They're doing amazing stuff, and I won't take away any of that thunder by talking about it now. And for those of you who don't know Corbett, she's kind of been a pain since the beginning of this process. So thank you for being consistent, Corbett. She's been fantastic. And you'll see her later in the afternoon. She will conduct a panel with the VPs of diversity and inclusion from Amazon, Nissan, Oracle, and Alliance Bernstein. So she will speak later. And then the next part of this conference, this section of the conference rather, is about the effects of the invisible laws and policies. And what we've just seen is the emotional effect on the individual. And it's hard to follow something like that. We did have a great speaker, Dean Thomas Leviste from Tulane, who was going to come and speak on the social determinants of health, how our man-made environment affects health. That's his area of expertise, and he spent his life working on it. Unfortunately, he had a personal issue. Can you bring that PowerPoint up? Thanks, Donnie. He had a personal issue that arose about a week ago, so we scrambled to get another speaker. We failed miserably, and you're stuck with me talking about it for a few minutes. Luckily, the last panel went over a little bit, so I can cut my speech very short, and hopefully I won't bore you too much, although it is a PowerPoint, and we don't like PowerPoints. You got it on the show mode? There we go. We got it? Okay, and how do I advance and do track? This thing? Oh, good, okay. All right, so this is it. The effects the invisible laws have upon us. And although we're not experts, we do have a book coming out in December 23. Myself, Dr. Juarez, Dr. Nabawisi, who's here in the back. Raise your hand. There she is. She will be conducting a panel later on. And Dr. Cook and I think Dr. Hanna as well will be participating in this book. But these are the social determinants of health. This is what we're talking about. The conditions in which people are born, live, work, play, grow, live, worship, and age. And they have an effect on health in an astounding way, in a way that was astounding to me. The thing that's important to realize is that when we as academic people are studying these type of issues, we look at, for example, what is education, how does education play into health? Well, what we don't realize is we have to encompass all of those other factors. We can't just look at one factor at a time and say we can influence this one factor and expect health to improve. We have to look at a more universal view of things. What is the impact on the collective social determinants of health? It's pretty astounding. Half of the deaths in the United States are shaped by social determinants. This is from a respected medical journal in 2010, and this data has been followed up and has been corroborated by future studies. Other amazing things are the number of deaths attributable to low education, for example, is equal to the number of deaths that are caused by heart attacks. The number of deaths that are caused by racial segregation alone equal to the number of deaths from stroke. The number of deaths caused from low social support is equal to the number of deaths from cancer. Pretty astounding thoughts. In fact, when you're talking about social support, as we'll see later, loneliness itself and isolation counts or is equivalent to smoking a half a pack of cigarettes a day. So pretty devastating thoughts. This is probably what surprised me the most coming from clinical medicine. We, as clinical people in medicine, we're responsible for about 20% of the outcomes in modifiable health. And social determinants of health are by far the biggest factor in this realm. And it's a daunting realization, but it's also kind of calming because it takes us clinicians off the hook, and we can blame it on the public health people to get their work done. So what's the problem, and then what's our problem? What's the problem first? I'm going to take a little closer look at this. And we all know the short-term effects that are seen with social determinants of health, the short-term violence and alcohol in neighborhoods that are disadvantaged and have more liquor stores, that kind of thing. But the thing that's striking to me is the biological effects that these social determinants have. So they have neurologic effects in brain development. We talk about this in our groups oftentimes. You know, a lot of this research came out from the adverse childhood experiences data, where they looked at all of these personal and household childhood traumas, and they found the effects translated into adulthood, obesity, illness, and a 12 times greater risk of mortality, early mortality. When they started doing the brain science, they said, man, you know, this is what we see. We see a lack of connectivity among these neurons. We see a lack of brain volume size. So this state of being more stressed actually rewires and dewires your brain in certain fashions and decreases the volume that's needed for memory, which is the hippocampal area. It decreases the volume of the areas for control and empathy with the cerebral cortex. So if you say, man, why did that guy do that? Well, you know, he may not have been able to control those impulses. It's not his fault per se, it's more the environment's fault per se. So I know the guys from CRED see this all the time, the guys from Street Solid see this all the time, Homeboy, the same thing. And it's important to realize that it takes time to rewire things. It takes time to rewire the brain. So patience, patience, patience. Another thing that was really interesting to me was epigenetics. Has everyone heard the term epigenetics before? Yeah. So I hadn't heard this term much before in the last, I don't know, maybe 5 years, but epigenetics are essentially these proteins that our DNA is folded around. Now, when I pass on my genes, my height, my hair color, my eye color, whatever, I pass on that through DNA. But what we didn't realize until recently is that these proteins, these histone proteins, where the DNA sits upon, those are altered by stress. Those proteins, and we can measure all that, they're all methylated and changed in chemical structure. And those proteins, interestingly, are passed on to our offspring. So if you are stressed and anxious, you are passing on altered histone proteins to your offspring. And then the last thing that was striking was the effect that social determinants had on telomere length, which is the caps on your DNA. And the caps on your DNA essentially tell you how long your cells are going to live. So as stress and social determinants erode these caps on your DNA, the life sentence is in on you. So the invisible, if you look at the invisible disease-specific effects, our two biggest killers in the United States, heart disease and cancer, cardiovascular deaths are largely due to these social determinants of health. Astoundingly, over 40% are due to these social determinants of health. So if we can solve that problem, that would make a big impact in mortality, morbidity, costs, the whole thing. And this finding was so striking that the American College of Cardiology recently came out and said, although we have traditionally considered cardiovascular disease the consequence of lifestyle and genetic risk factors, now we must broaden our focus to incorporate a third arm of risk, the social determinants of health. So pretty impacting stuff from the American College. Cancer, our second leading killer. As you can predict by now, the social determinants account for higher incidence in some cancers, later diagnosis, poorer surgical outcomes, poorer access to care, and lower survival rates. So this is all impacting stuff. What we don't usually think about is even your regular office visits. How are those affected by social determinants of health? Well, in sports medicine, we see all kinds of shoulder degenerative tendons, rotator cuff. You've all heard about that. We see posterior tibial tendon degeneration. We see gluteal degeneration. Simple things like that account for a large number of our office visits. Now, those are affected, for example, by a built environment. If you don't live in a good neighborhood, well, you're not going to exercise. Following that, that may affect your employment. You may not be able to work because your shoulders are degenerating. And then, that affects your food security, which affects your isolation and your social context. And then when you go back to the medical care, it's unlikely that you'll retain much because your educational level was low. So all of these factors are related in some fashion. So even office visits are affected by these type of social determinants. So we looked at the collective impact, and we can look at what the impact of each one of these social determinants has upon health. And I think we'll just fly through these really quickly in the interest of time. But certainly the built environment, we've heard about poor walkability, ability to exercise, fast food concentration, liquor stores, and that kind of thing in neighborhood, and not unplanned stuff, and certainly invisible with a focus on putting liquor stores, fast foods in areas where they know people who are stressed for time, and they know people are going to go there, and they know they can make money. You don't see many McDonald's in Beverly Hills and Bel Air and stuff. Walkability, green space, all important in cities. And the thing that was interesting to me is even small things can make a big difference, like designing kitchens in a way that is agreeable, or with a good feng shui or something, is important. All of that stuff is really important. The work environment, also really important. A heart attack at the risk after unemployment is astronomical, and we're going to have some business people speaking a little later on this. Economic environment, of course, economics and health go hand in hand. The wealthier you are, the less you are influenced negatively by these factors. Social context, as we talked about, social support, loneliness is equivalent to smoking a half pack of cigarettes a day. And the social status, how you see yourself in the community, is really important. So if you look at people in Kenya, where everybody's poor, it's not really that income itself isn't really as important as it is in the United States, where income is everything to us. Healthcare environment, this is probably our greatest patient-centered factor that we see in all of our hospital admissions when we work the hospital service. Non-compliance is by far the biggest issue, and the residents always forget to leave that off their problem list until we discuss it time and time again, and now they put it at the top of their problem list where it really should be. Educational environment, of course, low education leads to all of these things. Lower cognitive ability, that's not saying you just are academically underachieving. That's saying your ability is lower. You can't compute as fast, and that's all due to these type of factors, and you can read all of those things. So now what's our problem? If we know what the problem is, what's our problem in clinical medicine? We have to go back to the history of social determinants of health to find this out. This has been known for a long time, since the 1800s, that in fact Virchow, a famous physician who we still quote today, says, do we not always find the disease of the populace traceable to defects in society? The key word is defects in society, which as Dr. Stiglitz and Dr. Sharfstein talked about today, we certainly have. Politics is nothing more but medicine on a large scale. Now, when the WHO started back in '48, part of the constitution of WHO was focused on social determinants of health. But at that time, politics intervened. And what happened was Russia wanted to count all of their satellite states as voting members. And then the United States came back and said, well, if you do that, then we want to count all of our states as voting members. And so Russia dropped out of the UN for a short period of time. And after that, the United States was kind of in the driver's seat. And they said, well, we don't really like the word social in anything. We don't like socialize. We don't like social determinants of health. So that fell out of favor. When we dropped out of we dropped a bit in international prestige in the 60s with the Vietnam War stuff, they came back into favor, social determinists did, and then the neoliberalism, which is free market, less government, they stopped the social determinants of health again, and now we're just re-upping an emphasis on including these in our approach to health. All this to say is our current approach is more disease specific. It's not really set up to factor these items into our overall assessment. Okay, so our problem. The cumulative research concludes interventions focused on healthcare sector are insufficient to address population-level health disparities. Efforts should concentrate on social determinants of health, focusing on families and children, and proven interventions in education, urban planning, community development, employment, and income. And interventions. How's my time doing, Tommy? Got 5 minutes? Okay. Economic factors. Probably some of the exciting stuff that's been done recently to address economic factors is the idea of universal basic income. And several cities have tried just giving people checks with no strings attached in order to improve a bunch of behaviors and health outcomes. The jury is really still out on that, despite some fairly clear gains, mostly in infant mortality, birth weight, cognitive development, and food security. The jury is really still out, and it could be that we're not properly giving out the money, we're not screening things. There are a bunch of different experiments underway, not only in 25 different cities in the US, but internationally. And the Dutch are doing a great experiment right now on graduated payments in a more organized and oversight way. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. But the idea is certainly out there, and they're looking at correcting that, since that's the biggest factor in our social determinants of health. Education, of course. It's embarrassing to say that 20% of our kids live below the poverty line. In parts of Africa, they always say, they don't ask how you're doing, they ask how the children are doing, because they know if the children are okay, then you'll be doing okay too. Well, if 20% of our kids are living in poverty, we're not doing so well. So there are a bunch of projects that have pushed early public education. Some of them have been great. The Head Start program, not so great. But other programs are looking at addressing education and following health outcomes. But again, as I said, you know, social determinants are interactive, so addressing one variable may very well not correct the problem, and a more holistic approach should be taken. Built environment, Rosemary Nabuisi's strong point is the built environment. There's a housing voucher programs that have proven effective if they move to non-poverty areas. The outcomes are really pretty good so far. Active transportation projects as well have increased physical activity, but it's thoughtful planning, and it's not only planning but marketing and enlisting the right community support and those things too. But there are positive things happening in this regard too. Food and nutrition, there's all kinds of programs aimed at access to healthy foods, but you need to educate as well as give access. So yeah, well, we won't go into that anymore, but right. Okay, the social context, super important, and there's a lot of programs, much like CRED, much like Homeboy, and Street Solid, that are doing a lot to address the social context and give people the human contact and the human connection that is needed. Job-related stuff, we're going to have Alliance Bernstein, Amazon, Nissan, Oracle. They're going to all talk about what they are doing from the work environment perspective. And what are the costs? So the costs are crazy. Reducing medical disparities, eliminating medical disparities will reduce costs by $1 trillion over 4 years, so $250 billion a year over 4 years. It's pretty surprising the cost benefits that we would see. In summary, socioeconomic factors are the biggest impacting factors that we have, and we need to address those. Roles and goals, there's roles for NGOs, like Homeboy and CRED, roles for physicians to screen for these aspects when patients come in. There's roles for public health, of course. There's roles for scientists, social scientists, and researchers. There's roles for policymakers, business, and lastly for artists, but not least important. It's so important to make an emotional connection for these issues, and that is done through artists. We'll have an artist panel that will be conducted by Molly Sakur, if she is here. I don't see her, but she was here earlier, and she will conduct that panel. So there's roles for everybody, and what we really are trying to do is remove the bottom rungs of Maslow's pyramid. These are, you know, our hierarchy of all human needs. You know, shelter, food, water, sex, safety. If we can remove those and move people towards self-actualization, that's really our goal. It's going to unlock a different set of issues, but that's really what our goal is. Future thoughts, do we need ongoing vigilance on other invisible policies that might affect social determinants of health, like energy policy, free trade? How do those affect education, employment, all of those things? Should there be a social determinants of health index as a means of assessing governments? Thoughts like that are interesting to think about. And then as AI, robots, et cetera, mechanization, as they change the whole nature of work, you know, then we would have to ask ourselves questions like, what will we want when we're all able to self-actualize? What will we want when we can all want what we want? So they're all interesting thoughts for the future, and thank you very much. And while I'm up here, let me introduce our next speaker. I'm really excited to hear these next two talks. Our next speaker is Noah Snyder-Mackler, and he's going to talk about social determinants of health and survival in animals and other animals. And I will pass the microphone on to him.
There we go. Cool. All right, can y'all hear me? Yeah, we're good? Cool, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. Today I'm going to talk about social determinants of health in humans and other animals. This has been really wonderful so far. I'm glad I didn't have to directly follow the panel because y'all were inspiring and it was really wonderful to hear that. Largely, this is a really depressing topic to talk about because there are real costs, real biological costs, real health costs, and unfortunately, in the beginning of my talk, I'm going to continue along that depressing trend to talk about, some of the real costs of the social determinants of health. But the first thing I want to talk about, which has sort of been touched on a little bit here in the morning, is that genes don't matter for the most part, right? Amongst all of us, we're not that different genetically, and that has very little bearing on anything that happens to us in our lives, health, behavior, otherwise, right? Between us and other species, yeah, they matter. The environment dramatically outstrips the effects of genes on us. And I say that to you as a card-carrying geneticist who teaches intro genetics at Arizona State University. So hopefully you believe me. And it's great that Vince already went through some of this because many of the talks already earlier today have touched on some of these characteristics in our society that we think are maybe uniquely human, some of these social determinants of health, right? These social environmental factors that pattern health in our society, like access to education, our built environments, our social community, our social connectedness, our relative standings in our societies. All these factors come together to form our lived environment and our lived experiences. But as we've seen and as Vince touched on before, these have real costs, right, at the level of how long people will live here in the United States. And because I'm a professor, I'm going to be showing some figures here, so just bear with me, I'll walk you through them. Here's a graph that's showing the life expectancy in the US. These are data that were collected from 1.4 billion de-identified tax records collected between 1999 and 2014. So if you were alive then, you were over the age of 18, and critically you paid your taxes, which apparently a lot of, I now realize many of the billionaires don't do that too well after this morning's talk. You'd be part of this data set, right? And so what we see here on the x-axis is your annual household income, and on the y-axis is your expected lifespan, right? Expected years that you would live after the age of 40, right? So if you live to the age of 40, how much longer will you live until the age of 90 up at the top, or 75 close to the bottom there? Women in red and men in blue. And what we can see here is that there's this really clear socioeconomic gradient. Here in the US, 1.4 billion person years of data, right? This discrepancy itself is 10 years in women and 15 years in men between the highest and the lowest income percentiles in the US, right? That's gigantic. If we want to put that in perspective, we brought up other diseases earlier. If we were to cure cancer right now, right, that would increase the mean life expectancy in the US by like a couple of years, right? If we were to eliminate these gradients, right, if we were to find ways to push up the left side of that curve, that would be 10 or 15 years, right? Much more significant. More depressing figures. This one is showing the change in that gradient from 2000 up through 2015, right? The change in life expectancy for those who are making what's the bottom quartile, about $17,000 a year, and those who are in the top quartile, so 75th percentile, who are making about $250,000 a year. Men on the left, women on the right. you can see that, we were getting a little bit better in the 2000s and everyone was increasing their average life expectancy. That's great, right? But what's not great is that those at the highest end had a 2 to 3 year increase in life expectancy over this 15-year span. And those in the bottom quartile had less than half that increase, right? So these disparities are getting worse. And this figure is actually getting at what Professor Stiglitz brought up earlier, which is some more recent data showing that, these top three, from 2015 to 2019, it looks like things were stabilizing a little bit, right? They weren't getting worse for some people and better for others. But then COVID hit, right? And this gap got larger, right? It amplified even more. Those who were at who had fewer resources were hit the hardest, right? So if we can't build a, let's say, resilient society, then we can't weather these storms, right? And it's going to affect us negatively. So these are the effects of just one aspect, one social determinant, right? Which is our access to money, our access to resources, our ability to get what we need, right? And it has a really strong effect on mortality. But these social determinants are not just necessarily limited to survival outcomes, right? Individuals who are at the lower end of the income spectrum also have higher rates of many physical diseases, many mental health diseases, and overall rate themselves as being in poorer health. I sort of promised in the title of my talk, in the beginning of my talk, I'm going to be talking about how we can use animal models to help understand a little bit more about how our social environment is affecting our biology and affecting our health, and hopefully that'll lead to some insights, right? Well, one, hopefully it'll help us, share that there are real biological outcomes and we need to be making changes, and two, maybe it'll help us identify, new ways to intervene, right, to help, try and solve this problem, or at least mitigate some of these issues. And so as a geneticist and evolutionary biologist in the Center for Evolution and Medicine at Arizona State University, I think about this in terms of using animal models to help us understand human health and disease. And so given our shared biology with many of these species, it may come as a surprise, but hopefully not, that many non-human animals experience some of these same social and environmental challenges, and as a consequence, exhibit these similar health and survival gradients. This is because while our current environments and disparities aren't natural, they're actually built, which was brought up in the first talk today, right? Our responses to the adversity that we face and the unpredictability that accompanies it is itself natural, right? The lack of a predictable future environment is inherently stressful, and that activation of our stress response has cascading effects on our health and survival. Across the animal kingdom, we wrote a recent review paper showing that low status animals, so those who are lower in the dominance hierarchy, have less predictable future environments, from mice to monkeys, exhibit signatures of accelerated aging, some of those things that Vince brought up in his presentation, and poor health, and have shorter lifespans than those individuals who are more dominant in those animal societies. And so some of these questions raise a really natural question, which is what are the biological processes that account for this strong association between social adversity and health and survival? This question, I think, is really relevant to improving disease prediction and intervention, understanding the causes and consequences of social inequality, and hopefully its relevance to human health. There are still a few unknowns about this link between social adversity and health and survival. We know that there's a really, really strong universal pattern, and it's particularly strong here in the United States. And a lot of the studies that we do are correlational, right? We're studying populations right now across the US, and we're saying, here are some people who are at the lower end of the spectrum, here are some people who are exposed to more adversity and those who are exposed to less adversity. What are the consequences that we see? What are the differences that we see between those two groups? doesn't necessarily, one, allow us to look at causality, right? What are the things that are causing these changes? And then where can we sort of like pinpoint and target the right interventions? It also, there are many things in these correlational studies where we see lots of potential mediators. One really strong one is access to good healthcare, access to the resources to get good healthcare. But you'll also hear some people saying that, well, it's due to variance in health behaviors, right? Individuals who are who are exposed to more adversity are engaging in poor health behaviors, which I think is not the right tack to take. And we can also address a question, which is, are individuals who are unhealthy, are they the ones who tend to, is this very cyclical, right? If you're this reverse causality, health selection type approach. And this is where I think animal models can actually be really powerful, because we can eliminate those two things, right? One, we can eliminate the mediating factors, because we can make sure they're exposed to very similar environments, they have access to all the similar resources, and their needs are met for the most part. And we can eliminate reverse causality, because we can actually manipulate their social experiences in some way. And I'm going to tell you one anecdote, a short anecdote of a study that we did, actually manipulating the social environment of some animals to try and understand what are the health consequences. Another missing piece that my research group focuses on really is we really don't know much about sort of the underlying mechanisms of how our environments and our experiences get under our skin to change how our molecules are functioning. Vince gave a few hints about that earlier, talking about epigenetics, which can have cascading generational effects, right? He talked about telomeres and a few other things. So how does the social environment get under the skin? And here, I think, again, animal models are really useful, really important, because we can measure what's going on in their cells in response to different levels of experienced social adversity. Why would it be important to understand, what are the molecular changes that are happening? Well, understanding the biology is really might help us provide some new opportunities and new effective interventions if we actually know what are some of the changes that are happening, how early can we intervene in certain individuals, and how can we maybe reverse some of those changes ultimately. My group here, we focus mostly on some of these cellular, molecular changes to, not to your DNA specifically, but how your DNA turns on and turns off and makes proteins, right? So we look at a lot of, we all know about mRNA now from these vaccines. We look at how your RNA expression changes in response to social experiences and what that means, particularly for your immune system. So we're mostly looking at peripheral immune cells. I'm going to illustrate this, the power of these approaches, I think, with one such study we carried out just a few years ago. We used these captive female monkeys, rhesus macaques, pictured here. They're a pretty good model for humans in general. They're actually the most widely used biomedical research model for people for all sorts of different biomedical research. But they're a particularly good model for humans in our social environment because they naturally form dominance hierarchies where there are individuals who are higher up in the social hierarchy and individuals who are lower down in the social hierarchy, so high status versus low status. As in us, those hierarchies predict health and survival in these animals. From a biological perspective, these monkeys also share a lot of their DNA sequence with us. 94 to 95% exactly similar, is exactly the same as us, right? Their physiology is very similar. Their behaviors can be similar, and their brains are exceptionally similar to us. And most importantly, in the example I'm going to show you, this brief study, we're actually able to experimentally manipulate their social experiences. So we can get at this causality, and then crucially, instead of just saying, okay, if we put them in a worse off social situation, how does it negatively affect their health? I think at the end, we'll flip it around into a positive story. What happens if we can improve their social situations? How quickly is that reflected in their health? So in this study, we used a really interesting experimental paradigm where to manipulate the social status of these animals, where we introduced females into new social groups, so females who didn't know each other, one by one, And the order in which they were introduced into these new groups predicted their social status in that new group. You can think of it kind of like home field advantage, where we took one female, introduced her to a cage, she became the alpha. We introduced the second one, she became the second ranking female. We introduced the third ranking female, all the way down through the fifth ranking female. And we created 9 different groups of this, right? So we're able to say, all right, regardless of your inter-individual differences at baseline, we can assign you to different dominance ranks. We can assign you to different social strata in these new mini societies that we were making, and we can keep you in those groups for a certain amount of time and monitor your health. Okay? I'm going to show a graphical representation of just one of these groups being formed. Each of these lines is one female. They're colored based on the order in which they were introduced into the group. And their lines are going to go up or down when they interact with one another to the dominance interactions, where basically, one of them threatens another, and then or one of them moves out of the way of the other one and is submissive in some sense. That's an interaction where we see them go up or go down. We actually use a ranking system called ELO ratings, which if any of you are following like 538 or ESPN.com and follow basketball, you can look at the rankings of your team, and that changes based on whether or not you beat another team or not, and the likelihood that you were going to beat them. So anyway, as you can see in this figure, as it's moving along, they're interacting a lot in the beginning when they've been introduced into the group, really sequentially, right? But then very quickly they establish like what's a strict and linear dominance hierarchy, these social strata that they form over the course of the study, and they stay that way, stable for about a year, and then we did something to flip that around a little bit. And so you can see females who are introduced first end up being the top social status, and females introduced last end up being all the way at the bottom here. So this just suggests that our experimental manipulation worked in that sense. Okay. And so after establishing these social groups, we collected these blood samples from these animals and measured the molecular changes that happened in their immune cells, so like your white blood cells. These are the things that respond to pathogens in our environment. They respond to bacteria. They respond to viral infections. And they're also one of the primary sources of inflammation, which is linked to many of the which is a risk factor and likely an underlying factor of many of the non-communicable diseases that Vince mentioned are at a much higher frequency in individuals who've been exposed to more adversity, right? That are a result of these social determinants of health, like cardiovascular disease, like cancer, diabetes, many of these things. So we measured the inflammatory, let's say, we measured the inflammatory responses in these animals, right, that had been experimentally placed into these different groups. And those who were at the lower end of the dominance hierarchy ended up having heightened inflammation just at baseline. So they were more inflammatory overall, right? We also measured quantified measures of their stress response pathway, which was also altered. And those at the higher status, those who maybe had a more predictable environment, had lower levels of inflammation overall. And not only at baseline, not only just sort of sitting around normal, these individuals had higher levels of inflammation overall, but when they were exposed to some sort of pathogen, some sort of bacteria, we did this, we took their cells, we didn't actually expose the monkeys to this. We took their cells out, we put them in a little dish, and then we did an experiment where we exposed them to this pathogen, or we didn't. We actually saw that those individuals who were lower status exhibited an even stronger response. So not only did you just have like high levels of baseline inflammation overall, but if you were exposed to a pathogen, you were hyper-inflammatory, right? So you had this really, really strong inflammatory response. And what this means is that if your cells are sitting around and constantly being inflammatory and sending off these inflammatory signals, they're producing a lot of collateral damage. Not necessarily specific to that pathogen, and especially when there are no pathogens present, it's just damaging your own tissues and your cells, leading to things like cardiovascular disease and so forth. And so in the panel that we just had earlier, one of the questions was, what can we do about some of these social determinants. Like how can we help? Social support was brought up, and Vince mentioned before in his talk that strong social connections and a strong social network actually has a stronger impact on your health than quitting smoking a pack a day. It's a lot to be smoking, but quitting smoking, also reducing your alcohol intake as well. So having strong social connections is really, really powerful, right? Because it makes your environment that much more predictable, and it reduces the amount of adversity or unpredictability that you might focus. That's one angle. We could provide more social support. I think that's really fantastic. But we should also find ways to reverse or reduce these hierarchies that we have in our society, reduce the gradients that we have in our society. I don't have the answers about how to do that, but I can show you an example of what happens if we do that in this experimental system. So after those animals were in that group for about a year, and we saw that there were really strong effects of being low status versus high status, we said, okay, what if we could just flip it around? What if we could take those low status individuals and make them high status, right? Conversely, the high status and make them low status, right? So we did that using the same exact paradigm, except we had to mix it up just a little bit, which is where we took all the ones who were alpha in their previous groups and introduced them one by one into a new group. And then, so four of the five of them had to decrease in their social status, right? And we did this for all the groups. And effectively, this just shuffled up the social statuses of everyone. So if you had a social status where you were ranked number one in the first, for 1 year, and you were really, really high status, the likelihood was that you were far lower status in the second year, and vice versa. But this is just showing you sort of each dot being connected, each line connecting two dots is the same social status of, the same female from year 1 to year 2. And you can see that it's just like a spider web up there. So half of them increased in their social status and half of them decreased in their social status. So we were able to effectively put in intervention where we could manipulate their social environment after having initially manipulated, placing them in artificially as high or low status. So what happened, right? We can measure those same genes that are being expressed and turned into proteins that are inflammatory or anti-inflammatory, and just characterize them in 2 ways. And we can think of inflammatory ones as being, bad for these chronic diseases, and anti-inflammatory being, good. So you want higher levels of the anti-inflammatory and lower levels of the inflammatory related ones. And on the x-axis here, we have the change in status. So if you're on the right of this vertical line, that means you went from being lower social status to higher social status. If you're on the left side of this line, this vertical line, then you went from higher status to being lower status. And on the y-axis there, that's the change in the expression of those. So if it's positive, it means you had more of those, and it's negative, you had fewer of those. So just one of the predictions that we had was that we would see, if you increased in status, on the positive, you would have higher levels of these anti-inflammatory and lower levels of these inflammatory. Conversely, if you decreased, you'd have lower levels of the anti-inflammatory and higher levels of the inflammatory. And so this is just a schematic of what we would expect. And then I can show you there's a little bit of noise here, but that's largely what we saw, right? And so what we see is that these changes in status in these animals that went from being low to high, they also had a corresponding increase in sort of the healthy response of their immune cells. So reduced inflammation, increased anti-inflammatory response, right? Which should have good overall health consequences and prognosis. I mean, on the flip side, we did take individuals that were in healthier status and make them worse by flipping that around, taking them from high status and making them to low status. So what this tells us is that your immune system can really rapidly respond to a change in your social environment, right? So if we do put in an intervention that can improve someone's social environment and reduce the amount of social adversity that they're exposed to, we should see a similar improvement in their health responses, right? In their immune system function here specifically, which should hopefully have cascading and longer-term effects. So I think that's more the positive message that I was hoping to end with. That while we have strong social gradients in health, there is hope that if we can improve social situations and reduce social adversity, we will see improvements in individual health and disease and survival. And so I want to finish with a quote from Robert Sapolsky, who's a neuroscientist who did a lot of research trying to understand how social adversity, at least in non-human animals, can lead to poor health outcomes and survival. And he actually talks about the genetics of behavior here, which is this is science for the bleeding heart liberal. The genetics of behavior is usually meaningless outside of the context of the social factors and the environment in which it occurs. And I just, given what I opened with, I really just want to say that I want to amend this quote a little bit and just say this is really just science. Everything that we know about biology in humans is meaningless outside of the context of the social factors and the environment that we have. And I just want to take note of this so that everyone understands that there were no individual level characteristics of the animals in that study, that anecdote that I gave you, that caused them to experience more or less social adversity. We did that as the scientists, right? And so most of us are effectively a product of our environments, and we know that there's very, very little social mobility in our society, right? We heard about the fading American dream earlier, and there's some really fantastic data sets showing the fading American dream and the lack of social mobility in our society. So helping people get out of situations where they are exposed to more adversity, right, and providing support in many different ways will hopefully dramatically improve human health and lifespan. And sort of getting at the question that I asked earlier, from an economic standpoint, if that's all that the billionaires and politicians really care about, we would see dramatic increases we would see dramatic economic benefits through the reduction in cost to our healthcare system in the more individuals entering the workforce going forward. But from just being a good person and a social being a good person perspective, I think that we should all be supporting each other to help reduce some of these experiences that we get from social adversity and improve overall health for our society. And that's it. For sure.
Thanks so much. Fascinating stuff as usual. Really appreciate the time and the effort to come here. I think, no, you were coming from Europe, Africa?
I was going to, but I didn't get to. I do research in Ethiopia, but there's a civil war there. So.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. Well, wonderful to have you here. Our next talk is with Dr. Sherry Lawson-Clark from Wake Forest. And I'm excited to hear this talk too. This is the role of inequality in the collapse of civilizations, which is a fascinating topic that hasn't really fully been looked into by the so-called experts in the field at this point. But without further ado, let me bring you Dr. Sherry Lawson-Clark.
So yes. Good morning, and thank you for having me. I appreciate it. So as we get set up here, I don't need this. Okay.
Which cord goes where?
You're asking me?
No.
Okay, all right.
Which cord do we go?
Mm-hmm. Well, I do want to start by saying thank you for having me, and so far this morning, it has been ecstatic. I just think the talks overlap with each other very nicely, and what I want to add to the conversation, I think, continues the discussion. So I'm excited. about where we go. But I will say I am a cultural anthropologist at Wake Forest University. My area of study is poverty research, and with a specialty in housing. And so my solution or policy recommendation focuses around housing stability for families. I do believe if we can create stable housing, we can eradicate poverty. So I'm going to start there.
Is this yours?
No. There it is. Okay. All right. So here we go. So the topic is the role of inequality in the collapse of civilizations, what the past tells us about where we are and where we're going. So I want to start with this photo. Some of you may recognize this as the Moai on Easter Island. American geographer Jared Diamond writes of the ancient inhabitants of Rapa Nui, in just a few centuries, the people of Easter Island wiped out their forests, drove their plants and animals to extinction, and saw their complex society, spiral into chaos and cannibalism. Are we about to follow their lead? However, more recent archaeological research, more recent archaeological research shows no evidence of ecocide, where a large population crashed from environmental ruin before Europeans arrived in the 1700s. Okay. So when Dutch explorers came on Easter Sunday, 1722, they brought with them newly introduced diseases, conflict with European invaders, and enslavement over the next century and a half. In the early 1860s, more than 1,000 Rapa Nui were taken from the island as slaves, and by the late 1870s, the number of native islanders numbered only around 100. In 1888, the island was annexed by Chile and remains part of that country today. Social inequality persists among the Rapa Nui people who are not guaranteed self-determination nor territorial rights. They have been calling for better health care and basic infrastructure like water and electricity, a preservation of their culture and land, and loudest of all, self-governance. These same systems of exclusion reverberate around the world, much of what we've been talking about today. So today's discussion is going to focus on the spaces of inequality. Specifically, we'll be examining where the poor live across 3 urban and rural geographies in the US, where I've conducted ethnographic research for the last 25 years. After introducing the 3 studies, I'll take a deeper dive into the ways in which public policies, economic restructuring, and systematic racism shape stratification in the built environment. Here's an outline of today's discussion. First, I will briefly discuss the research projects. I'll then move into thematic categories, privacy, protection, and place, that emerge from my data analysis to organize the discussion. I'll then end with future directions and open the floor to questions from the audience if we have time. So I'd like to pose 2 questions that I'd like you to consider. First, is housing essential for human survival? Second, what is a human right? I want you to think about these questions, and we shall revisit them in the close. So as mentioned, I've been studying inequality. I've been studying how low-income families' housing situations in our nation's capital, the rural Appalachian Mountains of central Pennsylvania, and large urban centers and towns in between. Throughout, I've been intrigued, distraught, puzzled, and hopeful regarding the housing conditions of America's poor. When I first began my research, I focused on macro-level forces that shaped housing stability for families, such as housing policies, economic conditions, substandard housing, and discriminatory practices. In the last decade or so, I've moved inside the house, if you will, to determine the ways in which social interactions, drug and alcohol abuse, comorbidity, and domestic violence between household members create unstable housing environments. By focusing on the barriers to stable housing, it is my goal to offer policy-relevant solutions that will create opportunities for stable housing intended for the poor. So the first project, Policy, Perceptions in Place, and Ethnography of the Complexities of Implementing a Federal Housing Program, was conducted between 1997 and 2002. The study is based on the Home Ownership and Opportunity for People Everywhere, or also known as the Hope 6 project. It's a federal housing program which received its initial funding in 1992 as a result of the HUD Reform Act of 1989. One outcome of the act was the formation of a national commission, which was recommended a 10-year plan to eliminate all distressed public housing by the year 2000. An estimated $750 million per year would be allotted to public housing authorities on the distress list to demolish and redevelop entire projects and provide resident services. Over the years, the program has broadened to include any public housing development in the United States, not just the 6% on the severely distressed list. And here are the goals of the key goals of the Hope 6 project. And one was to reshape the looking at what housing looks like, and so changing the physical shape of public housing. The second was resident self-sufficiency, that we will see the language of self-sufficiency in many of the policies that are related to the poor. Lessening concentrations of poverty by creating mixed income developments, moving lower income individuals out of communities where they were into other neighborhoods, and then also forging partnerships with local communities and organizations. So I examined the complexities of implementing the Hope 6 project in Washington, D.C., and these complexities included the effects the program had on the lived experiences of residents, not only in the development, but also in the surrounding community. The program shapes and is shaped by other policies and forces that affect low-income residents, such as mandatory time limits on welfare benefits, homelessness, changes in the local and national economies, and local development projects. The program also plays a role in shaping the perceptions of public housing residents by neighboring individuals, businesses, organizations, and other public housing residents who are unable to obtain Hope 6 housing. Throughout this study, I relied upon the historical significance of housing the poor as in a specific community located in Capitol Hill that experienced a great deal of residential segregation based on race and class differences over time. Here are my research questions. I was interested in how our families organize in the new development, what formations, social networks do they form as a result of living in this environment, what are their needs, and how do the perceptions of public housing residents shape neighborhoods. So I worked along with 25 adult heads of households. The income bands at the Hope 6 site as a mixed income neighborhood had 3 income bands. And so 15 of the individuals were from the lowest income band, 5 were from the middle, and then another 5 from the highest income band. I worked with 10 local business leaders, 15 community organizers, and I interviewed property managers, housing authority, HUD officials, conducted participant observations with daily rounds at the site and around the local community, and attended a ton of community meetings and analyzed library archives throughout. The second study, I will come back to all of the studies, but the second study, just to introduce to you, is the migration for housing, how rural families adopt to social change. This focuses on a slow but growing trend among some rural communities in the United States, the in-migration of low-income families from urban centers searching for affordable housing. In this study, the immigrants were mostly were Black, moving into chronically poor, mostly white, rural central Pennsylvania communities. The study is an exploratory ethnography across 3 Pennsylvania counties that examines the characteristics and forces as well as the experiences that drive migrations. Observe the subsequent responses of those with longer ties who lived in the communities, and also what effects did the migrations have on social services. And these are the questions that sort of surround that particular research design. I'll start with this sample, again, was 18 families. It's a year-long study. I did also conduct interviews and observations with 12 long-term families that in the same communities, living in the same communities as the in-migrant families. 16 community meetings, agency interviews, etc. And then the third study is housing instability toward a better understanding of frequent residential mobility amongst America's urban poor. This was conducted in 2008, and here I wanted to explore a commonly held view by poverty researchers that poor people move often. And they move mostly, are not for positive family development, but they are, and nor are they for upward mobility. Most are pushed out of housing, eviction, substandard housing, conflicts in the home, etc. And so this study is based on secondary data analysis of a larger study that I worked on, Welfare, Children, and Families, a 3-city ethnography that was based out of Chicago, San Antonio, and Boston. And in this particular study, this was looking at the effects of the 1996 welfare reform legislation on the development of 256 low-income children and families. This was the ethnographic portion of this design. The survey component was over 2,000 families, and the embedded developmental study was another subsample of 700. And so my research was on the family and neighborhood ethnography. So the questions here are, what are those push and pull factors that drive mobility, and to what extent is housing instability associated with high rates of mobility among low-income families? What are the challenges, the barriers, as well as benefits that families face when experiencing mobility? And why do certain individuals and families with similar demographic characteristics residing in the same community have different patterns of residential mobility? And why do these families and their bouts of residential mobility, they experience stability that's also interspersed with chronic residential instability over their life course? So lots of things going on. So one of the conceptual models that I use in interpreting and examining my data is the home place. And the home place, I use this to, around the 3 categories that I want to talk about, privacy, protection, and place, is that the court, one of the challenges that many of the families that I've worked with across, all of my studies is that they do not possess a home place, or they are struggling to maintain one. And so a home place is critical, that I feel, in the lives of poor families, because it becomes a refuge from the daily barrage of life in poverty and a sanctuary opposed to discriminatory practices based on race, class, and gender differences. So Dean of Berkeley School of Law, Linda Burton, and I define the home place as a multi-layered, nuanced family process anchored in a defined physical space that elicits feelings of empowerment, commitment, ownership, rootedness, safety, and renewal among family. Critical features of the home place include social relationships that are characterized by distinct cultural symbols, meanings, and rituals. In the context of a defined physical space and structure, for example, a house in a specific neighborhood, these relationships shape individuals' and families' sense of social and cultural identity. As Bell Hooks argues in Yearning, the home place is a place where all that truly mattered in life took place. The warmth and comfort of shelter, the feeding of our bodies, the nurturing of our soul. It is where one has the opportunity to grow and develop. One's home place was a site where one could freely confront the issues of humanization, learn dignity and integrity of being, where one learned to have faith. Another theory that I use to apply to practice is concerning privacy that's also associated with the home place. The public nature of many low-income individuals and families' lives in the form of adherence to housing authority regulations, welfare sanctions, is closely reminiscent of Benton's panopticon, which functions as a kind of laboratory of power, applicable to all establishments whatsoever, in which within a space, a number of persons are meant to be kept under surveillance. The privacy of a home place offers some relief from the inspections, studies, and other issues that come along with individuals who are living in low-income neighborhoods. Unlike their middle-income counterparts, individuals receiving aid from the state must adhere to rules that increasingly assume a criminality of the poor by regulating the sexual morality of low-income mothers, regulating the formations of family and details of family life, and regulating the labor market. What's not clear, as law professor Karen Gustafsson says, is whether the state regulations are reining in threatening criminals and keeping public housing safe, or is it merely reducing the government's costs of providing aid to individuals with outstanding warrants? So one of my respondents, Carol, lives in Chicago, 25 years old and a single mother of 2 daughters, lived in the same Chicago neighborhood her entire life. Although she lived in the same community, she lived in 15 different places, migrating from the household of one family member to another. She had no job and her welfare benefits had been cut. Therefore, she was at the mercy of others. She described a time when she lived with her mother, who, depending on her mother's mood, refused to buy food, and Carol and her children would go hungry. When Carol had money, she always bought food for the entire household, including her mother and siblings. Carol described this period of transience as a state of homelessness, not on the street homeless, but nonetheless homeless. She says, "I was out of my mind and frequently considered suicide. After several years of residential mobility, Carol was able to move into her own apartment. Since then, she describes her life as peaceful. The best characteristic about the apartment is it's mine. In others' homes, I had to keep my children quiet. I felt uncomfortable using the kitchen. I had to stay in the bathroom with my girls because I didn't want them in there alone." She further credits her new home with aiding in the development of her daughters, who were able to be more independent after moving into their own place. So we move into sort of housing policy in the 1990s, which much of my research is based upon. And so the Department of Housing and Urban and Housing Development entered a new phase of programming in the 1990s that has a similar framework as the 1996 Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, also known as TANF, or welfare reform. These bipartisan initiatives really set the stage to create an ideology, if you will, around what individuals who are living in poverty, what they are responsible for. And this idea of self-sufficiency I counter with, who of us, among us, are self-sufficient? And so the government requires or wants us to think about those who are of low income as being responsible for their own futures and bringing themselves out. And so we have these three programs, Moving to Opportunity, Hope 6, and the Housing Choice Voucher Program that we spoke about earlier today as three of these policies. So looking at protection, another feature of the home place is that what the home place does is it offers protection as a site of resistance, and it forces both within and outside of the home. So here, historically, housing policy was enacted to protect whites from the other. Here's a photo of the Ellen Wilson dwellings built in 1941 for whites only, where I conducted my earliest research. With the desegregation of public housing in the 1950s, the dwellings changed from a project built for whites to a project mostly inhabited by blacks due to the migration of whites to the suburbs, white flight. Thus, while the public housing site was no longer legally segregated, it had become de facto segregated in a very short period of time. To the present, same place and different look. So while race is still a salient factor in the making of social policy, class also prevails. Here are two photos, the next two photos taken at the same site of the Ellen Wilson dwellings, now a Hope 6 site. In this newly developed mixed income community, the deserving poor, also described as the creme de la creme of the poor by a housing authority official, are protected against those less desirable, also known as the undeserving poor, who are dislocated from the project. Yeah. So we have here, right. So before Hope 6, any stranger could walk into a community and locate its public housing by its well-known barrack-style or high-rise brick buildings located in isolated or walled-off green areas. Today, Hope 6 developments, like the one where I conducted my research that you see here, strive to create seamless communities that are architecturally similar to the market-rate homes in the adjacent neighborhoods. This Hope 6 site, the same as the Ellen Wilson dwellings previously, has 134 units. However, these units are for smaller family sizes. So you have 46 one-bedroom apartments, 82 two-bedroom apartments, and 6 three-bedroom townhomes. 4 different building types, including townhomes with English-style basements that you see here, that are also seen throughout the Capitol Hill neighborhood. And here's another building type, a carriage-style apartment. And note here is that previously we would have called this an alley, right? But because you have upgraded and with gentrification, this is a mew. And a word that before working here, I don't think I ever heard of, but sort of an added mew in between buildings that has been created. So this last feature of the home place that I want to discuss is the importance of place. Over the decades, we have the late renowned anthropologist Janet Fitchen began observing in some rural communities, particularly those closer to metropolitan areas, local agencies were reporting a very recent and significant increase in low-income people moving in from elsewhere, particularly from urban areas. Other residential mobility studies have also found that low-income families are drawn to rural communities, not necessarily for employment opportunities. Instead, families are attracted by the availability and affordability of housing, safer communities, portability of welfare benefits, better school systems, and overall quality of life. And my research examines the way that public housing availability and changes in housing policy, rural economic restructuring, creates opportunities for low-income families to relocate from urban to rural communities in search of affordable housing. Okay. And one of the, I'm going to end quickly, right? So I'm running out of time. But so here I use Henri Lefebvre's production of space. I think is really important, as I see it, in relationship to my work, to shape social and cultural landscapes. Lefebvre argues that the social production of urban space is fundamental to the reproduction of society, hence of capitalism. Social space is a social product. This space is thus produced, also serves as a tool of thought and of action. In addition to being a means of production, it is also a means of control, and hence a domination of power. Lefebvre argued that every society, and therefore every mode of production, produces a certain space. In its own space, he argues that space is doubly produced. First, it's transformed by the social formation through an evolving spatial organization of social relations. Second, space is produced as each social formation develops a specific mental representation of space. So inherent in these spaces are conflicts, right? And so when we think about contradictions between the social relations of those who conceptualize space, thinking of urban planners, social scientists, and urbanists, and those who experience space as space directly lived through the associated images and symbols, and hence the space of inhabitants and users. So with that, I want to show you a couple slides, a few slides here looking at my work in Pennsylvania. And these are just slides looking at sort of the racial components or makeup of each county. Again, these are three mostly white, 90% plus individuals who are white in these communities. And each of the dark spots shows the percentage of blacks in the counties. And I will say, if you see closer up, these are less than 5%. And sometimes as we get closer to the west, we see less than 1%, right? And so one of the things that I want you to note here, that as the U.S. Census takes its census everywhere, it takes account of all inhabitants who live in a particular county. And what we see here is, in all three, the darker spots are those spots, yes, where blacks live, but they're living there because they're incarcerated. And so if we look across all three counties in each of the locations, what we see is that where they are, we also see prisons. So Pennsylvania at the time of this study ranks second in the country with the highest number of federal prisons. And as you can imagine, Texas and Florida were right there as well. So Pennsylvania was home to 26, soon to be 28, at this point is 28 state prisons. And census data counts all individuals who live in the population, and so this also is created some challenges for families who were visiting individuals who lived in prisons and creating conflicts with individuals who were also living there as well. And so when we think about what are the challenges of the individuals who were migrating into the county who were African American migrating into these predominantly white counties, one of the challenges was why were they there around safety issues? So many of them were coming in to provide a better quality of life for their children. But it also shows that individuals were moving to wanting to find a better life, but then finding themselves in a racially disturbed location. And so one of the individuals here, let me move to her respondent, and so looking at having, let me move back here. So one of the challenges that families were having moving into predominantly white areas and working with housing authorities were, if I want to take advantage of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which many of them did, but having experiences that were negative based on their racial interactions, wanting to then leave those places and using their vouchers as a method for them to get out. And so this is one of my respondents who talked about, the ways in which the housing authority was going to keep her from getting her housing voucher by making various sanctions related to just minor things that she was dealing with. And so what I want to do is to go from here is back to the question. So is housing essential for human survival? I say yes, absolutely. And it is essential, and as such, it should be considered as a human right. This line of inquiry is appealing to me only because the United States supports many UN resolutions. However, it may surprise you that the United States does not recognize the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which clearly delineates a human right to housing. And so my close here is the answer to the question will tell us how civilizations will circumvent collapse. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Yes, thank you.
Man, thanks so much. It is now time for the most important event of the morning, which is lunch. But before you go, we've completed the first two parts of this conference, which are seeing the invisible, and the second part is the impact of the invisible. And when we get back after lunch, the most important part probably is how are we going to change the invisible? How do we change that? How do we take those active steps? And we'll hear in our first panel from CRED pretty significantly and Homeboy a little bit again. And then we'll move on from there. So thanks so much and enjoy lunch. And we'll see you back here at 12:50. Dr. Rosemary Nabawisi as a moderator, and I'll let you read her bio, which is pretty impressive in the booklet as well. And super happy to have Rosemary with us and work with her on various different projects. And then we're bringing up also our guys from CRED, Leo Smith and Donald Tyler, as well as Miguel and Lily from Homeboy Industries. We might let Lily talk this time, we're not sure, but only because Corbett was yelling at us. That sounds good. Sit over here. In the middle? Either way. Wherever you feel is best. You want in the middle?
Press this side. Yes, you do.
Hold it together. You guys.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, welcome back from lunch. Everyone, that was a great lunch, would you say? We had a great session this morning, and I'm really privileged to be moderating this panel of distinguished speakers, and as you can tell, we're having them back, Fred and Homeboys. And I'm Rosemary Nabawisi. I'm the chair for health policy at Meharry Medical. Okay, is it on? Hold it. Instead of, I can see a switch. It's on. Okay. Okay. So it's nice to have everyone back. I'm privileged to moderate this panel between CRED and Homeboys. They're both experts in their content area as well as their experiential living. And this session is going to be looking at how do they bring their expertise to speak about changing the invisible laws that was so eloquently spoken about. So an anecdote I can give everyone about racism or discrimination is when you're born African American or black, you are on the down escalator. So you're looking at, everyone is trying to get up to reach their optimal outcomes, right? But if you're born African American or minority, you're born on the down escalator. So you have to fight with all your might to get up. But if you're born white, you're born onto the up escalator, right? You could have all sorts of barriers, but it's always taking you up. You don't have to do anything, but you're always going up to your optimal achievement. While if you're minority, it's always pushing you down, and you have to fight as hell to get up. If you get any barriers, you'll get down fast and you won't get anywhere. But anyway, I'll let our experts begin by, like we said, Ali initially did not speak, but I'll let her speak to her program with Homeboys that's looking at reforming prison policy.
So I just talk about Homeboy? Hi, everyone. So as I shared earlier, I'm an alumni of Homeboy Industries, so I am formerly incarcerated. I was incarcerated, came home, and then went to Homeboy Industries, was a trainee there, and went through the program. And while I was a part of the program, I participated in Pathways to College. And there is where I shared and was kind of pushed to and forced to kind of go back to college because I shared that I had an interest. So because of that, I eventually made my way into higher education. As I said, I'm pursuing my master's. So a lot of the work that I do now with Homeboy Industries is how do I use my privilege now that I'm in a university setting to stay connected to the community, right? Specifically the women. So some of the work that I do is now I co-facilitate those spaces and so that other women can see that there's something for us after prison beyond a kitchen and beyond cosmetology. So, and not only that, but once I started sitting in the classroom and started reading research about people that are criminalized and stuff like that, it was written by somebody in middle America that had nothing to do with incarceration, that never had their hands in cuffs, but yet they had something to say about me and my experience. So now we are no longer the subject of research, we are the researchers. So we're flipping that narrative. So that's why, thank you. So we're flipping that, right? And also, I just wanted to note, because of my positionality, because I am a formerly incarcerated woman, I can't help but also just throw some numbers out there. When it comes to incarceration of women, the conversation is very marginal, right, at best. And the rise of women's incarceration has risen to 834% over the last 40 years. And women that are incarcerated, 90% of them are also the primary caregivers of their children. So what does that talk about? Like the family structure, right? And then you have all these other additional barriers, such as housing. I didn't answer the question, but I just had to say that.
I think that's important. Thank you very much for sharing. I'll now go to Mr. Smith on the CRED side. You talked about we should just focus on empowering the people who are disenfranchised. Can you speak to how do you empower the people when you have all these invisible laws, the infrastructure that's in every aspect of their life that they have to address, or how they're living? How do you reduce the burdens that they have?
So, I like to talk about transformative empowerment, and it's at every imaginable level. And if you're not doing it in the work that you're doing, and you're not questioning everything that you do, so even the role that I play at CRED has to be sort of in constant questioning, because having individuals with lived experience in every aspect of this work is what really and truly drives change, and I don't have that lived experience. So I want to just give a couple examples of what transformative empowerment looks like. At every one of our different job roles, Dr. Tyler's likely to talk about our 5 pillars, but at every one of our different job roles at CRED, the person with lived experience outperforms those that don't have it. But that's not to say that they always have, even at a place like CRED, that they have equal access to those opportunities. In our programs, our strongest program, we have 7 different sites. Our strongest program is where they have instilled a peer counseling and peer mentoring role for people as young as 18 and 19, and created a leadership structure for the participants themselves. That particular program, after a couple of our participants, or not a couple, a number of our participants had been in the program for about 6 to 9 months, they came to the head of that site and said, we're doing great now, we're in a much better place, but we really got to go scoop up these other guys. They're younger than us, they're a bigger problem, and we're the ones who know them, so we want to figure out how to do that. And that site said, go do it. And you're going to need some resources, and so go do it. So that's at the program level, that's a very specific example. At the policy level, I have a couple more complicated examples, but one involves when marijuana was legalized in Illinois. 25% of the tax revenues from marijuana or from cannabis in Illinois are targeted to a program called R3, specifically to address the social determinants of health in very, very specific areas that have been identified as being in that situation because of the over-criminalization and over-policing in those areas. So it's the first time in Illinois where resources have been statutorily targeted to the areas that are in most significant need. The important part in terms of transformative empowerment and where we got it right and where we got it less right, during the process of passing that legislation, when very progressive members of the Democratic caucus were involved in the initial negotiations, they were toying between the idea of either 20% of revenues going to this program, or they thought that might be too ambitious, and instead they wanted to say, well, we'll cap it right now at 20% of what we think our first-year revenues would be. So obviously a percentage is much better, and a higher percentage would be much better than a fixed percentage. When African American legislators got involved in the process, that very quickly went from being not 20%, but 25%, and there was no more talk of having some kind of fixed amount. So that's just like one small example. On the back side of that, we don't have someone with lived experience working on how these funds are actually allocated every year. And I think we have some struggles with how that's being done. It's being done in the right areas, it's being done very, very creatively, but it isn't being done with an eye towards lived experience. So that's like the up and the down. We had another program called the Reimagine Public Safety Act that allocates $250 million of ARPA resources over 5 years towards violence intervention. The person who's running that program has lived experience, has worked their way up from being an outreach worker all the way to running this thing for the state of Illinois. That program is being run with an eye towards building out a real public health infrastructure towards working with, in a progressive way, the highest risk individuals in these neighborhoods like nothing we've ever seen before. I think it's directly attributable to the fact that the person who's running it has lived experience. We also passed Medicaid in Illinois for violence intervention. The Biden administration has been encouraging states to do this, and no one with lived experience is involved in the development of those regulations right now. This is kind of borderline confessional, but we have this really interested team-based approach where an outreach worker works with a bachelor's level educated mental health professional and a master's level mental health professional, and they actually started the regulations with a non-background friendly peer support worker or outreach worker. It's completely unworkable. 80% of our workforce have some type of background. It's absolutely integral to understanding and being able to change people's life perspectives. So we have to go back and work with people who don't understand the work and bring in and empower people who have lived experience to explain to them how the work really happens.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll now ask Dr. Taylor actually to speak to, he's the one who mentioned that empowering people to move through these systems is much more important. But how do you, after you address that, how do you undo the existing harmful policies before you create new ones, right? Because you could create a policy, but if you have the harmful one still in place, you'll be less effective.
Well, as far as undoing the harmful policies, I think I'll have to leave that to my colleague right here. And so he can speak to that better than I can. But again, you know, my position and what I focus on. But I think we need all of this, though. Let me say that clearly, right? We need change at all levels and in all sectors, right? And we need people on board and organized and working together to make that change happen, right? But I choose to focus my attention on those individuals who are, you know, the ones who are really experiencing the consequences of these policies. And so what we do at Chicago Cred, and our mission is to achieve a transformational reduction in gun violence. I'm sure everybody knows we've been leading the nation for years in terms of the total number of shootings. But of course, this is a problem nationwide in every urban area. I'm from a small city, Akron, Ohio. It also has, Akron has a higher rate of violence than many much larger cities, okay? Nashville also has a very high rate of violence, right? And I've lived here for 2 years as well when I went to graduate school at Fisk, right? And so, but our approach is to start with street outreach, right? And so we work directly in the communities that are experiencing high levels of violence. We have essentially 4 communities that we work in directly, and we partner with organizations across the city to serve most of the communities on the south and west side that have the highest levels of violence. So we're identifying the individuals who are involved, who are doing the shooting and being shot, and we bring them into our program and give them an opportunity to change their lives. So we're providing them with a number of services, right? We have what we call life coaches who are essentially first we have street outreach workers, then we have life coaches, which essentially provide case management and mentoring, and then we have clinicians, right? And so I have a team of clinicians that also provide those individuals with therapy. We provide an opportunity for them to complete their high school education. We eventually provide them with job training and opportunities for employment, right? We started off providing that up front. Now we provide it more toward the end. I was having a good conversation with my brother Miguel about folks being ready in terms of stability, right? To be able to be successful at employment, right? So we focus a lot on, you know, and probably many of you understand that folks who are in the streets, particularly those who are involved in violence, experience a great deal of trauma, right? They also get engaged in a great deal of substance use, right? And so part of them being ready to succeed means dealing with their trauma, dealing with their substance use, right? And so empowerment at that level means working with each individual. It also means working with their families and working with others they're connected with in their communities, right? To be able to get healthy, gain some understanding of what it is they need to be able to take care of themselves and function at a higher level. And we try to give them all of that. And so it is my position again that, you know, whatever may come at us, if we can become more invulnerable to it by strengthening ourselves individually, families, and communities, then we can withstand what else may come, while we also work to trying to change policies at a higher level. So I'll stop there.
Well, thank you.
I'll go real quick in answering the question about how do you correct problems of the past. The truth is it's incredibly hard to do it. It's much, much easier to create a new shiny thing that addresses what's hot than it is to go out and say something that's been on the books for a really, really long time has to go. Because there are, whether it's about financial resources or, you know, certainly in the case of incarceration, there's a large, incredibly well-funded system that's at risk when you're talking about changes. So that is a really, really difficult thing. I think we have the most amounts of success when there are points in time that we're reconsidering everything. Illinois passed no bond bail law in the wake of the racial unrest around the tragic murder of George Floyd. There's a huge backlash right now about that. That vote is being defended in moderate to conservative Democratic districts right now. But the fact of the matter is we did take a huge leap forward, and we're probably going to be able to hold most of that, if not all of it, based on a point in time. The other thing you have to have discipline about is when you're doing your new shiny thing, you got to point out the things that have to change, and you got to make sure you don't forget to bring those things along. So, you know, bad on us for not focusing more on the background check issue in healthcare when we were passing Medicaid reimbursement for violence prevention, but we're going to go back and we're going to clean it up because we have a new shiny thing. The biggest thing you have to do, though, to avoid the backlash and to get it right in the first place, and I know I'm a broken record about this, but you have to build the bench from the ground up. There is a disease in being a policy director because you work across two different worlds. And the world that is your bosses tell you what you can't do, and the world that you're supposed to be working for tells you what has to get done. And too often you make the compromise to do incremental things. And that really, the dynamic of that changes when you're working with people from neighborhoods and you're working with people who are really experienced in that, because they will quickly say to you, you know something, that sounds like something we could talk about and act like we're making progress on, but it's really not going to do me any good in my neighborhood. And so I know this is like, I don't mean to be a complete broken record, but the reality is the strongest of us, like I try to characterize myself as a translator. You know, that's a fancy way to say I really shouldn't be here. So that's what we have to do is at every level of these organizations, we have to think about how we're empowering people to change the dynamic. The last thing I want to mention about this is when I'm talking with policymakers about our issues, I just don't have that much mind share. They really don't want to hear about the technicalities of Medicaid reimbursement. They want to know how it works on the ground. So you have to also remind yourself that it's not just what we need systemically, it's also what's most effective, is talking to the people that are most affected by this and also are most capable to implement the change.
Thank you. Thank you. That was, I think, very informative on the complexities of doing policy work, basically. Miguel, in the earlier session, did talk about some of the policy changes that they've done in LA. Can you speak to some of the barriers you experience? And both you and Lily can answer that.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about one of the things that I would like, for me, it was like on a personal level, and I took it on against the union, the probation union in LA, which it was pepper sprayed with minors. And my question to them was, if I pepper spray your kid today, wouldn't that be child abuse? So why are you pepper spraying our kids? And they ganged up on me, and it was like a gang, right? So then I told them the same thing. I told them, I've been a gang member since I was 9 years old. I know gang language. That's exactly what you guys are doing. So then we have to confront things for what they are and call them for what it is, right? If you won't want me to harm your child the way you want to harm my child, I'm just putting, we just get in the mirror and going like this. Like, just look at it, and if you can't see your kid in front of the other kid, then something's wrong. Then maybe you shouldn't be doing that work. And that's the way I kind of confront like the probation department when it came about that. I said, because that kid is not white, just like you, or he's because he even, to be honest with you, I had like a lot of problems even with people that look just like me. They work in those departments. They got schooled by the people before them. So it was about breaking that cycle and telling them like, hey, just look at your kid at every time you see any of our kids. So that was with a pepper spray. And then like, so that's one of those things that got me into the ground of policy and actually going out there and changing, right? So then after that, we started working on Prop 47. And as we're working on props, they're always trying to take away as much as they can as you're working with them. But then you always have to just look at the bigger picture, because sometimes we get lost on the I'm saying like, well, if we don't get this, then we don't get nothing at all. And to be honest with you, in this world, we have to compromise at times. But we can't sell ourselves out either. Because if I sell myself out, I'm selling my community out. And if I sell my community out, then I don't belong in my community no more. I shouldn't be doing that work no more. You know, and as I stand there, that's the grounds I stand on when I go back to my community and present anything to my community. So in the city of Long Beach where I live at, and the greatest thing is that I work for a priest, right? So I never ask for permission, I ask for forgiveness. So that's the greatest thing about me. I don't know about other bosses. I work for a priest. I'll be like, Father Greg, it went down like this. You know, and that's some of the greatest things. So like just 2 years, because I want to give Lily some time too, because I kind of, yeah. And as this, about policy, when it goes about this, is relationship. Our community is relationship. It's all about relationship. That's one thing that Father Greg has taught me, dealing with anything that has to do either with policy or dealing with my community. If you don't have a relationship, then how can you do the ask of anything? So it's about stepping into relationship of that, and I'm gonna pass it on over.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just going back to policy, right, as well, in California, we banned the box on employment applications, right? And that was through Homeboy Industries. And I actually was on the front page of the LA Times because of that. However, even after that was passed, I still wasn't able to get a job on campus because we haven't changed hiring culture. right? And so when I was trying to get a job on campus as a student, as an undergrad, I was denied employment on campus. Once I applied for the position that I'm in currently, I've been in this position for 2 years now, and Ban the Box passed, I believe was it like 2017. The person in HR said, we can't hire a felon. So it's like we're passing the policies, right, but the culture around them hasn't shifted. So it's like, yes, policy is important, but like policy did not get me the job even though after it was passed. So it's like as we're passing these policies, like what is the culture around it and what is the change actually looking like?
If I could, I just wanted to give an example that Miguel's talking about sort of the absurdity of the policy circles you can run in. You know, when you talk about, you know, probation officers not having any kind of cultural context, I will sit in rooms, and this is not an exaggeration, this happens all the time. We need cultural competency training. It's like, no, we need to hire the people who have it. Like, what person would train someone who doesn't? I had the greatest experience with at a education conference, and an African American legislator stood up and had a variety of formal comments, but she started out by saying, I have a polite request for everybody in the room. This is when I was teaching. You have advanced degrees, most of you. You have lots of options in your career choices. If you don't like our kids, could you please just not teach them? It's the simplest request in the world. We know who can do this work. We know how it has to get done. It's just a matter of whether or not we're willing to embrace it.
Very powerful, very powerful. So I want to sort of bring it to a close by each one giving some closing comments. I'll start with Dr. Tyler.
Start with me. Closing comments. You know, as far as I'm concerned, we just have to make it happen. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm not going to sit back and wait for somebody else to do something. I'm going to roll up my sleeves. I'm going to the community. I'm going to engage the folks who need the help, and I'm going to partner with them to find a solution, and let's make it happen. You know, I'm doing this every day individually and with families and with groups in terms of my colleagues and other people we work with, right? And so what I found by and large, you know, there's no one, and we work with the individuals who are doing the shooting and being shot in the city of Chicago, right? And I haven't found one yet who really wants to be living that lifestyle. Every one of them wants a different lifestyle. Right, and so that's where my inspiration comes at. They just need support, they need assistance, they need skills, and other people to get out of their way and let them do what they can do for themselves, you know. And and from my perspective, that's the best way for us to work.
The hope I have in all of this is just how incredibly engaging, passionate, serious, and interesting all the work is, and how committed the people are that I work with every day. I've had ridiculously interesting and fun jobs. I've worked for a governor, I've worked in a large law firm, I've started businesses. The reality is the most interesting, smartest people, most flexible are the people I'm working with at Chicago Cred right now, and we're gonna get ahead of this thing. I don't have a clue exactly what it's gonna look like, but we are building on more and more people. We're taking solutions to institutions. We're not trying to do pilots anymore. We're trying to address systems. And the sheer effort of everybody of building that group is gonna make it happen, not just because it's being done well, also because we're enjoying the process of getting it done.
Thank you, thank you.
And I'm just going to add, you know, folks often ask, like, for those that are working with folks that have been criminalized, like, what can we do? So I wrote something down because I get nervous, so I'm going to read it. Central to working with incarcerated and formerly incarcerated people is the need to develop a critical analysis of incarceration that teaches us that the majority of incarcerated people are there for poverty-related criminalized actions, that prisons are used as fixes to hide social problems, but they do not address their root cause, that most incarcerated women have histories of partner or sexual abuse, that women of color are disproportionately targeted for incarceration, especially Black communities, that individuals with drug and alcohol dependencies are often self-medicating to deal with the pain they carry, that people who harm often have histories of trauma, and that carceral punishment does not make our communities safer. Grounding our efforts in this understanding moves us to maintain that no one is disposable. Everyone has something to contribute if nurtured and supported. The importance of centering the most impacted, and the need to address the root causes of problems to make our community safer. It compels us to ask, what kind of relationships, systems, institutions, and structures do we need to keep our communities safe and healthy?
She said it all right. And it goes to this. Like for me, the biggest thing is, as a community, we're looking for healing. We need healing in our community. We need kinship. We need all those things that are missing. Because without stability, without community, without any of that, we cannot go forward into the change that we're trying to do. And I just ask everybody that's here, if you got something out of this, please take it back into your community and put it back to work. Because we didn't come over here just to sit here. I came here because I want to be able to share the message of saying, take it back to your community and make it work, because we have to make it work. Because the system hasn't been working for us for a long time. And it's not going to work for us. We have to make it work for ourselves. So that's where I'm at right here with the system. And Lily said it all, and I'm just so proud to be sitting next to her today. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, if that doesn't inspire you to change, really fantastic stereo here. Yeah, just phenomenal stuff they're doing. For those of you who don't know what Ban the Box is, it's on every employment form. There's a box right in the upper right-hand corner, and you have to check whether or not you're a felon. And if you're a felon, people just pass over your employment application. So Lily was actually instrumental in getting that change in California. No small feat, although she didn't really emphasize it. The second thing that wasn't really emphasized was the work that these guys do at CRED. And Leo and Donald both are involved in changing the laws in Illinois. When they first started at CRED, there was about $3 million a year allotted to violence prevention and the kind of issues that we're talking about here. Through their work alone, it's now up to 30 million. Is that correct? Yeah. So phenomenal stuff, and they definitely have a head start and a hand up on that. So thanks for that. The next group up, I'm super excited to hear from. We have the chiefs of diversity and inclusion from 4 of our biggest companies, Oracle, Amazon, Alliance Bernstein, and Nissan. Man, I almost forgot you. But we're super happy to have them here, and they're going to tell us about what business is doing in terms of inclusion and setting the norms often that we live by in society. Our moderator is Corbett Doyle, a longtime friend, a board member of Street Solid, and more accolades than I can throw at her. But I'll let her take the mic from here.
And Lily's advocate.
And so while everyone's getting seated, I'm just going to say because I want you to hear what our guests have to say, rather than tell you their bios. Their bios are in the brochure, and they are all on LinkedIn if you would like to know more about them. So throughout the morning, we've heard multiple speakers talk about the ways in which business hampers the cause that we are gathered here today, and the ways in which the needs of businesses hamper the causes that we have been talking about. The 4 guests who have joined us today all represent organizations who are trying to have a positive impact. And these individuals are all working very hard to do that. So that's what we are going to focus on. And I am going to open with, if I can awaken my iPad. So studies have long shown a correlation between workforce diversity and organizational performance, and between inclusion in those organizations, and key success factors such as employee engagement, reduced turnover, and innovation. So I would love each of you to talk briefly about what's driving your firm's focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to what extent is that message resonating with your workforce? So, Tanya, if you would like to start.
Sure, thank you so much. And first, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and good afternoon to you all. So many of you, I hope, sincerely, that many of you know about Amazon, and maybe many of you have had packages delivered today or a little bit later on. I start with that because our motivation is, and if you do any research on our company, you'll learn that we're extremely customer obsessed. And so the connection that we've made is, we want to be that customer obsessed to really anticipate beyond needs, but wants and delights of what our customers want, we have to acknowledge the diversity of the customer base that we're going after. And so we view it as a competitive advantage. There's a lot of folks in the company that view it as something that we do because it's the right thing to do, because it's the hard thing to do. But what I think really drives it forward is we see it as the competitive advantage as to how we're going to continue to innovate and be the best at what we do, which is delivering smiles around the world. And so I love the comment from the last panelist that said, you know, you can't train that. You got to hire people that do that. And so I connect to that, and I think that's part of what drives Amazon.
Love it. Edgar?
Thank you for having me here as well, for the invitation. So for Oracle, we're a big tech company, and a lot of people say, like, well, what does Oracle do? And we're like, well, we're in so many things. But because of that, so one of our leading drivers, and it starts at the top, so it starts with our CEO, and we've realized, and our CEO acknowledges on a daily basis that without diversity, you cannot have innovation. Especially in the tech sectors, if you're not constantly innovating, if you're constantly not improving and looking for feedback, you're never gonna stay on top of that game. So that's a really big belief. And to echo what my colleague said here and earlier, is hiring those people that kind of fit that area. So people like me. So for example, I'm first generation Mexican American from Southern California, grew up in Los Angeles, I'll say that. And I never thought I'd be in tech. And I spent several years in academia and working in career centers and trying to make that change, trying to drive our underrepresented students to tech sectors and to different career opportunities. So I joined the team to make that difference, to connect those underrepresented students with career opportunities. And it's people like me, it's having that top approach as D&I resonates throughout the entire organization is what makes a difference and what drives us.
Thank you. Chandra.
So thank you for having me here and for the invitation. And of course, everyone's familiar with Nissan. You see our products on the road every day. And for us at Nissan, we know that having an effective DEI strategy is a competitive and business advantage. We also know that that helps us to attract and retain the best and the top talent. We also are and recognize that innovation is the key to our success. We know that we have to constantly put out new products and services that are appealing to our customers, who also feel that they want to connect with a company who shares their values. So we certainly see that innovation is a driving force. We also recognize that diverse teams bring diversity of thought, and it's that diversity of thought that brings those different perspectives and really fuels our innovation. So we have a strategy at Nissan within DEI that's focused on 3 key pillars. It's our people, our culture, and our partners. And from a people standpoint, we are committed to ensuring that we unlock every employee's potential to do the best work of their lives. From a culture standpoint, we are focused on creating those safe spaces where openness and curiosity drive that innovation. And from a people or a partner standpoint, our focus is on ensuring that we open avenues of opportunity for our employees, our customers, our dealers, our suppliers, and absolutely our communities. So we've done a lot in those areas, and I think our employees really see a resonation of what we're doing, because we tie that high-level strategy to very specific actions that ensure that, for example, that we are focused on increasing our diversity within our leadership level. So we have implemented a program for our African American and Hispanic employees to get that leadership development that they often lack as members of underrepresented groups. And we are absolutely creating that pipeline of talent into our executive leadership channels. And so then from a culture standpoint, we are really focused on ensuring that our leaders create those meetings or that environment where there is a conversation and they are working collaboratively together and learning more about each other and how they work together so that our employees feel that openness. We recently announced Juneteenth as a company paid holiday. That was us listening and having those conversations with our employees. And we also expanded our paternal leave policy to 16 weeks, and that covers mothers, fathers, same-sex couples, as well as parents that are adopting. So those are just some of the things that we have done that are actions tied to a strategy that truly resonate with our team, and that motivation is our talent as well as our customers, suppliers, dealers, and partners.
Hi, everyone. My name's Bren. I'm with AllianceBernstein. I feel a bit like an outlier here on the panel. We're relatively small in comparison to our peers here, but a relatively large employer in Nashville. We're a 4,300 person asset management firm broken into 3 big buckets. The first is ultra high net worth and high net worth families, which I think most people is what they think about when they think about asset management. The next big bucket is endowment funds for nonprofit institutions and colleges. We cover a lot of the colleges, historically black colleges and universities who have endowments in the $5 to $20 million range and manage their endowments. And then the next big bucket is public pension funds. So we have public pension funds in about 29 states. And when I think about what matters to us when it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion, besides the obvious business case, which is proven again and again, it comes down to 2 areas. The first is market resonance, and the second is employee value proposition. So when I think about market resonance, we always use the example of women. So women in the US were not allowed to have a credit card with their name on it until 1974. 48 years later, math, 48 years later, women control about $5 trillion in assets here in the United States. So we went from, in 46 years, women essentially not being able to have any destiny, any relationship to their wealth destiny, to controlling $5 trillion in assets. Many of those assets are unmanaged by a wealth management company because there are so few financial advisors who women find credible and trustworthy, who they want to connect with and want to give their money to. So we see if we cannot attract women, if we cannot attract Hispanic, if we cannot attract BIPOC wealth generators, these first generation wealth generators, we're not going to be relevant in 20 years. If that's what's happened in 46 years, we're just simply not going to be relevant. So that definitely makes sense to us. On the employee value proposition side, in a tight labor market like ours, we have to be giving employees something better than a paycheck. And we have to really thank employees for spending 40 hours of their 144-hour week with us, giving them something that is credible and meaningful beyond the paycheck and beyond, having a cool desk or cool office, which we do. So one example is our LGBTQ employee recruitment campaign that we launched this year called Let Love Grow, where we really thought about what are the material benefits, not just, slapping our logo on something at Pride Week, but really thinking about the material benefits that matter to LGBTQ employees and families in a state where they are increasingly targeted and harassed past. So we have full coverage for gender confirmation care, 100% coverage for gender confirmation care. We cover travel costs up to $10,000 for anyone who might need to travel to get surgery that might be relevant to them as part of their reproductive care or gender confirmation care. We offer $25K reimbursement for surrogacy and adoption. We cover up to $27,000 in IVF and fertility treatment or care, whether it's egg freezing or what have you. And then we also offer LGBTQ internal engagement groups, and we have out executives as well. So it was a full top to bottom campaign that thought about what would matter most to an LGBTQ employee in a place that is increasingly hostile to them, which was really, really successful for us. So, and additionally, for someone who maybe wouldn't identify in one of the targeted or harassed groups in Tennessee or in the nation, we also think about, when we look at our surveys, diversity is the #1 thing that people feel pride about when they think about their firm. They say, what am I most proud of about working at AB? Again and again, diversity comes up. When we ask, what is the thing we can do better? Diversity comes up again and again. So our employees are very passionate about this, and they're pushing us on this. If we take the foot off the gas, we're gonna lose really credible people who love working at our company.
All right. Fabulous answers, and most of you gave examples of very specific things your organization is doing, but I'm going to ask for that again. So meaningful work is increasingly recognized as a key way to develop both a sense of inclusion and employee connection. And most of us spend a lot of time at work. And if we hate where we're going and we hate what we're doing, it's really hard to care about what we're doing. And so this notion of meaningful work, really feeling like we are making a difference, a positive contribution, is really important. So Brent, since you were last, I'm going to let you go first this time. So can you describe, and you described multiple things that the organization is doing for the individual, largely in their personal lives. So can you describe a specific initiative AB has launched, or since you're relatively new, that you are hoping to launch, that helps employees connect what you're doing from a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging standpoint to the meaning they derive from the work they're doing?
Yes, absolutely. So 3 examples came to mind. I'll be brief on all 3. But the first that came to mind was our work around responsibility on climate change. So we have a whole team whose job is to understand our commitment to net zero, which is that we hope to, and by 2025, not participate in, not invest in, and not have anything essentially financially to do with companies that are increasing or adding to the climate crisis. We've connected that to DEI by making that push part of a significantly invested in and researched fund that is going towards diversity, what we are considering diversity champions. So it's a specific fund that we're using to carry out research to understand who are the big companies we should be investing in that don't contribute to the climate crisis, in addition to having strong DEI practices, having an understanding and a lens towards the climate crisis as an intersectional crisis that will disproportionately impact poor people in the global south and brown and black people. So that is something where we've actually had to take our investment teams, people who are used to thinking about the bottom line and numbers every day, and asking them to really think about how can we create a moral lens that is tied to our business lens. So that's the first one that comes to mind. The second that comes to mind is we've in the financial services industry, the idea of tracking our diverse vendor and supply is relatively new. So the SEC asks for voluntary information about how you are tracking and spending with diverse businesses, and about 50% of the companies that report to the SEC do so. So this is including huge companies, JP Morgan Chase, Citi, companies that we all think of when we think about financial services. Only about 50% have any kind of track of their diverse vendor spend. So we are building a diverse vendor and supplier procurement system, but we're particularly dialing in towards this one tier, which is where we see we can have the biggest impact on generational wealth for BIPOC women and disabled businesses, which is the spend category that's between 100,000 and $1 million. It's very easy to diversify your spend for catering. It's very easy to diversify your spend for event decor. It's not very easy to diversify at that level. So we're also building a vendor preparation program so that they can be ready to get those big contracts, which in a world where less than 1% of black-owned businesses hit 100K in annual revenue, a tremendously big deal in your bottom line. And the last thing that comes to mind is we have built out a diverse markets strategy. So we're basically monitoring the 10 cities where we're seeing the fastest growing diverse specifically BIPOC wealth generation. So where are we seeing the 10 cities in America where we're seeing Black and Latino businesses, Black and Latino wealth generators grow the fastest, and we're building up basically culturally competent financial teams there who can support those businesses. And it's kind of a three-pronged effect of really savvy financial advisors, community focus, so making sure that you're giving money and spending your time in the local community, and also having a specific lens towards what do first generation wealth creators need? What's the education that they need to be successful and create legacy building wealth?
Love it. Thank you so much. Chandra.
So at Nissan, we launched probably 15 years ago our very first employee resource groups. So now we have 10, almost 11 of those employee resource groups. And they are a driving force or a very critical aspect of our DEI strategy. So those employee resource groups essentially bring together diverse talent with shared interests along with allies who want to learn more, to help, to advocate for change on behalf of those groups. And those groups come together to identify opportunities for professional development for the members, engagement both inside of the organization with their peers, bringing forward, cultural moments or cultural education and learning for the environment, as well as working externally with some of our external community partners to engage from a philanthropy standpoint. Each of those teams has an executive sponsor whose job is to work with that team and really advocate and be a voice for them through our executive channels. So as I mentioned earlier, we have 10, almost 11 of those, ranging from veterans to our Black employees at Nissan. We have a multicultural team, as well as our Gay Straight Alliance. So that, just to name a few, but we have roughly 11 of those. Another area where we truly connect our employees to the meaning of their work is through our philanthropic efforts. We have a program, Nissan Neighbors, that is focused on environmental support, STEAM education, and humanitarian aid. And so we truly encourage our employees to engage, and they are always excited, always looking for opportunities to volunteer both their time and their monetary funds to these nonprofits that we have relationships with. Another initiative within our philanthropy effort is our Nissan Foundation, which was founded 30 years ago following the riots that erupted from the trial verdict of the Rodney King era. So at that time, our headquarters was located blocks away from the epicenter of those riots, and our employees stood from their offices in the building and watched those riots erupt, and we decided that we had to take action. And so we endowed a foundation whose primary focus is to support nonprofits who bring forth educational programming focused on cultural awareness of our differences. So our foundation has a board that is responsible for going out and finding those nonprofits that engage with those nonprofits. And so that board consists of Nissan employees from different functions across the company. So we are truly focused on what we can do to bridge that gap between the work that our employees do daily and the things that they can do to help them really find meaning in their work and meaning at Nissan beyond just us building and designing and selling and financing high quality vehicles. It's not just that, it's also what we can do to really support the community and those people that are buying our customers and in those communities where our employees live, work, and serve.
Thank you, Chandra. Edgar.
At Oracle, so we also have our employee resource groups. Our CEO also launched an executive council made up of all of our senior executives across all lines of business, and they constantly look at diversity and inclusion. But one of the things that is near and dear to my heart that is really a passion of mine coming from the academic sector is the strategy that we are implementing with our historically Black colleges and universities and also our Hispanic serving institutions. So excuse me, I'm sorry. So one of the things that was recently launched and that I manage is the Inspire Your Future Scholarship. So we specifically work with HSIs and HBCUs across the nation to identify students where we can really make an impact. So high touch, high impact practices. So we work individually with various universities and to not really try to come up with solutions from our end, it becomes more of a collaboration, more of a conversation of, what is it that y'all need help in? How can we, as a multinational organization, bring some of our resources to help develop your students, to help develop future tech workers, to prepare them for those future jobs that might not even exist, for another 10 years. And so what we like to do is when we work with a university, we partner with them at all levels. So our executive vice presidents work with the university provost or the presidents there or the chancellors. So they're having conversations there. But then we also engage with the students on campus. So working one-on-one with student organizations. Those might include, like for example, the Society of Black Engineers on campus, Society of Women Engineers, also Pan-Hellenic Councils as well. So working with them to figure out what the needs are at that level, but then also addressing other challenges that are unique to each campus. So there are various campuses where there might be food insecurity issues on that particular campus. And so we also work with food pantries at those universities. Being a first generational student myself, I remember that $100, $200, $300 textbook, that was a lot of money. And now textbooks are even more expensive. And so we're also looking at establishing our book scholarships, where students don't have to have that fear of not being able to purchase a book or having to take on a second part-time job on campus to pay for supplies. So we also engage there. We also engage with the various faculties on campus, right? So I'll give you a specific example. So we worked with the university that their curriculum within the computer science department primarily taught a single language. Well, unfortunately for us, that's a kind of like a roadblock, because for a lot of our positions, whether that's entry level or interns, we're looking for students that can have multiple languages of programming. So what we've done is we've paired our Oracle team with those faculty members and asked the question, what can we do to help increase your curriculum? How can we help develop that curriculum to bring up the computer science students on par so that they can be competitive with other universities as well that are teaching two or multiple programming languages. So we're also working at that level as well. So Oracle does also offer free teaching or classroom materials for faculty members. So we have an Oracle Academy that's part of our philanthropic areas in which we work with faculty to develop those curriculums so that they can turn around and teach that into the classroom. Okay. So it's about working at all areas. It's also trying to identify what those needs are individually at those schools as opposed to just having a blanket approach. So that is one of the things that I am most proud of that I currently oversee.
Thank you, Edgar. Tanya.
This is such a good question. And it's a good one for me because I didn't want to leave out a great program that has been launched. And so a lot of what the colleagues here have said, one, I was taking mental notes because they're excellent. And so I'll answer the question and I'll give some marquee ones. But even in saying that, if someone's listening or hears, it's like, you forgot about this one. So Amazon, in many ways, in comparison to some of the other organizations here, we're much younger. And we still want to encourage to have this inventor's mindset. So I'm here to tell you, I've been doing HR and caring a lot about DEI before it was called DEI, when it was called AAP, right? And we had good faith actions with our AAP. And so we've resisted what has been traditional DEI strategies. right? We've resisted it because we have an inventor's mindset. We have bias for action, but we also want to make sure the action has measurable, auditable points where we can inspect for impact, right? Because they're great actions that lead to a lot of feel good and great headlines, but what has that done over a series of what time? And so I will tell you, I've been here 2 years. It is the most energizing environment to do this work in, because there's a resistance to doing what everybody else is doing because it looks good on paper if it doesn't connect to measurable outcomes. And so it makes it interesting because there's some really good stuff that we shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel on, right? So being a person that's come from a traditional organization into this inventor's mindset, which is a very peculiar invent and simplify culture, it's been energizing because I've been able to reintroduce things that a lot of my colleagues have been talking about that have been really successful. So we've been able to get some traction bringing those things in, but keeping this the sensibility around invention. So we have some leadership principles that we really do live. Another attractor for me, because there are a lot of things that people say these are our values, and they show up on walls and they show up on like little badges, but do they transcend into how they challenge your work? How they develop others, what they look for in leadership, and so that happens. And so a couple come into mind. I mentioned bias for action. Like, we hear a problem, we want to go after and solve it. There is this other concept of have backbone, disagree, and commit. That's all one thing. All three of those things are one thing. And so through our affinity groups, because we're still newer, we have not yet turned the corner to call them employee resource groups, they're affinity groups. That's where, and the affinity group debate for us is one that once we say employee or employer resource groups, does that take a little bit away from their having backbone to disagree, right? And so through those actions, we get a lot of really interesting ideas and programs and things to debate. And so where a sense of belonging will come into play are things like this. Remember, I started with we're customer obsessed. And so real life example, we're selling dashikis on, if you want to really, there's a party, someone's doing an African themed, and you can want to, not, I shouldn't say dashiki, but African attire clothing. You want to go on Amazon and buy something. And the model looks nothing like someone from that part of the world that would be wearing that. The model looks completely different. Employee resource group can say, I completely disagree. I'm going to go find the person that put that out there and say, can we talk about whether it be body imaging, colorism as to what we're putting on certain types of products? Like, I'm uncomfortable with that. That's not who we're about. And we have customers that would be looking and they don't see themselves reflected in this product. Again, that's how employees have the voice of how I make impact. And with a time period, whether it be 24 hours, less, or a little bit more, they see that change. That's immediate impact to what's happened, right? We also have huge programs like we have our Future Engineer program, and it's associated with our Amazon and the community. It's a big program where we are committed to creating pipeline for K through 12, future engineers, software development, all the way to mechanical engineers. How do we get into classrooms to bring this into play? So our employees get to participate in that, and we get to track these students through. We also have initiatives with HBCUs. And here's the cool thing, invent and simplify at the lowest levels, empowerment and ownership. I just saw an announcement that we gave, we're partnering with Tuskegee to do a $1.2 million initiative on helping students from senior year acceptance all the way through graduation, partnership to really lean in on robotics. That didn't have to come through my office. That wasn't a part of a DEI strategy that we took to the board to get approval. We had a leader that had budget and had an idea and saw the opportunity and went and did it. And so that leader feels connected to a community. She went to school there. I think her parents taught there. So she saw this and didn't wait for someone to say, is Tuskegee or university, we should invest in robotics? She did that. And so that ownership, another LP that we have, just evokes a lot of goodness. The other piece is we have Black Business Accelerator. And we also believe that, how we help communities that have been previously marginalized or ignored or not allowed in to start their own businesses and then build towards true wealth generation, we have to help them, right? So to say, oh, you have a Black business, you met this test, here, you can start selling on our platform, we acknowledge that there are some other inhibitors to remaining a viable business that can impact those businesses. So how do we nurture and stay with those businesses a bit longer and beyond, oh, now I'm selling my product on Amazon. So I fear fear that I've left out a lot of really great programs because we have ownership, we try to push to the lowest levels, we have marquee programs that come from the top, but quite frankly, our CEO says, I hire really smart people. If you see the problem, have bias for action, go solve it. And then invent and simplify. You've invented, now simplify, go back, inspect, find out what we can do differently and how do we improve it. It is making it difficult for us to provide a true board level report on everything that we've done because there's a lot going on. So that's an opportunity for us, but it's one that we're comfortable with.
I love it. These are all fabulous answers, and I love that you're all taking notes from one another. I'm almost out of time. We're almost out of time. I have 2 questions left, and I'm going to share the prelude to the third question, but skip the opportunity to answer it and jump to the fourth. And so my speakers all know what that is. But so on the flip side, workplace values and norms, so all of the organizations represented here are extremely successful. They hire very talented people. They have a large section of their workforce that make a lot of money, which was an issue we talked about earlier. A lot of that is a result of workplace values and norms, like 60-plus hour weeks, tolerating bullies who happen to generate revenue for the organization, announcing parental leave policies, but making it very difficult for people to take those parental leave policies, and other things that have the opposite impact of the stated values and norms. And the result is often high levels of stress, physical and mental health issues, which is a big part of what we have been talking about today, particularly in underrepresented groups. And so what happens, we're all seeing it now with the Great Resignation, many people are leaving their jobs even when those sources of income are critical to their families. And research suggests that those who feel their voices are silenced because they're underrepresented suffer the most. So, may we challenge each of you to collaborate on a white paper that addresses how DEIB initiatives could be used to humanize work and thus contribute to a healthier workforce and community.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I was going to say, listen, I was going to say no, only because my legal department would probably hit you through everything I had to say. But yes, absolutely.
All right, and so this was Vince's suggestion. I want to thank you for the suggestion, Vince. It was a great suggestion. I want to thank each of you, and I look forward to working with you to develop this community impact, and we commit to sharing it broadly, and I hope everyone in the audience will help us achieve that.
I love it.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Oh, can we do Q&A?
Stay up, yeah, we have a few extra minutes, so.
Oh, Q&A would be great.
Wants to speak, ask a question, we have a few extra minutes. Not a big.
Yes, first question.
What is each of your company's position on collective bargaining for workers and specifically on Tennessee ballot amendment number 1 on November 8th?
Could you repeat the question?
So the question was, what is each of your organization's position on collective bargaining, and in particular on the ballot initiative? Is it Prop 1 or Prop 2?
It's ballot amendment 1 and it's collective bargaining for
It is collective bargaining. So it's Prop 1 on the ballot.
collective bargaining for workers, not just collective bargaining.
Collective bargaining for workers. So.
Honestly, I'm not familiar with the position, so I'm not in a position to answer. I apologize.
I wish I was too. I'm afraid I was thinking about, we have had some internal discussions about the amendment around the 13th Amendment of the Constitution. We've had conversations about that internally, but I don't think we've had any conversation about Prop 1, but we can definitely bring it up, and I will get back to you. Yeah, again, yeah, absolutely, yes.
That was the next hand I saw, and then Miguel. So, oh, sorry. There we go too. Sorry. I'm not sure I understood the question, so if you could just clarify. Oh, a felony. I didn't hear you say that. Yeah. I didn't hear you say that either, so justice impacted. So I missed those words. So a major part of the focus today has been the difficulty of individuals who've been justice impacted, even at organizations who say they hire people who've been previously impacted. It's not necessarily true in places like Tennessee. So
one of the things that I'm really pleased with, although there is work to be done, so thank you for that question, is we've talked a lot about how as Amazon we want to become more of a second chance employer, and how we're having conversations with our HR community, our labor attorneys, and so forth around what have been those gates or those restrictions to entry, and even why we have on application whether or not you've had a prior conviction, because we understand that when you dig deep into that and you find the data, because we're a big data dive deep company, sometimes things that are a felony have nothing to do with what we need people to do to pack boxes to make sure we deliver smiles around the world. And so again, to the have backbone, disagree and commit, that's one that goes into that, where we've had numerous conversations, and there are leaders like myself that want to push how we've thought about it, and use the same thing. We've resisted traditional means and how we've thought about employment and employability. Let's continue to do that. So there's been a lot of conversation, and we've been talking to some of our public policy team members around how do we start to do more actions to demonstrate that we are a second chance employer.
And I'll say that we don't have a formal program. We don't have a program that is du jour, seeking or attracting justice involved, and I'm going to use that term. I think that's really apt. Individuals, but we do have programs that are de facto really attractive to people who have been justice impacted. So we have a program in New York that we work with called Year Up. That is for folks who have interrupted schooling. And many of those folks who have interrupted schooling also have interrupted schooling because of being justice impacted or justice involved. But we are exploring that because we usually are the first firm that introduces people to the financial services sector, especially in the Southeast. And so it's a really great place to kind of get your feet wet. And we also don't require college degrees for many of our roles, including many of our roles that are very impactful. Like our head of global head of talent and operations is not a college graduate, which also is for us very attractive to people who've had disrupted or interrupted or I would say, yeah, interrupted schooling, which usually involves being involved in the justice system. So thank you.
And I would just mention, particularly for my colleagues who are very involved with technology, Year Up actually started in San Francisco, and it started as a partnership with companies that were seeking tech workers, and so it is in multiple locations. So there, and then Miguel. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Hey.
There we go.
Pleasure to meet you guys. My name is Phil Henry. I am actually one of the founders at CodeX Academy. We are an online software development school. Bryn, I am very familiar with Bryn. Bryn was very instrumental in helping us create our company at the EC, so thank you, Bryn. I actually am involved with each one of your companies in some degree, but what we're doing, and I want to kind of just second and attest to everything that they just spoke about, but we are working with underserved communities, our kids in high school, helping them get into technology, especially the ones who want to go to college but can't due to financial constraints. So we're giving them the opportunity to get software development training, internships, and jobs. But wanted to introduce myself and tell you don't run off, because I want to speak to each one of you before you leave.
Miguel, and then I think I saw, yes, over right there next.
So my question was, besides this hiring some of the formerly incarcerated people, how high in the company could they get to? Because I worked in the prison system in PIA, right? When I was kind of like a slave into their $1 a day kind of thing. But now I'm talking about like for the people that were formerly incarcerated, like, do they have a chance to move up besides just packing boxes? Besides that, like to the higher up positions in the companies, and I asked that, and then my next is like follow up with business. As right here in Tennessee, how connected are you guys with the nonprofits that are trying to help some of the formerly incarcerated just getting out like I see some of the real young homies over there that are here, so we can be able to make them the new community at Amazon and Nissan and then other companies like that. So we can be able to have them already have a career for their future as they're sitting here just listening to what we can do for them. And offer them like
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So I'm happy to start. I would say that at Nissan, once you are in the company, once you are an employee, you own your career. So we want to ensure that our employees have those conversations with their leaders about where they want their careers to go. So where you start is certainly not where you will necessarily end. We really encourage employees to talk to other leaders and other functions to learn more about those functions to get an idea for where they want to go. We also believe in having that cross-functional experience and having, whether it's being on cross-functional teams or moving cross-functionally to another organization to grow and to develop and to increase your opportunities of advancement. So I would say that certainly once you're in the door, the sky is the limit for you. There are certainly some positions that do not require college degrees. There are others that do. If you aspire to move to one of those positions that requires a college degree, we do offer tuition assistance to help you get that college degree. So we have a lot of focus within the organization on our people and ensuring that our people have the ability to go where they want to go with their careers. And as far as working with nonprofits, I kind of mentioned earlier some of the focus areas that we have in the company. We're always looking for new nonprofits to partner with to improve educational focus as well as to build communities. That's one of the key focus areas for us. It's not just about building, manufacturing, selling, financing, designing cars. It's also about building communities where we have a significant operating presence.
I would love to answer that question and applaud that too, but because we know that entry to within an Amazon role is because it's not all positions are high tech. So entry into an Amazon role, whether it be as a seasonal employee or as a full-time employee, is open to much more people. One of the programs that we're super excited about, and so if you want to do it in the moment on your phone, or if you want to do it later, is Career Choice. Because once you get in the door, we help you with Career Choice to get everything from high school, your high school diploma, so that we don't even require that, but we'll help you to get it through your GED. We'll also help you to go back and get 2-year up to 4-year degrees. And then with that, we'll also teach you, if you want to be an SDE, if you want to be a business analyst, we'll do all of that as well. The belief that's been a large part of Amazon is that there is this belief that people don't want to just come in and do that work forever. And so we had to create something like Career Choice so that communities do have opportunities, those that are interested have opportunities to advance. So I do encourage you to look at that program, to look at employability to get into Amazon, the ease at which it is to do that, as well as then Career Choice and how we allow advanced education from high school diploma all the way up.
And I know Vince is trying to signal me. I have one more question, and I'm going to let Edgar and Bryn get a first shot at this last question. So.
And I'm wondering what appetite within your companies to pressure the people that own the companies to pay taxes and to use that as a way to redistribute income back into community. Because everything you said is beautiful, but it could be fixed through fair paying of taxes and redistribution.
Okay, I'm not sure everyone heard the question, but it was, we've talked much about hidden barriers today. One in particular is the ability of those who have higher levels of income to evade paying their fair share of taxes, and to what extent are your organizations trying to address that? And Bryn, I hate to put you on the spot, but this seems to be a perfect A-B question.
Well, I'll say, one, this is my first corporate job. I've worked in education, public policy, economic and community development, and what swayed me to take the job was the commitment to values that seemed hard to shy away from. and commitment to values that ultimately could cost them money if they followed them through. And also I saw lots of people who looked like me who'd been there for 20, 25, 27 years, which was an outlier to me. I think what we ask of corporates is not enough. I think what corporates have the ability and willingness to do could be so, so, so much more. I also know that for a company like ours, we're new to town. And when we have stepped out on certain things, we were very vocal about some of the anti-LGBTQ legislation that came out a few years ago, very vocal about anti-trans bills that came through the legislation this year. We faced tremendous heat that made us feel isolated. It's a town where I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina, first generation college student, both my parents just as involved. There's a really precarious position that a lot of us are in particular from the DEI positions. We are at the intersections of issues within our own companies. Our positions are not revenue generating. Our positions are going to be the most vulnerable in the recession. And so I think I say all that to say that it's incredibly complex, but I think for each of us, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, we have employees internally who are asking these same questions of our leadership every day. To the extent that we're heard, I don't know. I would say I'm someone who is an anti-capitalist who just doesn't want to suffer under capitalism and need a paycheck because debt-to-income ratio for Black women is incredibly high in the US. But it's one of those things that people are asking every day. I think we're going to have to see companies answer that question more meaningfully than they've answered it. And I think a day of reckoning for companies to answer that question meaningfully and say how they're putting their money on the table, not just through the back door, through philanthropy and things like that, which again are meaningful and we're always going to do. I think that day is coming. So I don't have a great answer for you today, except that people have that question inside of this business every day. And we haven't gotten a sufficient answer from, I would say, any of us at this point.
So the rest of the panel agrees that that was a perfect answer to end on. So thank you all. Thank you all for, this is a Saturday. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate your joining us and look forward to working on the white paper.
So, can you guys hear that? Yeah. So, man, that was fantastic, and it's good to know that our businesses in the United States are at least thinking about those kind of things. It's also good to know that they're going to commit to do a white paper because, as we always say at Street Solid, once you commit, we're not letting you go. So we're going to be on these guys constantly for their help. The next talk is from Dr. Larry Bartels. He's a professor and head of the Institute for Democratic Institution Studies at Vanderbilt University. And he's going to talk about politics and how change really happens in politics today. This is his area of expertise and study. So we're really happy to have him here and talking about this.
We need a password. Okay. Can you hear me all right? Great. It's a real honor for me to be part of this event today. I am a late addition to the program, and I worry a little bit that my remarks may not be quite as upbeat as the title that you see in the program. And so I want to begin just by sharing. Advance here somehow. we go, by sharing the reactions to a book that I wrote on democracy. This is a comment by Ezra Klein, the New York Times columnist. This book is the political science equivalent of being told Santa doesn't exist. It makes sense once you think about it, but everyone has spent years telling you otherwise, and so the revelation comes as a trauma. I want you to bear with me if some of what I say today sounds a little bit like saying that Santa doesn't exist. But I want to start by talking and thinking about, great, thank you. Thank you. I want to start by saying a little bit about what I think are some damaging and even dangerous liberal fantasies. The first one comes from George Packer, who's one of the most astute and interesting observers and commenters on American society these days. This comes from just before the 2020 election. We may be on the cusp of an era of radical reform that advances citizens' rights, restores opportunity, and repairs our broken democracy. Beneath the dreary furor of the partisan wars, most Americans agree on fundamental issues facing the country. Quote somebody, envisioning a more progressive agenda than any modern president has pursued, and it would also be wildly popular with the American people. What I'm talking about is an agenda that's more ambitious than any time since Lyndon Johnson was president. That's a nice thought, but I think for anyone who understands how American politics works, it was probably highly unrealistic. But there was more of that talk even after the election, when the result of the election was already becoming clear. In the New York Times, Biden can't be FDR, he still could be LBJ. He has the power to make transformational progress look like come on man common sense. Will he use it? Democrats have a once-in-a-generation moment to deliver policies at the scale of the crises our generation is facing. Young people helped deliver this historic majority to Joe Biden. The Senate cannot be an excuse whether or not Mitch McConnell remains the majority leader. This was before the last Senate elections were decided. But the idea that the Senate cannot be an excuse is kind of like an idea that gravity should not be an excuse for me not floating in the air. If we think about how government works, it should be obvious what some of the limitations to that rosy political agenda were going to turn out to be. One thing to understand about politics is that presidential candidates and presidents, once they're in office, are consistently far from the voters on a lot of key issues. These are data from a survey that goes back decades that surveyed people about their impressions of the presidential candidates' positions and their own views about a variety of key issues. One clearly important one is the issue of government spending. You see on the top there the perceived positions of Republican candidates on government spending, and on the bottom, the blue line at the bottom, is the perceived positions of Democratic candidates. The higher the line is, the more opposed these candidates are perceived to be to government spending, and the lower is the more liberal position. And you can see the view of swing voters kind of tracking in the middle there, and Democrats and Republicans both consistently far from the voters' positions. Now, from one perspective about democracy, that's a real failure of the democratic system. These candidates don't seem to be responding to the positions of typical voters in the way that some stories about democracy suggest that they should. But I want to point out that in some cases that may be a very good thing. This second graph is from a similar kind of question about government aid to minorities. This is the one instance in the entire survey with the greatest gap between the positions of presidential candidates and the positions of the American public. Republican candidates over time have typically taken positions on aid to minorities that are pretty similar to those of at least the middle of the American public, whereas Democratic candidates have been far, far to the left of ordinary voters. And to me, that seems to be a good thing. Partisanship is similarly powerful when you think about what Congress does. If you look at contemporary congressional politics, here's, I think, a nice survey of the relationship between constituents' preferences, running along the bottom there, from the most liberal on the left to the most conservative on the right. And from the bottom to the top, the relative conservatism of the legislators' roll call votes on all the things that Congress votes on over a 2-year period. You can see within each of those two partisan blocks, there is a positive slope to the relationship. So Democrats from more liberal places are more liberal than Democrats from more conservative places. Republicans from more conservative places are more conservative than Republicans from less conservative places. But those relationships are quite weak by comparison with the difference between a Democrat and a Republican even representing very similar constituencies in the middle of the distribution. The expected difference in behavior between a Democrat representing the most liberal district in the country and the most conservative district in the country is much smaller than the difference between any Republican and any Democrat representing similar constituents' views. If you think about how policy is made, on most issues, presidents need 60 senators to overcome a filibuster, and so Republican presidents tend to be just as conservative as the 60th most conservative senator will let them be. They're generally far to the right of the public, and they'll push policy as far to the right as they can, given the constraints of their congressional delegation. So if you think about the example of John McCain, a moderate Republican senator who sunk the repeal of Obamacare under President Trump. Similarly, Democratic presidents tend to be just as liberal as the 60th most liberal senator will let them be. Joe Lieberman, for example, a moderate Democrat from Connecticut, sunk the public option that was intended to be part of Obamacare. And indeed, if you look at all of the major legislation of the Obama era, the economic stimulus, the Affordable Care Act, Wall Street reform, each of them passed with exactly 60 votes in the Senate because the president and his allies in Congress pushed policy exactly as far to the left as they could go and still get 60 votes. In the wake of the 2020 election, with an evenly divided Senate and a highly disciplined Republican opposition, for most legislation, the pivotal 60th most liberal senator is, for all practical purposes, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. When he cooperates, as he may on election reform, we'll see in the weeks ahead, legislation can pass. But in most cases, without Republican support, even a Democratic majority in Congress can't accomplish what it wants to accomplish. There are a few budget-related issues where filibusters aren't allowed. In those cases, the 51st most liberal senator is pivotal. In the current environment, that's Joe Manchin from West Virginia. And his views explain the transformation of President Biden's ambitious Build Back Better plan into the less ambitious Inflation Reduction Act. I think that's a kind of obvious example of what should have been expected going into this congressional session, but was overlooked by many liberals who thought that Biden and the Democratic leadership could somehow magically overcome the fact that they had such a narrow majority and in some ways a heterogeneous majority. Okay, so about elections, a little bit of historical perspective here. This graph simply traces the partisan balance between Republicans and Democrats in presidential elections going back to the late 19th century. The current elections are the ones way out at the far right there. And what you can see if you look at this graph is that while we've had lots of big fluctuations in the strength of the parties over the course of American history, the most striking fact about recent elections is that they've been consistently very close. Neither the Democrats nor the Republicans has won a big majority in elections for quite a long time now. You have to go back to the late 19th century in order to find a similar kind of period of partisan equilibrium and closely contested partisan balance. And that has in large part to do with the extent to which partisanship governs the voting behavior of American citizens. Again, there's been some fluctuation over time, but the current period is the one of historically high partisan effects on election outcomes. That brings me to Donald Trump. Here's my own reaction to Donald Trump the day after the 2016 election from the New York Times. The remarkable lesson of this election is that crazy is not disqualifying. About 90% of Republicans voted for Trump in 2016, which is just about what we saw for other recent party nominees, notwithstanding all the talk about momentous shifts among less educated white voters in the blue wall states. By historical standards, the overwhelming pattern was one of stability. Political scientists sagely concluded that partisanship is a powerful drug. Then we had the Trump administration. I won't rehearse any of that in detail. We had the COVID pandemic. By the time of the election, about 250,000 people had died. And if you look at the impact of all of that on Trump's approval rating over the course of his term in office, you can see that it had virtually no impact on anything. He was less popular than most recent presidents have been, but that was true pretty consistently throughout his term, regardless of all these historic events and, by many estimates, historic blunders and policy mistakes. If anything, the people who voted for Trump in 2016 viewed him even more favorably by 2020. Here's some survey data from people who were interviewed in 2016 and 2017 and 2020, and you can see that their estimates of Trump's personal character with respect to things like not only being a strong leader, but being moral and knowledgeable actually became more favorable over his time in office. And so despite a massive jump in turnout in the 2020 election, only a handful of states and none of the battleground states saw shifts of more than a few percentage points. Basically, the political system is stuck in this very closely contested equilibrium in which partisanship, rather than anything about the candidates or their accomplishments, seems to be driving people's behavior. Just one point about Republicans and Democrats and their political psychology that I think is important for understanding this. I've done some surveys that ask people questions about a whole range of different attitudes and policy preferences and group them into three general bundles. One I'll call economic conservatism, questions about the role of government, healthcare regulation, business versus unions, rich versus poor, economic inequality and redistribution. The second, which I'll call cultural conservatism, questions about patriotism, hard work, religion, rural versus urban, guns, antipathy toward journalists and college professors, who are two of the least popular groups on the right side of the political agenda these days, the role of women. And then a third bundle that has to do with ethnic antagonism, things like immigration, affirmative action, welfare, white identity, and concerns about the social and political role of blacks and Latinos. Now, if you relate people's expressions of attitudes on those various dimensions to the strength of their partisan attachments, looking first at Democrats, you can see here that the economic bundle of attitudes and preferences is the one that's by far the most important in accounting for Democrats' partisanship, their partisan loyalty, and their overall views about politics. The cultural dimension and the dimension of ethnic antagonism seem to be much less important among them. In contrast, if you look at Republicans, their cultural values seem to be overwhelmingly important in determining their attitudes about the parties and presidential candidates and the like. And so the important point that I want to make here is that politics is not just a disagreement about issues, but also a disagreement about what politics is about. And a lot of the partisan polarization that we observe in the contemporary American scene, I think, has to do with the fact that people are often talking past each other. On the left, many people talk about, why are these people voting against their economic self-interest? Well, it's because they care less about their economic self-interest than they do about these cultural and symbolic concerns about their sense that they're losing the American way of life as they've known it, which is a powerful thing. So what's at stake in these political divisions? There are a variety of examples that I could use here. I'm going to talk mostly about economic policy because this is an area where I've worked myself. There are differences between Democratic and Republican presidents in macroeconomic performance, If you look back since the immediate post-World War II period and compare how the country has done economically under Republican and Democratic presidents, you see that Democratic presidents have generally presided over less unemployment and a great deal more GDP growth than Republican presidents have. Those differences, I think, are important, but even more important and even more dramatic are the differences you see in the patterns of distribution of economic gains under Republicans and Democrats. So just to walk you through this chart, what I'm showing you is the average annual growth rate in real incomes for people in different parts of the income distribution, from the working poor down at the 20th percentile on the left to pretty affluent people in the 95th percentile of the income distribution in the far right. You can see that under Republican and Democratic presidents alike, those people at the affluent end of the distribution tend to do relatively well. In some sense, partisan politics is of relatively low stakes for them. But as you work backward down to the left, you see that middle-class people's incomes have grown much, much less under Republican presidents than they have under Democratic presidents. And for the working poor people at the very end, it's something like 1/10 as much average income growth under Republican presidents as under Democratic presidents. So huge long-term differences in what we get under the two parties. If you look at projected income inequality, if you just imagine that those two contrasting patterns were in place all the time, you can get a sense here of the long-term implications of those differences. The dotted line in the middle of the graph shows how income inequality has changed since the late 1940s. The upward sloping line, red line at the top, shows what we would have expected if the Republican pattern had been in place through this whole period, and the blue line at the bottom shows what would have been expected if the Democratic pattern had been in place through this whole period. And you can see that there's a huge difference there between, on one hand, a level of inequality that far surpasses what we see, even what we think of as less advanced democratic systems in places like Latin America. And on the other hand, the Democratic pattern implies really no overall increase in economic inequality over this huge, over this long period, in spite of the huge external pressures that we faced from things like globalization and technological change. And just to give you a sense that this pattern really does have something to do with the parties' contrasting policies, here's an example. President Trump's main legislative achievement during his time in office was a big tax cut, and you can see here the estimated distribution of benefits from that tax cut to people in various parts of the income distribution. And some sense of how that happened, one widely noted comment in the run-up to the passage of that bill came from Republican Representative Chris Collins, who said, "My donors are basically saying, get it done or don't ever call me again." But more subtle, and I think more important, an example from Senator Corker of Tennessee, who was resistant to the idea of a tax cut on grounds that it would blow up the budget deficit, one of the last Republicans to get on board, and in explaining his eventual decision to support the bill said, "After many conversations over the past several days with individuals from both sides of the aisle across Tennessee and around the country, including business owners, farmers, chambers of commerce, and economic development leaders, I've decided to support the tax reform package we'll vote on next week." What I want you to notice here is who Senator Corker is talking to get the sense of the views of constituents in Tennessee and around the country. Business owners, farmers, chambers of commerce, economic development leaders. Not much talking to the kinds of people that are represented in this room and the kinds of problems that we've talked about today. If he had talked to fewer business owners and more workers, he might have come to a different conclusion. So the example of partisan effects on economic distributions, economic inequality, are one example of the important consequences of elections and of partisan control of our national government. There are others one could point to as well. one of the most striking ones for me is work that's been done on rates of infant mortality. There's been a gradual improvement in the US in infant mortality over the last several decades, but we're still woefully behind a lot of other advanced countries in that respect. But the more striking thing is if you look at what happens under Democratic and Republican administrations, you see pretty striking differences in the rate of change in infant mortality over time. Within a year or two of a Democratic administration taking office, infant mortality mysteriously gets better, and within a year or two of a Republican administration taking office, it mysteriously gets worse. I think that's an example of how the differences in partisan priorities can have effects that are important but often ignored. That brings me to the issue of political inequality. A famous political scientist, Robert Dahl, once wrote, "I assume that a key characteristic of a democracy is the continued responsiveness of the government to the preferences of its citizens, considered as political equals." But one of the most important lines of research in political science over the past decade or two has to do with testing the extent to which government responds to the preferences of people as political equals. One of the most striking reports on that is a book by Martin Gilens called Affluence and Influence that looks at disparate responsiveness to the preferences of people in different income groups. I'll just summarize his summary here. Responsiveness is strongly tilted toward the most affluent citizens. Indeed, under most circumstances, the preferences of the vast majority of Americans appear to have essentially no impact on which policies the government does or doesn't adopt. And here's a summary of his statistical findings. On the left, a comparison between the apparent impact of the preferences of people at the 90th percentile of the income distribution, which is that upward sloping line at the left, and the very flat line is the estimated impact of preferences of people at the 10th percentile of the income distribution. When their preferences disagree, policy seems to be pretty responsive to the views of people near the top of the distribution, but not at all responsive to the preferences of poor people. And maybe even more strikingly, the comparison on the right, in instances where the preferences of affluent people diverge from the preferences of middle-income people, you see roughly similar pattern of pretty strong responsiveness to the preferences of people at the top and no responsiveness at all to the preferences of middle-income people. Another way of looking at this is not in terms of overall policy outcomes, but in terms of the behavior of individual representatives and the extent to which they're related to the preferences of their own constituents at different income levels. Here's some analysis in my book on unequal democracy that looks at the behavior of US senators. Remember, I told you that the positions of senators and how far they can move policy to the left or right is often the most important thing about what we get in the way of national policy outcomes. But if you look at where those votes are coming from, they seem to be pretty strongly related to the preferences of high-income constituents, but much less related to the views of middle-income constituents, and really not at all to the views of people in the bottom third of the income distribution. So there are millions of people here who, as best we can tell statistically, have no impact on what their elected officials do in government. Some speculations regarding the bases of these disparities. One is citizens united in the role of money in political campaigns, low and unequal voter turnout, the relative weakness of labor unions, political institutions like the malapportioned Senate, the filibuster, separation of powers, which creates myriad veto points and status quo bias in the policymaking process, aspects of American political culture like antipathy to big government, and aspects of the political economy like the greater inequality, which might magnify the political clout of the rich. I think all of those are plausible explanations for why political inequality in America looks the way it does. Unfortunately, if those idiosyncratic features of American political institutions and culture really are to blame for the disparities in responsiveness in the US, we should observe much more political equality in other democratic systems that lack those features. And in the past decade, political scientists have started to explore that question. There have been parallel studies to the one that Gillens did in the US, looking at Denmark and Norway and Germany and Switzerland. I've done work looking at the OECD as a whole, looking at the relationship between people's preferences and changes in social spending. And in all of those cases, they've revealed very similar patterns of differential responsiveness to affluent and poor citizens. So it doesn't seem as though the specific institutional and cultural problems that people point to in the United States are really the heart of this issue. They may certainly be problematic and may contribute to the problem, but they don't seem to be the heart of the problem of political inequality. Well then, what is? One partial explanation, I think, is that in all of these political systems, working class people are vastly underrepresented among elected officials. If you look at the US Congress, for example, roughly 50% of people in the labor force are in what might be classified as blue collar or working class jobs. Over the entire 20th century and up to the present, there's never been more than 4 or 5% of the US Congress drawn from those occupations, and currently it's something like 2 or 3%. So people like that are vastly underrepresented in the American political system, but maybe more surprisingly, they also tend to be underrepresented in what we often think of as more advanced democratic systems in Western Europe as well and elsewhere. But those kinds of people tend to support more progressive economic policies than otherwise similar officials from more affluent backgrounds, even if you allow for differences in the preferences of their constituents, their positions in Congress, all kinds of other things that might account for their behavior. You find that the people who actually have some on-the-ground experience with what it means to be a working person in America tend to behave differently in Congress than those who don't. And that seems to me to suggest that recruiting and supporting more working class candidates might make a significant difference to this problem of political inequality. This is where I want to end on what I take to be a somewhat more hopeful note by pointing to the work by a political scientist named Nick Carnes, who's a former student of mine. He's written a couple really good books about this, the most recent one called The Cash Ceiling, Why Only the Rich Run for Office and What We Can Do About It. So it seems to me that one of the most effective potential strategies for change here would be not only to try to pressure elected officials to behave in ways that are more consistent with the interests of ordinary Americans, but actually to work to make sure that more elected officials are themselves ordinary Americans in the sense of having the lived experience that we've talked about today and being able to understand what its implications for policy might be. Thank you.
Man, so thanks very much to Dr. Bartels for that. We have a short 10-minute break, coffee break now, so we'll reconvene in 10 minutes at 5 minutes to. And then we have the final 3 panels, which should be fantastic. We're going to talk about muckraking journalism. We're going to talk about the role of children in the voice of change and how they have participated in the voice of change. And finally, we're going to talk about arts and the role of the arts in change. So it should be great. We're looking forward to it. And we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to start back up. So if we could bring the people in the lobby back in, that would be great. And the next talk is one that I'm excited to hear. It's by Maria Graham Farley. She's flown all the way from London or Leeds to give this talk. And she's had extensive experience, and you can read her bio in the program. But we're super privileged to have her here today with us. We can't believe she made the trip all the way here for us, but we're really glad that she did. And I think what she has to say will be fantastic. So, Maria Graham Farley.
Hello. So I have to start by saying thank you to Miss Norton and Miss Miller, because they saved me. I had sent the wrong presentation to them 2 days ago. So instead of sending the PowerPoint, I had sent a picture of myself. So there was some panic a few minutes ago. And then I, of course, want to thank Vincent for the invitation and the Street Solid group, because if anything, so before coming here, I, of course, studied up, and I asked Mandy to send everything she could about the organization, because, of course, I wanted to know who I was going to talk to before coming. So I recognized you from YouTube. No, but also, so what I wanted to do is, this is a little bit high for me, but anyway. So I was going to come here and talk about the invisible laws that hold communities back. But there is a thing with America, one thing that one always have to bring up talking about these things in America is the visible laws, and the laws that actually make American children more vulnerable than other groups. And two of these are truancy laws and curfew laws. And the idea that you're already vulnerable, and to then be put into the criminal system, or your parents be put in prison, that's going to help you better in life. So we just have to, that is a constant thing one should always bring up when we talk about our juveniles in America. The truancy laws and the curfew laws, because these are exceptions around the globe. Okay. So the other part is that I'm coming here now with a plea for help, because I'm born in Korea, but I grew up in Sweden. And then I lived in America for quite a few years, returned to Sweden. The Sweden I returned to after almost 20 years in the US was a very different Sweden. It was a Sweden that had gone through the neoliberal process, economic process. And it also was a Sweden that, when I came back about 10 years ago now, racism was still structural, but not on the books. And then one of the ways in which Sweden think that you are not being racist is they ban the word race. So no, this is correct. So official agencies cannot use the word race because it is considered to be racist. So we can only talk about culture and Nordic, European, and non-European culture. So this is very important to understand when we now have, and this is why I'm coming here with a different purpose than I first thought of coming here when I accepted the invitation from Vince. First, I thought I would come here and talk to you about child rights, and I'm still going to do that. But now I'm also going to want to ask for your help. So the organization, the Street Solid, one thing that you have experienced and know that we don't have in Sweden, but we are creating, we are imitating your criminal justice system now. And we are imitating the way you, not you people, I mean Americans treat their young children of color. And what now is going on is an international collaboration between police and between legislators. And the Swedish impulse is to actually do all the things that I've been fighting here. But what is not happening is an international collaboration between civil society. and organizations like Street Solid and the Swedish NGOs that have worked with children's rights for 30 years in a completely different context. Yesterday, before I left, I had a meeting with an organization that works with child abuse. And normally, and we spoke about this because we had this election, but for the first time, the second biggest party in Sweden is a fascist party now. It has its roots in the neo-Nazist movement, and it's the second biggest party in Sweden. And I remember when this party became popular, and I was in law school, and that's when the time they still would wear Nazist uniforms. But then they decided to streamline and mainstream themselves. So they banned the uniforms, and they started instead investing in sending people to law schools and teaching in the ed schools. So there's been a deliberate struggle to wash them clean of the Nazist past. But just on the election night, one of the party participants who was elected into the parliament, her first comment in TV was, "Heil Sweden." And but Heil in Sweden sounds very similar to weekend. So the argument was then, she didn't mean to say Heil Sweden, she just meant to say weekend Sweden, which makes no sense at all. So she now had to, and then yesterday, she posted a very disparaging post about Anne Frank, which then led to that the party told her she had to leave the party. She couldn't come to enter the national parliament. But this is a political party that has a long history of this. So the collaboration they have, the compromise is that, first of all, they will no longer are allowed to mention their Nazist history, because now we're supposed to talk about it as a party with a different origin. And so the reason why I'm telling you, why I'm coming here, because we are now, the laws that are on the book, in the process, will be very similar to the laws that we have seen the consequences of in America. But as I said, the child rights organizations in Sweden have no experience of this type of state power. And when we spoke before I left, so they have started working for the first time, reaching out to juvenile delinquent groups in Sweden and the communities that were traumatized by the violence, because this is quite new in Sweden. And then always, we are always able to go to the Liberal Party and ask for their support, because the Liberal Party has always been very supportive of legal security issues. This was the first time they got no support, because the Liberal Party now is in the government supported by the far-right party. And they said it was such a shock to the system to actually go to the same people that they've always been working with and to explain, because now what they want to do in Sweden, they want to criminalize youth. And in Sweden, we before haven't had a juvenile justice system, because the idea was juveniles are not supposed to be in prison. Juveniles are supposed to be treated under social service, the social service regime, and not the criminal justice regime. And therefore, we have no system to protect juveniles in the criminal process. And so they had gone to the parliament and pointed this out. And they had just expected the Liberal Party to be on their side. And this time they were not. So this is happening fast. So, okay, this is the background. I'm sorry to tell you, but this is also why I now, what I'm hoping to bring back to Sweden from this meeting here today is that we can come and get your advice from Street Solid, for example. Because what happens, now we are incarcerating young people in levels we've never done before. But we, of course, have no system to help them when they come out, because we never needed one. So all these things now are new to us. And because I lived in America for so long, I can recognize them. But most Swedish people have no idea what's going to happen. Okay, that's the background. Sorry. Okay, I do the presentation now. Okay. No, but yes, but it's serious times, and I thought I would take the opportunity with all the skilled people here. So there is something that is called the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And this is the human rights treaty under the UN. Every country in the world except the US is a party to this treaty. And what does this convention include? It includes the idea of children needs extra protection and also are entitled to the same rights as adults. So it has a social economic aspect and it has a civil and political rights aspect. It includes humanitarian law. So for example, so basically the US was about sabotaging this. So the US wants to, at the drafting, 1989, to allow child soldiers. And they refused, if you wouldn't allow child soldiers to be a recruitment of children after the age of 15, they were going to collapse the whole process. So in addition then to allowing children to be soldiers after the age of 15, there is an optional protocol that has an 18 years of age limit. And it also includes refugee laws, juvenile justice, and only subject it is missing is environmental law. So who is a child in international law? Well, according to the convention, everyone under the age of 18. And this is important because I will show you what happened then. So one thing that I thought of doing, what do we mean? And this is what I mean. This is kind of an example of where people are given rights by coincidence. And I think that they still are very useful. So when you Google, so I Googled this in Boston this summer. When you Google children, this is what comes up, the pictures. And I'm going to show you different keywords and just let them stream through, and you will soon get the point, no? So on the keyword children, on the keyword cute children, this is what comes up. Small cute babies. And then happy children. Here you can see that in happy children there are groups of children, and they have colorful clothes, but they are, let's say this, it's very light-skinned. And then, now when you get into vulnerable children, you see here we thought, for some reason, they are just, like this group of kids here, they look very, very happy, but they are still under vulnerable. So there are some parts here, and you can see more and more children become lonely under vulnerable. Okay. And then when you come to violent children, this is very interesting. This is the only keyword that exhibits children interaction with each other. So children, happy children, cute children, even if they're in group, they don't interact with each other. They look at the camera, they look forward at the adult gaze. But here's the only time you see children interacting with each other, and that's when they're violent. And you can also see here this boy acting, being the agent. On sad children, these are very lonely children. No? So it's one-on-one, no more group pictures, no more like happy colors. And abused children, again, lonely children, but we also see here, they are all these pictures, if you see the common denominator between these pictures, are very young children. But the convention covers everyone to 18. So, what are the key takeaways? The age. That when we Google these words, children, we think of that they're much younger than the 18 years of age. And the non-interaction between children, except when they're violent. So then, for me, that immediately goes to the idea, the sort of why groups of teenage boys that are not in colorful, diverse groups, or light-skinned, interacting with each other is such a scary phenomena for so many people. I don't defend it, you understand that. But so that is the whole fear of gangs, fear of groupings of young people. The sad and vulnerable are singular children, and children interaction with each other are the violent children in these pictures. And this is, of course, so when we're talking in 2015, when we had the big group of unaccompanied minors arriving to Europe, well, what did they look like? Well, they were all around the age between 16, 17, and just below 18. And they were a homogeneous group. They were no longer the light-skinned, cute children, no? And so when we're thinking about, and they come in groups, because during the route from Afghanistan, Iran, it goes through traffic routes, so you travel in groups. That's what kids do when they're vulnerable. They join together in groups. But what did we learn from the pictures? What does a vulnerable person look like? What does a vulnerable child look like? Yes, you come in singular, and there is no interaction. But actually, the kids that showed up at the asylum centers in Sweden in 2015, these were all quite lively interacting kids with each other. No, so they were much older than these 7-year-olds, no? Because these were close to, many of them had gone through puberty. But by law, they were children under the age of 18. So then, to imagine the vulnerable, you see that the challenge here is the idea of the vulnerable, and immediately was the whole discussion of whether these were actually what they would say man-children, and also they were homogeneous group. These are boys, all from the same group of the world and the same age. And what we now see, the non-threatening kids, if they are in groups, they are maximum 10 years old, and they're diverse, and they are mixed groups. And also, of course, one of the striking things with all the pictures is the absence of adults. So, it has not always been like this in America. So the idea that in America you are against children's rights, it's actually not really true. From 1909 until 1970, every decade for 7 different White House Children's Conferences. And this is so in the 1909, it happened after the Civil War, you were trying to recover. That's when the Children's Bureau was founded. In 1919, then the second, there was when the foster care system, there was a big debate. Could foster care systems be public funded, or is it only the church that had the right to engage in the private domain of the family? And that was discussed in 1919. In 1930, that's when the White House conferences have become really big. This one generates 32 volumes of research. They take place in every state of America. And this is also, in the 1930s, they must start to linking mental health of children with democracy and racial segregation as a threat to mental health of children and, in extension, a threat to American democracy. So the words that we later on will recognize in Brown v. Board, the hearts and mind of children, it starts in the 1930s in the White House conferences. 1940, here we are now emerging middle class, and the youth culture is developing. And there's a whole debate. The young generation don't really know what the old generation feels. So there's a whole idea here about the child as an identity is coming into being. And then in the 1950s, here is the full-blown war in Korea. It's the Cold War is hot, hot, hot. No? So what do they figure out? Well, to win the hearts and minds of the American youth so they won't become communists, we have to make sure that they can think for themselves, that they have freedom of expression, and that they have freedom of thought. And they have to become autonomous thinking individuals. So these were not some altruistic idea. No? This was how to win the Cold War. So, but the big threat to that was the racial segregation of the American youth, because it was damaging to the mental health. The racism was damaging to mental health of the youth, and therefore democracy itself. And so in the 1950s, that's where the two studies, if you are a lawyer, you will know, the Doll study from the Clark Doll study, and Myrdal's An American Dilemma. That's what introduces the whole conference in 1950. So that later on, the Supreme Court picks up in Brown v. Board in footnote 11 and cite as the reason why segregation had to be overruled. And then in 1960, now the conference has become really, really big. So there are 7,600 participants, and 86 foreign countries are coming. to listen. And there are 300 youth participants. Okay, but now, so this fear of youth engaging with each other, maybe there is some truth in that fear, no? Because now the youth are starting to revolt. So in this conference, they do not accept the slowness in which desegregation is taking place post-Brown. Now they are demanding change. So they no longer want to join the adults in a manifesto and points of agenda. They create their own. But they demand faster desegregation. They demand much more action. And then, of course, in the 1970s, it gets too much, no? So you split the conference up in two, one for under 14 and one for children over 14. And that's the Vietnam War. So what do the kids and youth do in the Vietnam War era? Of course, they protest the Vietnam War. So here they are, under Nixon regime, protesting in the White House conference, the war in Vietnam. This also becomes the last conference. Carter tries to revive it by making it about families, no longer about children and children's rights. But this is what I'm saying. One should not, so the progress that was made during the White House conferences did not come from altruistic positions. They came from national security, military interest, no? And commercial interest. But it doesn't mean that these rights are not valuable anyway, no? And this is my point. When the US then, in the drafting of the Child Rights Convention, that US is the only country not part of, it was still the US that introduced in the convention the things they now are the most unhappy about. The children have all the civil and political rights that adults. The US insisted on that being put into the convention during the Cold War in hope that the USSR would not ratify, because this was a part of the Cold War fight. Then the Cold War ends about 5 weeks before the convention is supposed to be adopted by the General Assembly, and there is no longer an interest, I interpret it, to continue that fight. So now back to these rights. So as I said, Sweden has created a history about itself as being pro-child rights. That idea is very new. In Sweden, it became, together with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And this is now a little bit funny story. So Swedish Save the Children was the lead agency in the drafting of this convention. And at the time, 1 year before the convention was adopted, the Swedish Save the Children realized we don't have any children of our own in the organization. We have to go out and find children to live up to the expectations of the convention. And that's how they found me. So I'm actually the first child under the convention in the whole world, probably, because our organization was the one drafting it. So what happened is that they went out and looked, and this is like a funny story, all over the country, because Save the Children in Sweden is huge, no? And then they found me up in the Arctic Circle, and they told me, do you want to come and be part of a youth movement? And I was like, yes, of course, who doesn't want to be part of a youth movement? But they tell you that you have all these rights and everything. So I come down to Stockholm. The first time I fly on my own. It's a very big deal. And I come into the headquarters. So I'm expecting like a sea of youth, no? Everyone ready to fight for their rights. Instead, what I meet is our Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and then the European ambassador, and our representative in the UN that is drafting the convention. And they said to me, and I said, well, the youth? Oh, we don't have anyone yet. You should put this together. So this is how it started. But it meant one unfortunate thing. I was definitely trained by very good people on the convention. They knew what they were talking about when they trained me about the convention. But now this is back to why so children's rights is of course not a quick fix on anything, no? So just because you have a right, it doesn't mean that immediately things become better. And I always, even though I lived this whole Child Rights Convention, from being a child myself, growing up, becoming a lawyer, becoming a mother, all this type of thing, and now becoming a rather senior person, so then, and of course one can say like this, these are rights and they're not worth more than the paper they're written on if you don't implement them. And that's correct. And there's a way in which one can have a very hard critique about this kind of romanticization about human rights, no? But this is what I'm saying. When Sweden now elected its extreme right-wing government, and in one way, it lined up with the social democratic idea of cultural supremacy. Because the Social Democrats, they had always thought, as long as any immigrants who come to Sweden, they will just discover the magnificentness of Swedish culture and automatically want to become Swedish. That didn't happen. But then we now have the Swedish Democrats that actually believe in racial purity, no? So this combination makes the new laws and the suggestion in the light of that Sweden has become the most violent country in Europe. We have the highest killing of youth. So from 2000, it was 2 persons per million. And the average in Europe at that time was 3 persons per million. To now, being in Sweden, 4 persons per million, while the rest of Europe have declined to 1.6 persons per million, 2017. So in less than 20 years, Sweden went from being one of the more peaceful, safe countries to one of the most violent ones. Okay, the response to this is then new laws, suggestions of law. One that is under preparation is stop and search zones. So that if you live in certain areas, the police no longer need a suspicion or probable cause or idea of that is a crime happening to stop and search. Anyone can be searched. And we also have the idea of criminalization based on place of origin. And this goes in the line of, in the argument that we protect women from abusive men from other cultures. So it's connected to the honor killings. And of course, honor killings I'm not supporting that. But when normally as a lawyer, what you would do, you would legislate the crime falls under regular crime. You can't criminalize the origin of someone. Because what happens then, when in court, no one will say, yes, it was an honor violence because it's increased penalty. So everyone, of course, deny. Well then, how are you as a Swedish white people going to be, yes, no, it's honor. We know your culture better. So this is the dilemma. This was actually get all the way to the Legislative Council. And I was very happy I managed to get that one stopped. And then the new suggestion is that if you are a permanent resident in Sweden but not citizen, it should be possible to expel you from Sweden if you belong to a clan. And clan means that if you're just from Somalia, a lot of people just belong to the clans because they come, all families. So, because then you haven't shown yourself to be willing to integrate. So these 3 laws have not come into effect. These are preparations that is discussed at the moment and part of a discussion and agreement with the new government. So you can see here why I'm coming here to ask for your advice and support. And also, one thing I can tell you, if we had not had the Child Rights Convention in Sweden at this point, we would have had nothing to put up against what is coming. So even though rights are weak in one way, they are at least, for people without resources or without status, they might be the only thing you have. So the strategy now that we were discussing in Sweden among the child rights organizations, because we are now thinking that we are actually going to hang on to these rights of children. Because, of course, when they incorporated the Child Rights Convention, they were having the image of these cute little 5-year-olds, no? That's who they wanted to have all these rights. But now, look, they actually gave all these rights to these 17-year-olds of the very kids that they actually didn't really like and sort of were actually going to be the ones subjected to these rights. So our strategy now is to just drum home the Child Rights Convention as strong as we can. So, rights is a weak resource for persons with low social status, but legally better than nothing. The view on children changed after the end of the Cold War, from being a national resource to a budgetary cost. Child rights is a weak substitute for being actually valued as important, but it is the only resource available to the Swedish immigrant children now in the new Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. That was fantastic and enlightening, especially having lived in Sweden for a few years myself. It's really a remarkable change that you've described. When I was there, I was just really amazed at how the society, this is back in the early 80s, I was surprised at how the society was structured there, the socialist society was structured there, and how that structure allowed everybody to feel enfranchised. Still remember getting in a conversation with one of the guys on the team I was playing with, and he said, in the course of the conversation, he said, well, of course we need everybody in the country. And my thought was, what do you mean you need everybody in the country? You know, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there from where I came from. So that was really an eye-opening short conversation that spoke a lot to the Swedish society at the time. I'd also left my gloves somewhere in the middle of Sweden. I don't know how I managed to leave them, but I left them somewhere, and I said, "Oh man, I lost my gloves. Guess I'll never find those gloves again." A day later, I left them at the bank, and somebody from the bank happened to call me. Somehow they got my number and said, "You left your gloves in the bank," and they said, "Do you want us to bring them to you, or do you want us to come?" And I said, "No, I'll come and pick them up anyway." But anyway, thank you very much for that talk, Maria. Our next talk is from Anya Schifrin and Mutale Nkunde, and they are going to talk about change and how change happens via the written word. They both have a ton of experience, and I'm really excited to hear from both of them. They're out in the lobby right now, I think. They are. I don't see them here. Yeah. But they'll be coming back in just a minute, so feel free to talk among yourselves, and we'll get them in just a second. Yes, you can sit it there.
Is that your water or something?
Great. So we are Anya Schifrin and Mutale Nkunde.
Yes.
Man, I knew I was going to mess it up, and I didn't.
No, you didn't.
So we're really happy to have them here, and we will have them conduct their talk together. Thanks very much.
Great. Is this working? Oh, thank you. Good. So I'm Anya Schifrin from Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. And I'll be introducing and interviewing Mutale Nkunde. When Vince invited my husband, Joe Stiglitz, to come to this conference, I perked up and said, well, what about journalism and disinformation? And he said, great, come on down. And I could think of really no better person than Mutale to come and speak to you today. I think I'll give maybe a little bit of background, and then you can introduce yourself. So Mutale and I are both in the world of journalism, and we believe, I would say, I don't want to speak for you, that when we think about the problems of health and we think about the problems of inequality, what you put in your brain and what messages you get and impart are part of that. And I think the conversations that we've just been having, including with Professor Bartels about polarization, I don't think we can discuss polarization without thinking about things like Fox News, propaganda, messaging. And I would say that in our world, I used to be a very happy person whose research area was investigative journalism in Africa. That was my subject for years. But since 2016, many of us have really gone onto a wartime footing where we're thinking nonstop about the problems of disinformation. We're thinking about the lies that are being told on Fox News. Many people are trying to measure where they come from, who's making money off them, how are they influencing people. And we're sort of obsessed with that right now. So I thought that Mutale, who's worked so much in this field, would really be the ideal person to talk a little bit about these problems and how they relate to some of the things we've heard about today. I run the Media and Technology program at Columbia School of International and Public Affairs. I'm a former journalist. And Mutale, why don't you introduce yourself and tell people what you're working on right now?
Yeah, but I cannot introduce myself without saying, when I was younger, I used to watch Karen Carpenter, like if anybody knows her, and she used to play her guitar and sit down. So I want to sing I'm on top of the world looking down on creation, but that's not what I'm here for, and I can't sing. My name's Mutale Nkonde. I think once a journalist, always a journalist. I'm no longer in newsrooms, but I have been for the last decade or so working within tech companies and within Silicon Valley looking at new systems. And what that really means is there was a very easy transition for me around 2010 where Twitter had been invented. I'd done some work on Twitter, and advertising dollars went online. And with that, jobs went online. So a lot of what we've talked about today in terms of what are the invisible ways that people get disappeared from economies, that people are no longer able to be viable, that was kind of what happened to me. But what we haven't talked about as much, and I'm hoping that we might within the context of this conversation, is how I was coming from a class position where I had a certain set of skills that could easily translate, and that's just not the case, specifically for justice impacted people. Long story short, did that work, worked in tech, loved tech, realized that algorithmic systems are embedded with racism, many of them. I can certainly speak about that later, but in realizing that, went to research and went to the world that Anya's in now, where we're looking at mis and disinformation. So I run a nonprofit, and in 2016, one of the things that we started to notice that there were all of these online narratives around immigration, but specifically facing other Black communities. So African-American people, people who are the descendants of slaves, against Black foreigners like myself that come into the United States. And what was so interesting about those narratives is that they were completely reflecting the right. So they were being said by Black people, but it could have been any number of provocateurs online. And 4 or 5 years later, looking at that research, we found that they were funded by the extreme right. We found that they had been tested during 2014 by Steve Bannon and others. And the phrase "build a wall" was something that was really made up in a messaging lab and sold. So coming to this conversation, as we were thinking about the hidden ways in which people are, poor people, people who are vulnerable, are kind of pushed out of American society, I think not being able to believe what you read on your phone becomes really dangerous.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because obviously everybody who thinks their field is the most important, but I think for for us, we think that the messaging and the disinformation is having an effect on political behavior in this country. I was kind of shocked last year when, or it was 2 years ago, when one of my students who's Laotian American and from Rhode Island told me that disinformation targeted at Lao elders was a huge problem during the elections. And she and her friends that were younger were having to help their older relatives grapple with that. So I think that many of what's happening in the U.S. is the elections are often close. So targeted disinformation can sort of, we believe, can really kind of push the balance over the edge. And I think this point that Professor Bartels was making about polarization, it's really extended to the information environment as well at this point. So different communities, because of targeted algorithms, I think you may want to comment on that, can be delivered very, very different messages and really kind of spliced and diced. Can you explain, Mutale, how that works?
Yeah, sure. So an algorithm is basically a set of instructions. It's a software program. It's why when you type into your phone does what, tells you where you want to go, for example. But one of the things that we found in terms of invisible harm is when it comes to decision making, how we make decisions about policies, how we make decisions about how having to treat people, the algorithms that are within our social media feeds, which effectively tell us what content we're seeing. So when you're online, you're not just seeing things that you like, you're seeing messages that are easy to sell to you. You're not often even seeing everything that your friends post. You're seeing messages that will move you to action. One of the things that we found was what moves people to action are things that make them really, really angry, and things that make them feed into the worst part of themselves. So there is a new book out about the Proud Boys, who are a violent extra-legal gang. And the investigative journalist that was embedded within the Proud Boys unit found that there were these messages that were being targeted towards Chinese Americans around the danger of Black people. And the reason that they were told those messages is that they wanted Chinese Americans to donate to the Proud Boys. So all of these messages were things like, and it was around Black Lives Matter, so like Black people are communists, they're criminals, they're all of these things. And then when there was a forensic accounting done of Proud Boys records, there was a leak, it found that 80% of donations made to funds that the Proud Boys didn't know nobody told them what the funds were coming from this one particular group. And the reason I bring that up is within this conference, one of the things that I loved about the panels when we were speaking with our siblings from LA and really listening to them was this constant message of we all have to be together, we all have to work together, we all have to realize that we have common ground. And if you're a news junkie like me and you've seen what happened with LA City Council this week where their leader just lost their whole mind and really being in solidarity with folks in LA to think, you're living in an extremely expensive city. Housing we've had a talk about housing today and how that's fundamental to human dignity as well as being a human right, in my view. And then you have these very divisive political operatives who are also redistricting. They're deciding what resources go into communities. All of that is playing out online, and it's being targeted at the most vulnerable. And for groups like, for justice-impacted groups, just imagine what disinformation around those groups and turning law-abiding people against those groups, how vulnerable that kind of makes them.
Yeah. Do you have a sense as a researcher of who's behind a lot of the disinformation? I know there's been multiple explanations over the years, you know, whether it's the Russian government in 2016, whether it's, you know, with the COVID disinformation, part of that is just making money, part of it is true believers who are spending money. Could you sort of break it down for us, like who's putting all this stuff out there? What are their motives? How much is money? How much is ideology?
It's a combination of everything. You have right-wing ideologues like Steve Bannon, or even in the last presentation, this right-wing party in Sweden. These people are ideologues, right? And they're literally making up a criminal system for children that never existed. That's one group. And the thing that's so worrying about that group is if we look at the populist government that was just elected in Italy, am I right? Is it
Sweden was like 3
No,
weeks
there was
ago?
Sweden, and then
Italy?
there's some woman, is it Italy?
Italy, Bologna, yeah.
Steve Bannon was behind that. If we look at the UK's decision to leave Europe, Steve Bannon was behind that. If we look at, so there is this right-wing wave with very few people behind it, and then behind Steve Bannon sit the Mercers, who have the capacity to put billions of dollars in. The thing that was really interesting around Cambridge Analytica, which was famously their firm, they invested 15 million in that firm in 2014, is that they didn't want to make money. They wanted to change politics. And they wanted to demonize black people, they wanted to demonize women and take away their reproductive rights and others because of demographic change. One group, great group of people. The next group are the money. And so much of that money is tied to corporations. So if you read any of Jane Mayer's work in this idea of dark politics, we just had an excellent presentation where we were looking at Citizens United and how this idea of the corporation having more power than the individual is so difficult, which is why my colleague who asked around collective bargaining in the DEI, that's a really, really important question. But the thing is that corporations are not communities. They will not save us. They can't love us. They're not investing in wellness and thriving of our future. And then the third part are disaffected people. These are people for whom life isn't working out for all the hidden reasons that have already been explained. Specifically in our keynote this morning, we really got to see this big picture view of how economic policy are choices. And those choices are poor people don't matter. So I think when these three things come together, and then you have exhausted voters, like in Brazil right now, if Bolsonaro gets voted in, then we may not have an Amazon. If we do not have an Amazon forest, we have lost that carbon sink, that global carbon sink. So I think when all of these things play together, it becomes explosive, which is why we really need conferences like this where we can be inspired and where we can think about what we can do together. Because if we believed our phones, we would be fighting each other every day and voting our own demise.
Yeah, I think that you've made a really compelling point, which is that in this world of things that we've been hearing about all day, the anger, the racism, the economic insecurity, toxic information and disinformation can really kind of sway people who are already vulnerable and angry and can't be discounted. I mean, I think we saw during the COVID pandemic that this kind of targeted messaging against vaccines was obviously highly influential in many places and created a lot of doubt and uncertainty. I don't know how much time we have, but I wanted to just talk about the other side of the equation, which is when I teach my students, I talk about both the demand side and the supply side. So the US solution is always the demand side, right? It's your fault if you eat too much, that's why you're fat. It's your fault if you smoke cigarettes. It's, you know, gun violence, we need to interrupt the individual, when often these are systemic problems, right? There are so many guns in this country that there's inevitably going to be gun violence. And so I think I wanted to ask Mutale a little bit, the sort of debate in our world is that we need to make, Meta, Facebook, Google, Fox more accountable for the garbage that they're putting out, but we also have, strong First Amendment, and nobody wants to see sort of, government censorship of information. I just got back from Europe and just published a piece on some of the new European regulation, the Digital Services Act, and that's requiring the companies to every single year put out a report about the risks to society for the information they're putting out, and then show what are they doing to address those risks. So it's not a sort of heavy-handed censorship, but it's basically saying to the companies, come up with a plan to deal with this, share your data with researchers and journalists, or pay a huge fine. And so they compared a little bit to banking regulation, because it's looking at the whole process rather than individual bits of content. So I think a lot of us in the US are kind of looking with envy at what's happening in Europe. We're hoping that just like when, California tightened up on emissions, it just made it not even profitable for Detroit anymore to not follow the California regulations. So I think a lot of us are hoping that what's happening in Europe is going to have an influence in the US. Mutale, you've worked with the Congressional Black Caucus and with the US regulators. Can you tell us, are we going to be doing anything about this problem, especially in light of the midterm elections?
Oh my God, are we going to do anything? I hope so. So a few responses to that. I think, and full disclosure, I sit on the TikTok content moderation board, where we look at where we think about some of these decisions. So there's a couple of things happening in how can we save ourselves, and this really does get back to these invisible risks around this conference. I think the first thing is the legal framework that we now operate the internet in is something called Section 230 of the 1996 Decency Communications Act. And that was really brought about because when Google was first starting, they had great lobbyists, and they said, we do not want to be responsible for anything that shows up on a Google platform. So this is pre-YouTube. And the reason that that's important is I've been working on product roadmaps now for over a decade, and we plan 10 years out. So there are roadmaps that we're working on now, right now. Those products are not going to be released till 2035. So everything about the conditions of 2035 are speculative, but we know what the regulatory landscape should and hopefully will look like. We know what the demographics of US society are like, and we know what products we want to train you on now. So when you get updates for your phones or new games, you're often being trained into new behavior for something coming down the line. And the way government has looked at that is, well, this is great. Google are trillionaires. Look at Jeff Bezos, all of this money, American innovation. But back to the question that I asked the DI panel, Google being great doesn't mean anything if they don't pay taxes. It just means Google's rich. So we need to think a little bit more. And the big issue that I've had since 2017, I led a team that introduced the Algorithmic Accountability Act, has been how do we balance innovation with people's rights? And what's happening is that American citizens are getting really bored of it. This week, Alex Jones? Mm-hmm. Alex Jones being fined $1 billion isn't because Alex Jones has $1 billion. It's because we need good case law so that companies can be scared enough into doing something. Yep. Once companies are scared, government becomes more bold, and I think the third piece of it is us. These need to be some of the demands and the conversations that we're having with our own legislators. And I think the insurrection is a really good example of how mis and disinformation was used amongst vulnerable groups to create a violent response to a completely legitimate act. And it feels, I mean, I'm in DC again next week. It feels like people can be moved. I just think it's very sad that we had to have an insurrection and people die as a result of the type of work that I think we've both been doing for years.
But I think
If
this
they'd heeded it.
polarization has completely extended to tech regulation as well, right?
Yeah.
And so when the Republicans say they want to get rid of Section 230, it's for a completely different reason than the Democrats. And I think I was just seeing an article that there's going to be a case that involves Section 230 going to the Supreme Court. So I don't think we can
But
count
that
on...
band of, that merry band of geniuses, who knows what they'll do with that.
Yeah. So I think our community is very, very divided. There's people like me who say we've got to have regulation, and there's a lot of people like Yochai Benkler at Harvard who say it's just too risky. We can't trust the government. You know, we have to. Any rules that we pass will be misused by dictatorships all over the world. They're going to take European laws and say, you know, and have hate speech laws and fake news laws, which they're already doing in many parts of Africa, or Trump is going to get in, and every law that we think is a good idea is going to be used against us. So I think there's a big debate about regulation. But I will say, sorry, just to finish, I just got back from a conference in Berlin about press freedom. And the conversation in Europe is much more developed because people aren't as afraid of regulation. They've been doing this stuff for years, and they think very closely about laws and how they're compatible with freedom of speech in a way that they're having conversations that we're just not having in this country. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I just say one thing, because I'm sure our time is up? Yeah. The thing that I would say about freedom of speech and the thing that I would say around regulation is our First Amendment right is to criticize our government. It's not to go online and attack people and railroad people and convince people that the truth is a lie and the lie is the truth. And so I do hope, and some of the work that I'm certainly trying to do, is really extend this understanding of what it means to be in a common world, in something that we want to be in a democracy. I was telling Anya at dinner last night, I'm on a fellowship. If you ever get to talk to me personally, you'll know why I'm rolling my eyes, but I am like the most fellowshipped person ever. Like, I don't even really apply for them. I'm like, is there money there? If there's money, what are they saying? And what do I have to do? Anyway, so I'm on this fellowship, and Maria Ressa is she's kind of the dean of our class, and she got the Nobel Peace Prize for the work that she's been doing to fight mis and disinformation in the Philippines. She got it in 2021. And one of the things that she pointed out to us, we have these closed sessions around global democracy. By 2024, there would have been enough elections across what we think of as democracies, Sweden being one, where if we elect enough right-wing leaders, then we're electing enough people to dismantle democracy as we know it. So, and bring in extreme right-wing. And if you think about that in the context of the conversations that we've been having today, these are the types of governments that are going to incarcerate people forever because it's good business. These are the types of governments that can say, well, go in the middle of a public health emergency we lived through, get a shot, don't get a shot, drink bleach, don't drink bleach. These are the types of governments who do not care about our lived environment. And as a Black person that lives in Brooklyn, New York, environmental racism is very real. The kids on the Upper East Side do not have the same type of asthma that the kids in Central Brooklyn have, and they live in the same city. And so I don't want to see the protection of advancing that.
Sorry, I know we're almost out of time, but this raises the question about our upcoming elections. Are you tracking the mis and disinformation around the midterms? Have Facebook, Fox, Google learned anything from last elections? What's happening online right now?
Google, I couldn't tell you as much. I was part of a group within TikTok to try to downgrade. Again, algorithms are just, they just tell the machine what to do, downgrade political content on TikTok. So expect to see more dance challenges the closer we get to the election and less election news, because it's supposed to be for kids. and lots of go and vote messages as opposed to vote for this person or the next person. Twitter is in a complete mess and array. You know, I used to do work with Twitter, but after the Elon Musk accusation, they don't even know themselves. They're just praying for their jobs. If you're praying people, pray for them too. They don't know what the hell's going on. But one of the things I look at, because I'm really interested in Black people and keeping Black people safe. Not that I'm not interested in the rest of you. I love everybody. Save the world, heal the world. But my particular focus, you know, as Jacob says in the Bible, as for me and my house, we will praise the Lord, but we will also help all the Blacks. And I've been really worried about what Candace Owens is doing. And then I get here yesterday, and you know, I'm a news junkie, and I'm like, Candace Owens lives in Nashville? And they gave her a proclamation for moving here. Do they know that she is a massive disinformation agent that takes money from the right wing? And she's now Kanye West's political advisor. So from what we can gather, and let's remember, Republicans are clearly late because Black people have already, this isn't necessarily like Kanye. We talk about the old Kanye, we knew this. But that there is going to be some campaigns around right-wing Black provocateurs who are going to try and come in and do this Jill Stein third-party vote. I don't know that Candace and Kanye are the best messengers, but they're great for message testing. And it's not Kanye and Candace that we should be worried about, because can you imagine if Trump had been a credible person with a strategy?
All right, well, thank you so much for this time on the panel, and looking forward to the next sessions, and we're here if anyone wants to talk to us afterwards. Thank you very much. Mutale, fascinating as well.
And I didn't sing, so you got that.
Next time for sure.
Oh, hold it.
Oh, okay.
Taking questions. Good, I love that. I love your concept of a great company not necessarily being a good company.
Yeah.
And so in our minds, a great company is a rich company. So why don't they pay their taxes? Dr. Stiglitz needs to address that with those economic policies, so please take care of that for us. And Anya, I want to hear a little bit more about your experiences with muckraking journalism and the role of change with muckraking journalism.
Sure. Well, actually, I can even tie those two things together, because one of the topics that some of the muckraking investigative journalists have been reporting on in the last few years is tax avoidance. So there's been a real movement in journalism. I mean, journalism's changed a lot in the last 10 years, but one of the things that's happened is cross-border investigations. So these are hundreds of journalists working together for groups like the International Consortium of Investigative Journalism and covering the same story together, and then reporting and publishing it on the same day so that it has more of an impact globally. So International Consortium of Investigative Journalism has really been on the forefront of reporting on tax avoidance. And not only do they report on it, they explain later what the impacts are. So if you go on their website, you'll see videos of clinics in Uganda that have no medicines because nobody's paying taxes. I guess I started getting involved with investigative journalism when I was working in Africa almost, like 10, 15 years ago. Joe started this think tank at Columbia and got a little bit of money to work with journalists in the Global South. And so I volunteered my time to start putting together like workshops and websites and stuff like that. And for years we kept thinking, how can we really help journalists in different countries around the world? I've been living in Vietnam, so I've been thinking about this a lot. Write about finance and economics in a way that's accurate, but isn't always listening, in many of these countries, there aren't that many think tanks. There aren't really powerful universities, great libraries. So, groups like the IMF have really good PR people, and they'll just sort of put their version across. And so one of the things we were trying to do is figure out how we could help journalists in sub-Saharan Africa write complicated stories about economics and finance. And then when this cross-border journalism came along, it did a much better job than any of us did, because you'll have a journalist in Namibia partnered with a journalist in Germany or Austria or the Netherlands working together on these stories. And at Columbia, we've done a little bit of analysis and have actually found that often this investigative journalism has more of an impact than the sort of NGO campaigns. And they follow up, so it's, Panama Papers, then Pandora Papers, then LuxLeaks. Last month, or July, it was the Uber files. So it's been really exciting seeing how, and also training generations, which we were talking so much about youth this morning. So when I go to conferences now, I'm on panels with, journalists from Zimbabwe or South Africa that 15 years ago were just getting started, but they've stayed in the field. Now they're very professional investigative journalists. Okay, Mutala, you had something to say.
My follow-up was just around, but you mentioned it, the Panama Papers and then the Uber Papers, because I think from my perspective, when I think about tech companies, I don't think about them being in discrete countries. Like there are 100 Googles, there are 100 Amazons. And so is this, is the fact that we have these big multinational companies, is it easier that when you have these consortiums that people can be like, well, what's going on in Germany? What's going on in Nigeria? Okay.
Yeah, and that's the point the journalists are making. These are global problems, so they have to be reported on globally. And that was a point that we were also making when we started doing this work with journalists, 20 years ago. The other thing, doing all of this work got me very interested in I read King Leopold's Ghost by Adam Hochschild, and I was so moved by the tradition of muckrakers, of people who were so outraged that they went and they started newspapers or newsletters because they wanted to talk about social justice and human rights. And that got me just very interested in the sort of the roots of this movement. And of course, as many of you know, the abolitionists in the United States funded newspapers to get the word across about slavery. And there's a long tradition that really starts in the 19th century of activists working with journalists, helping them, give them information. And so that's really continued to today as well. And I think that's worth noting that there's this, that the NGOs and the journalists together can really help bring about social change and have a big impact.
Sorry, when journalists get to talk to each other, we're like, just one more. I promise I will let you go get coffee. I just have 2 questions.
Sure.
My first one is thinking about some of the problems that we've looked at today. Yeah. Could that approach be adapted to, say, re-entry, where we're looking, and I was really inspired by the last talk where it was like, look, this is going on in Sweden, how can you help me? Could that approach be used for that, number one? And then my second thing is, who's paying for this?
Yeah, so great questions. I think one thing that we're seeing is, journalists feel like the solution to every problem is more journalism. So when Trump got elected, all the journalists said, this is our fault. We should have been writing about what was happening in the red states. We should have been interviewing all these angry white people. We should have been telling their stories. And when the problems of disinformation became apparent, a lot of journalists said, we have got to cover big tech. So there's a huge amount of reporting on big tech all over the world now. There's also whistleblowers like Frances Haugen. So I think journalists really hope if we just keep telling people how terrible Facebook is and how awful, the Cambridge Analytica was, and all the racial violence in Myanmar and Nigeria because of this terrible WhatsApp messages, somebody will do something. just like tax avoidance. Journalists keep thinking, we've got to keep writing about it, we've got to keep writing about it, we'll tell the story, something will happen. And who's paying for it? It's really a mixture. I think there's a lot of foundations that are now funding journalism in a way that they weren't before. I think, outlets like the New York Times have managed to turn themselves around, partly by charging for things like recipes and having all the crossword puzzles, and they're putting a lot of money into reporting on big tech. So, yeah, I mean, in Australia now, they're making Google and Facebook actually pay for news, and we have a bill called the Journalism Competition Preservation Act, which looks like it won't get passed. Countries like Canada and France are giving payroll tax credits to outlets that are hiring journalists. So it's really everything, from Ford Foundation to George Soros to the New York Times to, it's a long list of people. Local foundations, that's a big thing too now. Across the US, there are groups like American Journalism Project that are trying to mobilize local money because local news has died. There's been a big movement since Black Lives Matter to support BIPOC-owned outlets. I'm having a conference next week at Columbia if anyone wants to come, where a lot of the foundations will be there talking about some of these ideas. Sorry, that was a long answer. Okay, thank you.
Fantastic stuff, and it doesn't get better than that. We have one more panel to bring up, and that's our last artist panel, and that's Molly Sakur. And our artist here, is James here? Yeah, there's James. Oh, right there. Yeah, great. And is Maria here? Oh, great. That's okay. We'll do what we always do. We'll adapt and adjust and overcome. So Molly is a filmmaker and also a journalist that was writing for the Huffington Post, and James is a local artist with international acclaim and ex-football player at Vanderbilt. So we need to thank him for getting pulled away from the Tennessee game, right? Tennessee-Alabama game right now. So without further ado, I will let Molly and James talk about the role of art in fostering change.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Is this on? Hello? Does this work? Thank you. Okay, there's still some people out here. I love that last panel, and I wish we could have had like a 2-day seminar on that. James, if you are not familiar with James, yes, he is a local Nashville boy, but his work is spread around the world, and he has impacted many, many communities. He's been part of the Arts Council under Phil Bredesen, our Mayor Phil Bredesen. And yes, he was a football star. You were on a scholarship at Vanderbilt, that's right?
Yes.
And I came across James, I guess, in the late 90s, when we were both, I was 12 and you were like 17. And James has done a lot of work in community centers with young people, at-risk youth, worked with Jeff Obafemi-Carr. And I'll let him tell you a story if he wants to about the time that he was shushed by Nelson Mandela. But we're going to talk about, and I don't know, we probably don't have that much time, but want to talk about the role of art in social change. I mean, everyone in here has numerous stories about a film that moved you, that inspired you, that impelled you forward in some way. And we want to keep it focused on, not solely focused, but primarily focused on art that has not only inspired us, but it actually transformed us through policy and change, whether it's change of attitudes, change of laws, which often, are the reason that laws get changed, just because our attitudes change. And today on the panel, we were supposed to have a Vanderbilt professor who's here on she's from Cuba, and she is not here with us today. And we were also supposed to have Bobby Moresco, who's an award-winning filmmaker. So it's just me and James, and it's been kind of intimate. So I think I want to start with I want to start with film, if that's okay with you. And if you could talk specifically about a specific film that not only changed you, but you believe has shifted attitudes and policies politically, socially, culturally.
Sure, absolutely. And first of all, I am really honored to be here and grateful for the opportunity to spend this time with you all. As a product of 3 public housing communities here in Nashville, art truly transformed my life. And so I'm grateful for the people in my life that gave me those opportunities. But starting with film, for me, it was the movie Basquiat, when Jeffrey Wright, the phenomenal actor, portrayed Jean-Michel Basquiat. And to see someone come from literally being on the street to someone who was world-renowned because of his unique style that he created and his interactions with Andy Warhol and people like that. But in that film, as a young artist myself, I was able to see how he started with street art and kind of tagging messages on the street to starting to incorporate messages in his artwork. And today, I mean, his paintings are selling for like $140 million. That's how phenomenal his work has evolved. And if I should be so gracious to have my work evolve like that, I want to be around when it happens, so you all don't wait to start buying that. But I have one particular painting. I don't know if everybody can see this, but this is one where he did a painting and it had a policeman with a billy club in his hand. And when you think about how long ago he was doing this work, he was already starting to paint messages about injustice and people being treated fairly and that type of thing. And so, to me, that's one of the movies that stands out for me, just to see his journey as an artist and unfortunately succumbed to drug addiction. But for a period of time, he really touched a lot of people worldwide with the things that he incorporated into his work and the messages that it promoted.
Okay, great. I made a list here, or actually Vince made a list, of the films that Bobby Moresco wanted to talk about or that he feels have made an impact. So I'm just going to read a couple of them, but I want you to jump in if there's one. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to hit a nerve here.
Sure.
Birth of a Nation, To Kill a Mockingbird, Dead End, 12 Angry Men, MTV Shug, which significantly impacted the awareness around AIDS and public health and changed things here and in Africa. Ibsen's Dollhouse, which I hadn't thought of, but about women's rights and about abuse for women, and when, during a time when women were, as soon as the ardor and the heat wore off, they were institutionalized, and that brought a lot of conversation. Crucible, McCarthyism, Death of a Salesman, around workers' retirement rights, that kind of thing. I mean, so are any of those?
Well, for me, out of that list, of course, is Birth of a Nation, because that movie, when you think about the power of art and the power of media in terms of affecting people's attitudes, communicating messages, whether good or bad, as the last panel talked about, Birth of a Nation was a huge propaganda film that dehumanized individuals to the point where it caused a widespread misinformation campaign about, black men specifically, with the theme of the movie, but then glorifying and glamorizing the Ku Klux Klan as some type of heroes to come in and save the damsel in distress. And so it took a number of years to recover from that kind of power, because during that time, people of color were not able to really have access to the film industry to try to dispute or offset some of those types of messages. But one of my heroes is filmmaker Oscar Micheaux, who took the steps to try to start creating films that brought dignity to individuals. So out of that list, of course, Birth of a Nation is the one that stands out for me.
I want to backtrack a little bit because it made me think when you were talking about Basquiat. You were invited to Columbia a few years ago. And I'm just wondering if there was any part of, your recollection of Basquiat and how it influenced you when you got that call to go to Columbia. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Interestingly enough, Professor Gron Farley was talking about Sweden, and I worked as a diversity and inclusion director for a global construction company that was based out of Sweden called Skanska. And so a lot of the things she talked about, I saw firsthand from my travels to Stockholm, where their home headquarters were located. But the brother of one of the executives for the company had gone down to Columbia to do a teaching stint for 2 years, and 30 years later he was still there. So he came back to town and was introduced to me, and they were running a program in Medellin, of all places, Pablo Escobar's backyard. They were running a program named after Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King, because the Congressional Black Caucus had given some funding to this institution in Colombia called the Centro Colombo Americana, where they were teaching Afro-Colombians English because it's a Spanish-speaking country. And so as the program evolved, they started inviting American artists to come down and to work with local artists and students to do murals throughout the city to promote harmony and justice and different things like that because of the negative influences that existed in the city. And so I had the opportunity to go down there the first time for a month to just paint murals. And my first mural that I painted was an Afro-Colombian graduating from college and the messages that promoted. And then we went to schools and did murals in some of the most impoverished parts of the city, because when you look at the city and the high-rises in Colombia, up the hills it's like a shotgun blast of homes that look like the shanties in South Africa. And so we went up into those communities, to those schools, to get those students to paint images of positive reflections of themselves that they could take pride in, and it uplifted their communities to see that kind of art. And so it was an incredible experience to use art as a catalyst for trying to change the dynamics in that city. And a couple of years ago, this devastating city where when I told my parents I was going to Medellin, they tried to handcuff me to my room so that I wouldn't leave because of the reputation of danger. 2 years ago, Medellin was named one of the most innovative cities in the world. And so it really transformed as a community, and the arts played a huge role in that process, similar to what Molly mentioned when I went to South Africa. And so Warner Brothers Records was doing a joint project with a record company in South Africa to celebrate the end of apartheid. Nelson Mandela had become president of the country, and so they brought musicians from the US and South Africa to do a project called Place of Hope. I had painted a picture of Nelson Mandela when he was released from prison. There was a picture in the USA Today, he was holding his fist up. I painted it in 1990, had no idea 5 years later I would be sitting face to face with this man. So they saw that painting and asked me if I would be interested in doing the cover for this album project, but also to travel to Soweto and do a mural project with the student. You know how words can come out of the base of your diaphragm? I said yes so fast before I even blinked my eyes, but I got a chance to travel to South Africa. And I was traveling back and forth from Johannesburg to Soweto in this very impoverished neighborhood where they had a community college, and we did a mural project that featured Nelson Mandela, Bishop Tutu, Miriam Makeba, Steve Biko, and the diverse peoples of the country. And so while I was there, they were doing a concert to celebrate Nelson Mandela's first trip back to Soweto after becoming president. And so one of the musicians who was a world-renowned bassist was in our party, and he invited us to sit on stage because he was going to be performing. And so I had the little photograph I had done of Nelson Mandela, of the painting, and Ray Peary, who worked with Paul Simon on the Graceland Project, got no credit for it. He said, "James, go and show Mandela the painting you did of him. So it was a seat behind Nelson Mandela. So I get my little behind up there and go and sit behind President Mandela while the band was playing, tapped him on the shoulder. He turns around and does that, doesn't say a word and turn back around. I get up and hightail it back to my seat with my party, and I said, oh my gosh, I've come all the way over here and insulted the president of the country. So when the band stopped playing, President Mandela turned to these two bodyguards who are twice my size and said something to them, and they started looking back in the audience, and then they saw me and they pointed, and they started walking toward me, and I'm like, okay, guys, I'm probably getting ready to get the South African necktie, so let me say my goodbyes right now. They came to me and said, the president will see you now. And so I went back in that seat, and President Mandela turned around and said, it would have been rude to talk while the band was playing. So now that they've stopped, I will talk with you. So I told them we were over there doing a mural in Soweto. We were going to hang the mural in the Regina Mundi Church where he and Steve Biko planned the freedom meetings, and we were working with students in Soweto in this very impoverished neighborhood. So he thanked us all for being there, and when I first got to the stadium and saw this sea of people, I could see Nelson Mandela on stage back where Vince is. This was before digital, so I'm taking my little box camera and shooting, thinking that's the closest that I was going to get to Nelson Mandela. Ray Perry came up and said, James, let me take your picture with Nelson Mandela. I said, man, I shot my film up where we first got here. He said, you big dummy, you come over here and get next to Mandela and you don't get a photograph. I said, it's right here, brother. But it wasn't like I could go in a digital camera and erase it, but it was a phenomenal opportunity to meet one of the most significant individuals in the history of mankind. And it was because of art and how it was transforming that community in Soweto. Those students who worked on that project got a chance to do a press conference. They were on television. They were being celebrated by people from all over South Africa, and it totally changed their lives to the point where they said they were getting ready to give up on themselves, and this project convinced them that they were capable of using their skills to do something phenomenal with their lives.
I don't know, yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know how much more there is to say, but, oh, and here is, would you like to come up? No, come on up. No. Everyone, this is Maria Magdalena Campos Pan. You're right on time. And you look beautiful. We have just been talking about the influence of art in change, transformation, whether it's political policies, whether it's the mindset of a community, the uplifting of community. And James was just telling us a story about a wonderful story that took place in South Africa. Maria is from Cuba, and her work is international in scope, and she is here at Vanderbilt this year. Are you here for just the year? Is that?
Hi, well, thank you for inviting me to the conversation. I just arrived and I enter in your, James, your wonderful, hard to match description of your experience. I am very humbled to be here in this institution with the history of what this institution represents for Tennessee, Nashville, and from the United States. So I am in Vanderbilt for good. I am the Cornelius Vanderbilt Endowed Chair Professor of Fine Arts. So this is my 4th year here, and I suppose with good health and good luck and doing good work, I am here to stay as long as I could. So it's a great pleasure.
That's great. We were talking earlier about art that has transformed not only us individually, but culturally and community-wise. Is there a film that you can share with us? We have other questions, but is there a film you can think of that has, in your mind, transformational qualities that's either changed a country, inspired you, changed a community? What do you think is a film when you come to mind that is about transformation?
Well, in my dual life between born and grow up in Cuba and coming to America as a young lady, and by now spending more time in America than in Cuba, so I always talk about my dividing heart and experience. But I would say that they are films, of course, from many places that could be, and they have been transformative for me. I would say that in America, I found that The Color Purple is a film that was very transformative, that allowed a moment of understanding, reading back into history, and considering in present times the implications of, and the threats of history. That I mentioned that because it's very important in my work. I have been very much engaged in how do we build present through evaluation, analysis, looking back to where we come from and what are the circumstances that brought us to the present situation. So I think The Color Purple is important. But when I was reading about the conversation today, I saw that for me, and something that I share with all my students over the years, not only film, but also a book. Since Falling Apart by Nigerian writer Chinua Achebe, I consider perhaps one of the most important films to understand the process of both acculturation, deculturation, encounters with culture, and also the kind of rupture that happened with the experience of colonialism. So I think that that is a very much a changing moment into describing and tradition, encounter with new problems and new cultures, and I still until today, I found that book very influential, very rich. I will make it, since I have the opportunity, mandatory to read to all countries that have any connection with African diaspora, because it's of meaningful expression about how do we become the continuation of people that we are in new settings and in new history. But not only for the African diaspora as well, but the people that arrived to Africa. So no, it's a history that goes in two directions, both the arrivals and the people that have been there, and the implication of what happened with those encounters and the transformation. It's a story that is still happening today in different ways and different expression. It's a history of migration, encounter of cultures, all of those things. But you know, my realm of participation is in the art is visual arts. I don't consider myself necessarily a filmmaker. I do films, but it's more in the context of or the other form of art. And into that, I was hearing your story about meeting Mandela. I didn't have that privilege. So I am profoundly jealous of your experience. But I am a strong believer of the power of art and the ways in which art could be a tool to help communities, to foster understanding, to foster communication. A good way to know somebody that you don't know without words. It could be through a painting, through a drawing, to a print, to a sculpture. And there is a lot of access about where this person comes from, what his story is trying to weave into the world. So all of those things, I think that are powerful tools of approximations to think about art as an agent of presenting and allowed for better understanding between humans, which is one of the maybe more simple but important traits to try to afford in our living in common with different backgrounds and different aspirations and possibilities. All of that is the commonality, that brings us together. I don't know if I entered the conversation exactly how you went threading it, or did I?
One of the things, since he was talking about the impact of going over to South Africa and working within the communities, I know that you are in collaboration with other organizations in Nashville. Could you talk a little bit about that, the intent and the purpose and the direction of that project?
Well, since I arrived to Nashville, from my position of professor at Vanderbilt, I launched an initiative that goes as EADJ, Engine for Art, Democracy, and Justice. And it's an attempt to create a conversation and collaboration with different institutions. It's a trans-institutional endeavor. It's a conversation between Fritz Art Museum, which is perhaps the most visible institution for contemporary art in Nashville, Fisk University, as an historical important college, in a black college in the region, Million of Conversation, which is an organization with societal investigation run by a lawyer out of Vanderbilt, and us. So EADJ create, but what was most important was, what was this idea about engine for art, democracy, and justice? What a need for an engine to address these three sins in this part of the country. I have left most of my life in the Northeast, in the corridor between Boston, New York, Washington, Philadelphia, go north, go south, go to Europe. And I always was, and still, intrigued by the complexities of the South and the complexity of the American history with coming from the South. So I saw that this was a good place to interweave the connections of what is art, what is the conversation about democracy, what does that mean, what is democracy and how it could evolve or change or transform, and justice. And try to create through art a soft path for what I call difficult conversations. No? So if you need to talk about access, justice, equality, how do you do that in a way that is, and I'm going to use words that are maybe sometimes not too useful in the way of art, with candor, with care, with in a way that is everybody feel that is a space in the table for her to, she, her there, to bring the conversation. So nobody feel threatened, nobody feel excluded. So in this, we have brought two scenes. We create a set of conversations, panels between all these organizations, but also we started a set of interventions in the city. So we have invited artists, scientists, lawyers, sociologists, humanists, to have together, discuss together different topics. It's a conversation that is every 2-3 other weeks, is online, is everybody could see it, is EADJ, Vanderbilt, everything is recorded there. But we also have been launching a participation in an important event that I want to mention for everybody here. Nashville and Tennessee have been trying to launch a triennial of art for many years. And for different circumstances has been back and forth in this discussion. So EADJ partnered with an organization that is local that is called 3 Stars of Located Arts. And we are launching the first Tennessee triennial in January 26 of 2023 under the topic of the conceptual frame of repair. And repair as an idea of not only rebuild scenes or reconsider scenes, but pair scenes, bringing scenes together. Thinking about, I was literally thinking about the tradition in the South of quilting and mending and patching and literally creating something of this multifaceted, multi-structure, multi-material reality that is everything that takes place in the state of Tennessee, in this region. So we are very active right now trying to spearhead for everyone the idea that arts really matters, and that through arts we could really find path to negotiate things that other ways could be very difficult. I have this experience over and over and over, being in different sites in the world for conversations. But here we hope there will be multiple institutions, Fisk, Fred's Museum, Chigwood Museum, Parthenon, the museum in Nashville, Memphis, Chattanooga, all these cities together and creating a sort of thread through our conversations and our presentation. So the idea is that Nashville don't will be only the city of music, but could be to the city of arts in general. So.
And I know we're getting ready to bring this to the close, but I know many of you are educators in the audience. And one of the things I would just admonish you to look out for is when it becomes time for funding cuts, arts are the first things that they want to cut, not realizing that art is the thing that impacts their total being, their approach to math, science, and everything else. So anytime you have an opportunity to advocate for those arts programs not being cut first thing on the chopping block, you would be doing a great service. I see young people in the audience. We have to expose them to the arts in being able to take advantage of their own skills, but the appreciation of it and how they can creatively live their lives because they have an aesthetic value that's been instilled in them through the arts.
I can't think of two better people to have on stage to make this point, and we could spend another, can we do another day? Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
thank
Vince.
you. I want to thank the panelists very much, and certainly what James just spoke to, the importance of art in other education is clear. There's a group called America for the Arts, all the statistics on arts and how art affects every other aspect of our existence, really, is on that website and with that group. So that's fantastic. There are certainly tons of films and arts that have transformed us and captured the heart of people that are, and it's a thing that's needed for change as well. So since we're just so few, we're just going to have time. We have a little time just for Q&A. So we'll keep people right where they are in their seats. If anyone has any questions for Dr. Stieglitz, for Anya, for Mutale, there you are, for Mutale, for any other speakers that are here, there's McGill, and there's Ron over there. So if anyone has any other questions, feel free to stand up and I'll bring you a mic and we can answer them. And then the last thing will be with Tay McGee and some of our young participants on stage. So you guys got to give the chairs. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Maria. You can just leave it on the chair. Ray, thank you for making it. Very good to meet you. Oh, no worries. No worries. Any thoughts, any questions? Everybody a little tired? Have we been mean to you? Have we abused you? Yeah.
This is for Matali, and when we're talking about the kind of offering that we get in the news and all the other medias that we get our information from, we don't often talk about the receivers of that information, who are also the demanders of the information. And a concern I have going forward is that we, as a human species, we have a low standard. You know, we're not looking for, earlier, I forget who was talking, maybe it was Mr. Stieglitz was talking about, we print those things that are rare events because that gets our attention. We print those things that are loud and outrageous because that gets the consumer's attention. So what is the hope, if you will, that as a race, as a human race, that will begin to pay attention to the things that matter and ask for news, you know, that reflects that?
I think the issue we have with algorithms and technology is that they advance news that makes us angry. So anger, and my colleagues in violence prevention know this, is one of the most powerful emotions to move people to action. And the thing that's so interesting about mis and disinformation is it doesn't work on the majority of people. It works when you have people that feel vulnerable economically, feel lonely. There was a presentation in which, on the social determinants of health, all of those determinants that they showed us, poor housing, poor food, poor environment, make you more vulnerable to what to one person may seem like an outrageous lie. For example, Q isn't a narrative that would have appealed to me, because I would have been like, okay, so a secret person behind a screen that I don't know is telling me to go murder who? I would have been like, no, I got better things to do. But those social determinants of health, if you don't have those things, then loneliness is a real trigger, makes those people more vulnerable. So what we need to do is fix our society. We need to live in a society where people have enough food to eat, where people feel safe, where people feel heard, where people are in community, because then those messages aren't going to be as powerful. But the problem is there are no incentives to create that world, which is, again, why I had to ask the question around taxes to the business people, because they have all the money. And for us to have that type of society I'm describing, we need redistribution. That's the long answer. The short answer, on the social media side, they want to do as little as they can to make as much money as possible to not get into trouble. So it's this continual race to the bottom. So I think, to Anya's point, we do need regulation to change those incentives. We haven't spoken about antitrust being an issue. It's a different conference, but these companies also own everything, they control everything, and it concentrates hands in the wealth of people who maybe don't want democracy. And I think we have to be really, really honest about that. I'm a US citizen, but I was born in Zambia. I was born in the global south. And so we're used to seeing what a despot looks like. We're used to seeing what corruption looks like and know how to act. I feel like Americans really fool themselves, and this is white Americans, be clear, because Black Americans have never had democracy, fairness, or justice, and don't have it now. Neither have Native Americans. So I'm going to take those two groups out of the equation. But I think a lot of white Americans really think that this is a true democracy. And it's like, it's not even close. Like, we just had an insurrection. And that insurrection didn't include a bunch of Black people. Because that message didn't appeal. Where it becomes a problem and where it links to this conference, I don't do this work, but one of my collaborators does work around gang violence and murder, and did a research study in Chicago that found that if you were insulted online, you were 5 times more likely to be murdered because the person felt embarrassed. So it's that same trigger of fear, and the data set was between 17 and 23. And
hard to speak after that. But certainly those corporations don't want free competition, which we are supposedly built on. And again, I'm going to put this on Dr. Stiglitz's shoulders because it's his realm. If there are no further questions, I would like to end this with Tay McGee just conducting, as we conduct the end of most of our Street Solid sessions, and I'll let anybody in the audience first ask any questions of the young men that are here today, and then I'll let Tay McGee take it from here.
First, before we jump into this, thank y'all all for sticking around, because I know being in a conference for X amount of hours can make you sleepy. So, you know, but the great content here is irreplaceable. You know, this kind of information, these conversations are just so strong. It's just where, as I spoke about earlier, just wishing that more people can be here to hear this impact. And can you say your name one more time? I keep mixing up what I'm trying to say. Yes. Matali. Matali, I think some of the information and the content that you share is so strong, and you really captivate and capture my attention every time you speak. So thank you for what you're sharing. And every other speaker, y'all were so powerful, so strong. And I just hope we take this information and actually do something with it, and not just let this information be something that, you know, we have a few notes, but some of those notes we need to bring to life and put action behind them and really start being part of the change of the things that we spoke about today. So with Street Solid,
let me interrupt Tay one more time. So make sure, just piggybacking on what Tay said, make sure you fill out your evaluation sheets, and there's a chance to put down if you want to be part of a working group that we will help coordinate with CRED and Homeboy and whoever else is interested. So make sure that's an action step we can take from here.
Appreciate that, Vince. So, you know, with Street Solid, we run program for different ages, right? We have a strong focus on lower demographic males. However, the truth is a lot of lower demographic males happen to be young black males and brown males. That's just the truth. So we're very intentional when we use the language black and brown males, though we try to support anybody who our services can provide more increased empowerment, more opportunities for success, and so on. Every time we have a program with our young males, it's not just about sharing what we believe, what we think. It's about hearing what they believe, what they think, and trying to expose them to those opportunities. A lot of times you have young males who say, I want to start a t-shirt business. The biggest problem with that is they don't know the first step. And since they don't know the first step to getting part of their entrepreneur paths, they sometimes give up and follow the path of least resistance, which might be an activity in their community that might, you know, provide a criminal outcome. And we don't want that to be. So not only when we speaking to them in our programs and providing these resources, we also at the end of every program ask them what did they pick up. Because if they didn't learn nothing, they didn't get nothing from any of the conversations, then we need to readjust our approach on the language that we're speaking to these young men about. So after this conference, they stuck in here. They might have got a little talkative, but that's what they do. And don't take that the wrong way, because sometimes they're talking about what they're picking up and how excited they are about it. So with this time, we're gonna have them to kind of share some of those things, but also making this up on the stage comfortable for them. Because the truth is, a lot of times for young black males, they're not really asked, how do you feel, right? They're not really asked, what do you think? So when they jump on the stage, this is unfamiliar to them. But these young men up here, they have the courage, the confidence, and they're ready to share this story. So let's celebrate the fact that you have 4 strong young black males up here with style and swag and all those other things, and ready to kind of tell you what they picked up from all y'all great speakers. So I'm gonna just ask them, as we would normally talk in group, if any one of y'all wanna share what y'all liked, what y'all picked up, or something you heard that, you know, kind of sparked something in you today. And take y'all time. Okay, go ahead.
All right, my name is Dominic, and I want to say that what Mr. Miguel talked about when he first came up here, and the thing that stuck with me the most was that he said that you can't really own your community without owning your community. And that was the thing that really stuck with me, because when I was little, you know, I used to live in Memphis. I used to live on Foster Avenue, and my grandmother lost her house. And so that really stung, because like I thought my grandma, like I lived there forever. I thought it was my neighborhood. And then when she lost the house, because she didn't own the house, it stung, because now I don't see nobody from there anymore at all.
Excellent job, man. Excellent job. Excellent job. Great delivery, great point. And I how did that make you feel? Like when we say we claim our neighborhoods, right? Like Miguel said, we claim our hood. This is our hood. This is our street. To see that be taken away from your grandmother, how do you think that kind of impact you or made you see maybe different steps you should make going into your future?
That made me realize that you can't really just sit there and be like, oh yeah, this is my street, this is my hood, this is where I'm from, and you don't own nothing there. Because at the end of the day, it's not really your street. You renting it. You can't do much with just renting it because like it could be swept from under you just like that. But how it made me feel, it made me feel like I would much rather own a house at some point in my life than just continue renting under somebody else.
Appreciate that, man. Any of y'all want to go?
I don't really have anything too specific, just something I can take from what all of y'all said, just to not sit back and just wait for things to change, but to get up and make a change yourself. Yeah.
Man, I love that. Don't wait for change to happen. Get up and make it happen yourself. Yeah. You ready? You got it?
Hello, my name's Taraz. And one thing that stuck with me was like Miguel talking about his life and how he was incarcerated and like how he went through hard times, but now he's here today and he influenced me to be like, to better myself. And he taught me that no matter what happens, no matter how hard life gets, if you work hard enough, you can turn your life around and do better in life.
Yeah, Sean, you the last one. You ready for this? Not really. Let's make it happen. Come on. I got you.
My name is Sean. I'm a junior in high school. And one thing I picked up from this was like inflation, genetics, like biology. I took that last year and I hated it. When he was talking about it, it was crazy because like he was talking about a lot of points and I was like, I just learned this last year. But I hated it, but it was actually cool though. So yeah.
Let's give them just a round of applause for these young men. So a lot of systems, right, and a lot of information that we talk about today, these young men will be direct impacted by some of these systems. So a lot of us here today, like-minded people, the changes that we're making, they'll be able to reap the benefit of those things. And they'll do even greater for the generation that comes behind them. So thank y'all again. Please fill out y'all surveys. And I had a great time with y'all today. Take care.
When you gonna come holler at sometime, let me see what you want. I'll be out here on the weekends.